Mindfulness. Martin Heidegger. Introduction. 1. Prelude from Periander and Aeschylus. 2. The Other Thinking. 3. The Leap. 4. The Guardians. 5. The Knowing Awareness. 6. The Word. 6a. We do not know goals. 6b. Descend. 7. Ahaya. Leaping ahead unto the uniqueness of being. 8. On mindfulness. 9. Machination, coercive force, power, mastery. 10. Completion of modernity. 11. Art in the epoch of completion of modernity. 12. Inceptual thinking, the one readiness. 3. Philosophy, self-mindfulness, historical contention, being historical thinking, metaphysics. 13. Philosophy. 14. Philosophy in mindfulness of itself. 15. Self-mindfulness of philosophy as historically dissociating exposition of metaphysics and being historical thinking. 4. On projecting open being, words that hold sway, the being historical saying. 16. Being. 17. Being as sigma iota. 18. Being as word. 19. Being. 20. The finitude of being. 21. The saying of being historical thinking. 22. Ground, being and lambda theta epsilon iota alpha. 23. Being. 24. The stillest crossing unto the other beginning. 25. Being. 26. Being, the upground. 27. Being is the upground. 28. Being, distress, care. 29. Being is en owning. 30. Being and freedom. 31. The free play of time-space. 32. Being and space. 33. Being and letting be. 34. The being historical word. V. Truth, clearing, moment and knowing awareness, in abiding the yes, nearness and remoteness. 35. Question of truth. A directive. 36. Clearing. 37. Truth as clearing. 38. Truth. 39. The clearing of being and man, the moment. 40. Clearing nearness and remoteness. 41. The in-between of the t/here. 42. Truth. 43. Truth and the true. 44. Being and truth and Dasein. 45. Knowing awareness and truth. 46. Truth and acting. 47. Truth and usefulness. 6. Being, upground. 48. Being. 49. Being. 50. Being, the upground. 7. Being and man. 51. Being and man. 52. Being and man. 53. A being, man. 54. Man's flight from the ownmost, body, spirit, soul. 55. Being and man. 56. De sen and senuendizite. 57. The metaphysical grounding experience. 58. The question put to man. 59. Being and man. 8. Being and man. 60. Being and man. 9. Anthropomorphism. 61. Anthropomorphism. X. History. 62. History. 11. Technicity. 63. Technicity. 12. History and technicity. Sigma tau omicron rho epsilon iota nu, tau chi nu eta. 64. History and technicity. 13. Being and power. 65. Being and power. 65a. Being and power. 14. Being and being. 66. Being, framed in predicate, the categorial. 66a. Being and beings. 15. The thinking of being. 67. The thinking of being. 16. The forgottenness of being. 68. The forgottenness of being. 17. The history of being. 69. The history of being. 18. Gods. 70. Gods, the fundamental knowing awareness. 71. Gods and being. 19. Errancy. 72. Errancy. XX. On the history of metaphysics. 73. Shelling. 73a. Relinquishing philosophy. XXI. The metaphysical why question, the crossing question. 74. Why? XXII. Being and becoming, the completion of Occidental metaphysics, Hegel, Nietzsche. 75. Being and becoming. XXIII. Being as actuality, the modalities. 76. Beings as the actual, being and actuality. XXIV. Being and negativity. 77. Being, nothingness, going under. 78. Being and negativity. XXV. Being and thinking. Being and time. 79. Being and time. XXVI. A gathering into being mindful. 80. Enowning. 81. Settlement. 82. The en-owning. 83. Beingness and being. 84. Being and nothingness. 85. Nothingness. 86. Truth being and clearing. 87. Truth. 88. Being and measure. 89. Being history. 90. Enownement and attunement. 91. The T/here as the upground of the in-between. 92. Descent. 93. Descent of man. 94. The hint at descent. 95. Descent. 96. Descent is always mine. XXVII. The being historical thinking and the question of being. 97. The being historical thinking and the question of being. XXVIII. The being historical concept of metaphysics. 98. The being historical thinking. 99. The being historical question of being. 100. Metaphysics and the question of being, enowning. 101. Projecting opening and projecting opening. 102. Forgottenness of being. 103. The jointure of metaphysics. 104. Phi sigma iota and metaphysics. 105. The shape and the phi sigma iota. 106. Being as phi sigma iota. 107. How phi sigma iota fosters what is later called metaphysics. 108. Metaphysics. 109. What is metaphysics? 110. Aristotle, Metaphysics delta 4 on phi sigma iota. 111. Phi sigma iota and metaphysics. 112. Phi sigma iota and a lambda theta epsilon iota alpha. 113. A lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, a lambda theta epsilon iota alpha. 114. Metaphysics. 115. Metaphysics. 116. Ontology, metaphysics. 117. Metaphysics. 118. Nu. 119. The sway of theta epsilon omega rho alpha. 120. Metaphysics. 121. Metaphysics. 122. How metaphysics thinks being. 123. Infinitude and eternity. 124. The principle of contradiction. 125. The history of metaphysics is the history of being. 126. The place of Aristotle in the history of metaphysics. 127. The distinguished metaphysical basic position of Leibniz. 128. Kant and metaphysics. 129. The final rise of metaphysics. 130. The end of metaphysics. 131. Metaphysics and worldview. 132. Mysticism. 133. The crossing. 134. Towards elucidation of the being historical concept of metaphysics. 135. Steps. Appendix. A retrospective look at the pathway. My pathway hitherto. The wish and the will. On preserving what is attempted. Editor's epilogue. Translator's foreword. With the publication of Martin Heidegger's Mindfulness, written in 1938-39 right after the completion of Contributions to Philosophy, from Announcing, his second major being historical treatise becomes available in English for the first time. Published in 1997 as Volume 66 of Heidegger's Gesamtausgabe under the title Besinnigung, this work, much like other being historical treatises that Heidegger wrote between 1936 and 1941, has a significant thematic proximity to Contributions to Philosophy. In Mindfulness, Heidegger returns to and elaborates in detail many of the individual dimensions, first laid out in Contributions, of the historically self-showing and transforming allotments of being. In this work, Heidegger returns to and elaborates further that decisive hermeneutic phenomenological perspective that experiences, thinks and projects open the truth of being as announcing. It is under the purview of this perspective that Heidegger's thinking of the 1950s and 60s falls. In addition to the text entitled Besinnigung, Volume 66 of the Gesamtausgabe also includes as an appendix two further important texts. The first one, written in 1937-38, is entitled A Retrospective Look at the Pathway, and the second one, written in the same period, is entitled The Wish and the Will, on Preserving What is Attempted. In this text Heidegger surveys his unpublished works and, in addition to reflecting on his life's path, gives a number of instructions for the publication of these works in the future. In what follows we shall take a quick look at the text of Besinnigung and the two appended texts, discuss the dynamics involved in translating the keywords of mindfulness, address the philosophical significance of Heidegger's hyphenations and the philosophical role that he assigns to the prefixes that emerge from his hyphenations. We shall also discuss how we came to terms with a problem in the text of mindfulness that is created by Heidegger's penchant to quote certain words and phrases from the works of a few historical figures without interpreting the words or phrases that he quotes, and conclude this foreword by addressing the technical aspects of this translation and its relevance to contemporary realities of Heidegger research. The texts. The texts that appear in Mindfulness have been edited by Friedrich Wilhelm von Hermann, who was appointed by Heidegger chief contributing editor of his Gesamtausgabe. In his epilogue, von Hermann gives a clear account of the materials that were at his disposal. Besides the manuscript, he worked with a typescript of Besinnigung that Heidegger's brother Fritz had prepared at the request of the philosopher. What we have as the German original of Mindfulness is the result of the editorial work, which included frequent collating of Heidegger's manuscript with this typescript, as well as a systematic arrangement of the cross-references and footnotes. It is important in this context to note that Heidegger drew von Hermann's attention to the thematic proximity of mindfulness to Contributions as he discussed with the latter the plan for the publication of his Gesamtausgabe II. It is to this proximity that von Hermann alludes in his epilogue when he says, "Thus mindfulness is the first of the treatises that, following the Contributions to Philosophy, takes up the task of opening up, via questioning the whole domain of being historical thinking." Point 3. This proximity becomes more clear when we take into account Heidegger's characterization of the table of contents of mindfulness as a listing of leaps. Point 4. By using the word leap, which is a central keyword of Contributions and is the title of its third joining, Heidegger directly and unambiguously points to the thematic proximity of the two works, Contributions to Philosophy and Mindfulness. Furthermore, in a preliminary remark on mindfulness, Heidegger makes clear how he appraised mindfulness, and how he wanted this work to be understood, not as a system, not as a doctrine, not as a series of aphorisms but as a series of short and long leaps of inquiring into the preparedness for the announcing of being. Point 5. Thus, to fully grasp and appreciate the editorial procedure whose outcome is the existing original German text of mindfulness, we have to bear in mind the three factors mentioned so far: the collating of the manuscript with the typescript, the characterization of the table of contents, and Heidegger's own appraisal and understanding of this work. Considering these factors and after a careful examination of the entire edited text of Besinnigung, we understand why the original German text of mindfulness is edited the way it has been edited. Von Hermann offers the text as it was originally written by Heidegger without the least editorial intervention in and adjustment of the original text. This makes clear why the German original of mindfulness is not free from occasional grammatical ambiguities which would have easily been remediable had von Hermann decided to copy-edit the text in addition to merely editing it. As mentioned earlier, in addition to the original German text of mindfulness, volume 66 of the Gesamtausgabe also includes an appendix which presents two highly significant and revealing texts. In the first one of these texts, Heidegger thinks over the development of his thought from the PhD dissertation of 1913 to the completion of Contributions to Philosophy of 1936-38. In the second text he surveys his unpublished works by dividing them into 7 parts, gives a number of instructions concerning their future publication, reflects on his life's path, and addresses his relationship to Christianity. He alerts the reader to the historical and genetic misconstrual and misrepresentation that would ensue if his lecture course texts were confused with and treated like historical surveys, in short, if they were to be historicized. He says in this text, "Whoever without hesitation reads and hears the lecture courses only as a historical presentation of some work, and whoever then compares and reckons up the interpretation often with the already existing views or exploits the interpretation in order to correct the existing views, he has not grasped anything at all." Mindfulness, 360. Indeed, a prophetic insight considering what is happening to his work today. If we take a close look at the last section of Mindfulness, numbered 135, and entitled Steps, we understand why von Hermann was prompted to include in this volume these two texts. For, with section 135, Heidegger brings mindfulness to a close in that he lists a series of steps which include his doctoral and qualifying dissertations, Senuendizeit, vom Wesen des Grunds and Contributions to Philosophy, the latter referred to with the word crossing dot. And by including these two texts as an appendix in Mindfulness, von Hermann helps the reader not only to grasp section 135 in spite of its brevity, but also to realize that the raison d'être of the two appended texts is purely philosophical. In order to see the present translation in its proper light, the reader should keep in mind the following: a. The point we made concerning the grammatical ambiguities of the original German text of Mindfulness; b. The inner dynamism involved in the keywords of Besinnung that calls for the evolvement of an appropriate vocabulary when rendered into English as employed by this translation, and c. The significance of Heidegger's hyphenations of some of these keywords, and the resulting prefixes. This translation considers its responsibility to account for and deal with each of these dimensions. Two keywords of Besinnung in translation, Heidegger's hyphenations and the philosophical significance of the prefixes. The real challenge before us was to present a translation that remains as close to the original as possible in order to retain and to reflect the integrity of the original German text of Mindfulness, without at the same time compromising the English readability. As can be seen from the text of this translation, these two concerns mutually condition and foster each other. Only by grasping this closeness can a reader see this translation in its own rights. 1. The first factor that shaped this translation of Besinnung and played a major role in retaining and reflecting the integrity of the original German text is the thematic proximity of mindfulness to the 6 joinings of Contributions to Philosophy. The being historical thinking that unfolds in Contributions takes the shape of 6 joinings, not to be confused with chapters, that are called echo, playing forth, leap, grounding, the ones to come, and the last God, each of which attempts to say the same of the same, but in each case from within another essential domain of that which enowning names. Contributions, 57.6. This saying of the same in 6 joinings is what sustains the thematic proximity of mindfulness to Contributions, necessitating the reappearance of the latter's keywords in the text of Mindfulness. It goes without saying then that this thematic proximity and consequent appearance of the keywords of Contributions in Mindfulness by necessity require that, except for those words that Heidegger introduces for the first time in Mindfulness which demand their own translation, the English renditions of the keywords of Contributions be retained in translating Mindfulness. Only by holding on to those renditions was it possible for the present translation to reflect in Mindfulness the active character of being historical thinking, which in Contributions Heidegger explicitly calls mindfulness. 7. 2. The second factor that shaped this translation of mindfulness is directly related to the grammatical ambiguities of the original German text and to the fact that this text is presented in volume 66 of the Gesamtausgabe exactly as Heidegger wrote this text, without the least editorial intervention and adjustment. The grammatical ambiguities of the German original did not prove to be a serious obstacle in retaining and reflecting the integrity of the German original in the text of mindfulness. In order to take these ambiguities into account, we have occasionally inserted into the text a word or two that we have placed in square brackets. These words are directly drawn from the context and, while they facilitate a fuller understanding of the text, they also meet the needs dictated by English readability. 3. The third factor that contributed to the shaping of mindfulness and that had to be taken into account in this translation in order to retain and reflect the integrity of the German original was the need to address the dialogues that Heidegger carries out with certain historical figures in this volume without indicating which of their works he has in mind, and how he interprets those works. On the one hand, these dialogues are certainly confusing to the English-speaking reader who is not familiar with the works of Heidegger's dialogue partners, and, on the other hand, these dialogues are important components of the original German text of mindfulness. Unless specifically addressed, these dialogues hamper an easy accessibility to certain segments of mindfulness. To remedy this problem and thus to make the text of mindfulness more accessible, we have put together a short list of those words and concepts, see below, which become more graspable once they are read in the light of what Heidegger says about these very same words in other volumes of the Gesamtausgabe. Just to give one example, in mindfulness Heidegger often uses the words organic construction without indicating that hereby he refers to Ernst Junger's work Der Arbeiter. What Heidegger says in mindfulness about organic construction is important for grasping his views on modernity, technicity and calculative thinking. As mentioned in the listing that we have prepared, organic construction becomes more graspable in the light of what Heidegger says about Junger in volume 90 of the Gesamtausgabe entitled Zur Ernst Junger. 4. The fourth factor that shaped this translation in our attempt to retain and reflect the integrity of the German original is the clear realization on our part that in mindfulness no English rendition of the keywords should aspire to replace and substitute the German original keywords of Besinnung. As translators, we abandoned as unobtainable the ideal of an absolute transfer of Heidegger's original German words into English. 8 Rather than succumbing to the widespread naivete that manifests itself in the search for absolute replaceability of the German original keywords of Heidegger's with their translated counterparts, we have aimed at an approximation of these keywords in their original usage by Heidegger in German. In short, the translation of mindfulness, precisely like the translation of contributions to philosophy, considers unobtainable the ideal of an absolute transfer and absolute replaceability of the original German keywords. Instead of striving for an absolute transfer and absolute replaceability, this translation is guided by the obtainable ideal of approximation. 5. The fifth factor that has shaped this translation in its attempt to retain and reflect the integrity of the original German text is the seriousness with which we have attended to Heidegger's hyphenations, and the resultant prefixes. As in contributions to philosophy, we recognized that these hyphenations are philosophical means for Heidegger to express certain hermeneutic phenomenological insights. By hyphenating certain keywords of mindfulness, Heidegger radically transforms a number of familiar German words and invests them with entirely new meanings. On account of the importance of this last and fifth factor, we shall first address in what follows the impact on this translation of the hyphenations of two keywords, Abgrund and Erinness, and then proceed to deal with our renditions of other keywords of mindfulness. As indicated earlier, hyphenation is not just a lexicographical device that Heidegger used in order to interrupt the flow of words such as Abgrund and Erinness, but a means for articulating a hermeneutic phenomenological insight. One wonders why the hyphenation should be necessary if it fulfills no philosophical function. The corollary of hyphenating words such as Abgrund, Erinness, and Erinnung, to name only a few, is the saying power that emanates from the prefixes of dash, and er dash, which endow these prefixes the status of independent words. and the translation of these keywords into English must take this independent status into account and try to reflect it in mindfulness by finding prefixes in English that fulfill the same function and have similar saying power. The same holds for other equally important prefixes such as ver dash and ent dash, which will occupy us later. Let us first take a look at the prefix of dash. The first word in which the prefix of dash assumes the status of an independent word is the word Abgrund. This word plays as much a decisive role in mindfulness as it does in contributions. In the original German text of Contributions, Heidegger drew attention to the hermeneutic phenomenological significance of the prefix of dash for grasping what he means by Abgrund, when he hyphenated this word and alternatively italicized the prefix of dash and the word Grund. Der Abgrund ist Abgrund. 9. With this hyphenation, Heidegger introduced a new word in the syntax of mindfulness, and earlier in the syntax of Contributions, which is intended to articulate a ground that prevails while it stays away and, strictly speaking, is the hesitating refusal of ground. In other words, the hyphenation of Abgrund aims at a very specific hermeneutic phenomenological insight and is thus to be carefully differentiated from a basically ignorable lexicographical device, which perhaps like a hiccup might serve only to interrupt the flow of the word Abgrund. This thematically crucial alternating italicization of the prefix of dash, and the noun Grund will lose its real meaning if of dash, and Grund are not treated as independent words and translated distinctly. If this hyphenation is merely conceived as a hiccup which interrupts the flow of a word, then one fails to grasp the hermeneutic phenomenological insight that Heidegger captures by hyphenating the word. Only by blindly overlooking this factor one can proceed to translate Abgrund with abyss and for good measure to hyphenate this word. But this hyphenation accomplishes nothing. For hyphenation of the abyss ends up with ab dash, and yss, the latter of which, i.e., yss, is not a word and is thus totally unfit for accounting for the ground that as Abgrund is a ground that stays away as well as prevails as a hesitating refusal of ground. Even after subjecting the word abyss to the lexicographical device of hyphenation, it can still never reach the dimension of what Heidegger has in mind when he hyphenates Abgrund. While the word Grund in Abgrund is a perfectly legitimate German word, the letters yss which result from the hyphenation of abyss do not make up a word in English. The realization that a hyphenation of abyss comes nowhere near what Heidegger captures with his hyphenation of Abgrund should be enough of a deterrent to translate Abgrund with abyss. Understood along these lines, the conclusion is inevitable that the German Abgrund cannot be translated with a word such as abyss. As indicated already, Abgrund is the hesitating refusal of ground, it is a ground that prevails while it stays away. The dimension of prevailing in staying away is of paramount importance for bringing this word Abgrund into English. And renditions of Abgrund with abyss or with non-ground totally fail to reflect this dimension. Moreover, Heidegger is quite aware of the difference between Abgrund and Kluft, i.e., abyss, when he points out in mindfulness that question and question recognize each other across the unbridgeable abyss wherein they are suspended. Mindfulness, 310. Thus, given the necessity of translating the prefix of dash, there emerges the question as to how to translate the word Abgrund. As earlier in Contributions, we opted for translating Abgrund with the word Abground. There are several advantages in this choice of word. A. The English prefix of dash meaning away from has a similar saying power as the German prefix of dash. B. The English word ground comes as close as possible to the German Grund and approximates this word. C. The word Abground easily lends itself to hyphenation with the result that, in stark contrast to the contrived yss of the abyss, the word ground is a perfectly legitimate English word. D. Considered within the interaction of ab dash and ground, the word Abground reflects the movement of staying away that is inherent to Abgrund and also reflects the tension that is peculiar to this word, a tension to which Heidegger explicitly alludes when he characterizes the Abgrund as the hesitating refusal of ground. E. The rendition of Abgrund with Abground opens the possibility of bringing into English other words that are related to the German Grund, such as ungrund, unground, and ergrund, erground. And finally, F. the rendition of abgrund with abground and the intact presence of ground in this rendition also allow for thinking through the being historical verb grunden, which speaks of a ground that is simultaneously ground, abground, and unground. In the context of dealing with the prefix of dash, we must also deal with the word das Abheft. In this word the prefix of dash assumes such an independence that it allows Heidegger to coin this word as a whole. It goes without saying that unless the prefix of dash is treated as an independent word and translated as such, the expression das Abheft cannot be brought into English meaningfully at all. When Heidegger attends to the interconnection of abground, clearing and refusal, he speaks explicitly of das Abhefte Grunds, g. 312. If we were to overlook the phenomenological hermeneutic meaning of the prefix of dash and translate abgrund with abyss, then we would totally have to ignore the meaning and significance of this Abheft. When the German prefix of dash is recognized in its independent nature but as related to grund, there emerges a meaningful rendition of das Abhefte Grunds as what in the ground is of the nature of a mindfulness, 269, i.e., in the nature of staying away. It was by taking our bearings from the saying power that is peculiar to das Abheft that we translated Abgrundigkeit either as holding unto abground or as abground dimension, depending on the context, and das Abgrundigsein as most of all holding to abground. Turning our attention to the prefix er-, we note that in words such as erdenken, ersagen, erofnen, erfragen, erfugen, erofnung, erschwegung, erwsen, ertiterung, to name the most important ones, the prefix er- fulfills a variety of functions depending on the infinitive to which this prefix is attached. In the customary German usage, when the prefix er- is attached to an infinitive, the infinitive enjoys a priority over the prefix. For instance, when er- is attached to klingen, sounding, it forms erklingen, which means resounding. Similarly, when er- is attached to tragen, carrying, it forms ertragen, which means bearing up. Here the prefix either achieves or enhances something or carries forth what is indicated by the infinitive. In being historical words, on the other hand, the infinitive has not only no such priority over the prefix er-, but is in fact unified with the prefix to form a unique word. In fact, this prefix determines what goes on in the infinitive and not the other way around. Contributions, 38th. The prefix er- in such words as erdenken, ersagen, ershen, erofnen, erbringen, and so forth has such an impact on the infinitives that it indicates a direction that these infinitives have to take. By using these verbs, Heidegger shows that as being historical words they say much more than what the infinitives alone say or imply. In the context of translating mindfulness, the being historical word ersagen assumes paramount significance, because Heidegger differentiates the sagen, this saying, from assertion or usage when he points out that this saying does not describe or explain, does not proclaim or teach. This saying does not stand over against what is to be said. Rather, the saying itself is the to be said. Contributions, 4. In er-sagen the prefix er- indicates the being historical dimension of enabling and enowning, which point to the openness to the allotments of being. We translated er-sagen with en-saying, that is, with a word that retains and reflects the enabling power that is inherent in er-sagen and points to the swaying of being as enowning. Turning now to the problems that pertain to the translation of Erinus, the most crucial being historical word, we should point out that in bringing this word into English we took our bearings from Heidegger's own stance toward this guiding word. He articulates this stance when he points out that Erinus is as untranslatable as the Greek lambda gamma omicron or the Chinese tau. 10. First, we considered the possibility of leaving this word untranslated. But we realized that leaving this word untranslated in the text requires an explanation which cannot be given without interpreting Erinus, and such an interpretation ipso facto requires translating this word. Besides, leaving Erinus untranslated leads to other problems that concern the family of words closely related to Erinus, such as erignung, einung, zeinung, uberignung, eigentum erignen, zeinen, uberignen, einen. Thus, as earlier in contributions, we translated the word Awareness with enowning, a word that approximates the richness of the German word without pretending to replace it, contributions, XX. The English prefix n- in enowning adequately takes over the same function as the German prefix er- in Awareness. The English prefix n-, with its varied meanings of enabling something, bringing it into a certain condition, and carrying thoroughly through, unifies into one the threefold meanings of the German prefix er-, i.e., of achieving, enhancing and carrying forth. Here the first thing to be kept in mind is that the prefix er- and the syllable inus have independent status that calls for distinct translations of both er- and inus if the translation is to be hermeneutically truthful to what Heidegger says with the word er-inus. In er-inus the prefix er- has an active character, which places an unmistakable emphasis on, and highlights the dynamism and the movement that are inherent in the verb einen in inus. Besides, inus opens the way to the being historical word Eigentum or ownhood. The English prefix n-, with its meanings such as enabling and bringing into condition of, provides the possibility of capturing the movement character implied in er- of Awareness. When enjoined with owning, this prefix n- puts across a different meaning of owning, an unpossessive owning with no appropriatable content, as differentiated from an owning of something. At the same time, the prefix n- preserves the active, dynamic character of Awareness. The rendition of Awareness with enowning has several advantages. A. Unlike words such as event, appropriation, and event of appropriation, the word enowning lends itself readily to hyphenation and thus functions as an approximate rendition of the er- and inus of er-inus. B. Unlike words such as event, appropriation, event of appropriation, and befitting, the word enowning is not tied to any appropriatable, fittable content whose appropriation or fitting would be an event. C. Unlike words such as event, appropriation, event of appropriation, and befitting, the word enowning speaks of an owning that has nothing in common with a seizing that seizes without negotiation. D. Unlike words such as event, appropriation, event of appropriation and befitting, that are hard put to reflect the hermeneutic phenomenological kinship of Awareness to words such as Erignung, Einung, Zeinung and Uberignung. The word enowning readily reflects this kinship and allows for an approximate rendition of the following words: Erignung with enownment, Einung with owning, Eigentum with ownhood, Eigenheit with ownness, Zeinung with owning to, Uberignung with owning over to, Eigentumlich with what is of ownhood. Having addressed the renditions of the keywords of Grund and Awareness, we now turn our attention to the word mindfulness itself, which appears in the title as well as throughout this translation as the English rendition of Heidegger's word Besinnung. Right from its onset, being historical thinking unfolds itself as Besinnung and not as reflection, since the latter belongs to the domain of a thinking that is not being historical. Accordingly, it is of paramount importance in translating the word Besinnung to hone in on the foundational difference between reflection and Besinnung. In this context, it would serve well to note the intimate hermeneutic phenomenological connection between Sinn and Besinnung, to which Heidegger pays a special attention both in Being and Time and contributions to philosophy. To obtain a rendition of the word Besinnung that approximates in English to what Heidegger regards as the very unfolding of being historical thinking, we have to bear in mind that Besinnung is nothing but an inquiry into the self-disclosure of being, self-disclosure that in Being and Time Heidegger calls the meaning or der Sinn of being, and that in contributions to philosophy he calls the truth of being. What is of utmost significance here is that philosophy as Besinnung unfolds this inquiry. This inquiry is not merely a human enterprise of reflecting on the data of consciousness, on the peculiarities of perception or on the states of mind. It differs from reflection in that, as Besinnung, this inquiry is not entirely and exhaustively in human discretion. What distinguishes this inquiry as Besinnung is that it is basically determined and shaped by the truth of being. Thus there is an intimate interconnection between this inquiry, as Besinnung, and being. As Besinnung, this inquiry is already ennowned by being. As ennowned, it stands at the service of being by projecting opening being's enowning sway or being's conferments, its enowning throw. Thus, what distinguishes this inquiry is that it is mindful of, does not, via reflection, lay siege on being's conferments its inowning throw. This being mindful of being's inowning throw cannot even be classified as a particular kind of reflection, or even as a mode of conscious awareness. Two factors are important here. On the one hand there is the inexhaustibility of being's inowning throw, and on the other hand the inconclusiveness of its projecting opening. Point 11. As a result, being mindful of being's inowning throw is not an addendum to this inquiry but originates from within the inexhaustibility of being's inowning throw. 12. One way of grasping the distinction that Heidegger draws between Besinnung and reflection is to consider their bearings upon the issue called self. Reflection on the self, which sustains all psychology and psychiatry, attends to the empirical states of the self in order to render these states accessible to objectification. By contrast, in Besinnung on the self these states are bracketed out, and what is at stake is the grounding of the self via temporality, linguisticality, historicality, mortality, and so forth. Heidegger alludes to the distinction between Besinnung on the self, as its grounding, and reflection on the self by first questioning whether the self is accessible to reflection at all, and then by alluding to the necessity of grounding the self. He says, Besinnung is so originary that it above all asks how the self is to be grounded. Thus it is questionable whether through reflection on ourselves we ever find ourself. Contributions, XXXII. Here we see that while Heidegger endorses a grounding of the self via mindfulness of the self, he questions the very possibility of accessibility of the self to reflection. In order to obtain in English an approximate rendition of the word Besinnung, we took our bearing from the distinction that Heidegger draws between reflection on the self, and being mindful of the self, and rendered the word Besinnung with mindfulness. The unique advantage of this rendition consists in the fact that the word mindfulness has a pliability that is denied to reflection, a pliability that does not let mindfulness become rigid and unyielding and end up in doctrines, systems, and so forth. In section 11 of Mindfulness, which comes right after the introduction, Heidegger brings to mind this pliability of mindfulness when he says, coming from the overcoming of metaphysics, mindfulness must nevertheless touch upon the hitherto and cannot become inflexible as the finished product of a usable presentation either in a doctrine or in a system, or as exhortation or edification. Mindfulness, 17. The next keyword of mindfulness to be addressed in this foreword is the word auseinandersetzen that appears sometimes hyphenated as auseinandersetzen. Assuming a broader and more fundamental role in mindfulness than it did in contributions, this word requires special attention in order to be brought into English and approximate a keyword of mindfulness. A careful reading of Part 3 of Mindfulness, and the sections in which Heidegger brings his being historical inquiry to bear upon Parmenides, Heraclitus, Plato, Aristotle, Hegel, and Nietzsche, soon convinced us that in mindfulness the word auseinandersetzen can no longer be taken exclusively to mean debate, confrontation, and coming to terms with. Taking our bearings from the components of this word, namely auseinander, apart, dissociated, and setzen, setting, positioning, we decided to bring this word into English with the expression dissociating exposition. This decision is based on a precise grasping of what transpires hermeneutically phenomenologically when Heidegger places and positions side by side the metaphysical question of being and the being historical question of being in order to dissociate the metaphysical and being historical responses to these questions. It is his insight that the metaphysical response to the metaphysical question of being, i.e., determination of the beingness of beings, the general, kappa omicron iota nu, relates in a subtle way to the being historical response, i.e., the non-metaphysical determination of being as inowning. In mindfulness Heidegger takes great pain to highlight this relatedness by distinguishing his dissociating exposition of the metaphysical responses, such as those given in terms of delta alpha, nu tau epsilon lambda chi epsilon iota alpha, ego cogito, monas, reason, absolute idea and will to power, from rejection and refutation of the metaphysical doctrines within which these responses are housed. Central to a dissociating exposition of these responses is the fundamental difference between the being historical insight into a given metaphysical position and that position itself. Based on such a difference, a dissociating exposition of any one of these responses is never the same as rejection or refutation of a metaphysical doctrine. Often functioning as the hidden motivating forces behind historical discussions in philosophy, rejection and refutation never accomplish what the dissociating exposition of a given metaphysical response or a metaphysical doctrine accomplishes, namely the overcoming of the metaphysical responses to the question of being by the being historical response to this question. The next word to be discussed in this foreword is Vermenschung, which is Heidegger's counter-concept of animal rationale. He uses this word for the first time in mindfulness and gives it an unparalleled importance in those sections of this work in which he addresses the themes of modernity and gods. Vermenschung is derived from the verb vermenschen, which has meanings such as to humanize, to become human and to assume human shape. Point 13 In these meanings vermenschen is the exact opposite of entmenschen, that is, to dehumanize. However, as used in mindfulness the words vermenschen and vermenschung have none of these meanings. How to bring this word vermenschung as a keyword of mindfulness into English? Considering the context of the sections in mindfulness in which Heidegger addresses the themes of modernity and gods, and taking our bearings from the prefix ver- in the word vermenschung, we rendered this word with dishumanization. This rendition is based on the realization that the contexts of the discussions devoted to the themes of modernity and gods free the word vermenschung, not only from the usual connotations of humanization, assuming human shape, and becoming human, but also from what is exactly the opposite of vermenschung, that is, entmenschung, or dehumanization. Those contexts in conjunction with the saying power that emanates from the German prefix ver- accomplished for us this realization. Whereas in ordinary usage of the word vermenschung this prefix ver- is so mute as to be almost unhearable, how else could this word mean humanization? In Heidegger's usage of vermenschung in mindfulness it is precisely the silent ringing of this prefix that qualifies the word vermenschung to become a being historical word. We found that in bringing vermenschung into English, we have to take our bearings from the prefix ver-. Now, since the English counterpart of the German prefix ver- is the prefix dis-, and insofar as hyphenation of vermenschung does not eliminate the sense of humanization, we arrived at the approximate rendition of the being historical keyword vermenschung with dishumanization. Closely related to vermenschung and central to grasping the treatment of the themes of Göttingen, godhood and the last god is the word Vergotterung. In the context of the being historical treatment of Göttingen, Vergotterung alludes to the disannouncing process that is inherent in Göttingen, a process that in conjunction with dishumanization sustains the flight of gods. We found a good approximate rendition of Vergotterung in the English word divinization, which we use in the strict technical sense of raising a being, nature, man, a historical figure, to divinity. Although this word divinization does not clearly reflect the thrust of the German prefix ver- that is in play in Vergotterung, given the strict technical sense in which divinization is used here it fits the above-mentioned disannouncing process. Next to be addressed here are two keywords of mindfulness, namely Machbarkeit and Machsamkeit. These keywords are of central importance for grasping those sections in mindfulness that attend to the themes of machination in conjunction with technicity, a theme that Heidegger already introduced and dealt with in Contributions, see Contributions, 88. The two keywords Machbarkeit and Machsamkeit have a proximity to each other that makes their rendition into English rather difficult. Heidegger alludes to this proximity and tries to elucidate it by using a parallelism no less difficult to bring into English. Right at the outset of section 9 of Mindfulness he writes, machination here means the makeability of beings which produces as well as makes up everything, such that only in this makeability the beingness of beings that are abandoned by being, and by the grounding of its truth, determines itself. Here makeable is thought as watchable equals watchful. And hence makeability is thought in the sense of producibility. Machination means the accordance of everything with producibility, indeed in such a way that the unceasing, unconditioned reckoning of everything is pre-directed. Mindfulness, 11-12. Alluding to the makeable and using watchable as a parallel, he suggests that makeable be thought of as producible. This opens the way for an additional determination of machination, additional insofar as machination is still fundamentally a manner of the swaying of being, but now machination means also the accordance of everything with producibility. In this connection the reader should bear in mind that both words, makeability and producibility, refer to that clearing which, as machination, houses the making and producing that are hallmarks of instrumentally anthropologically conceived technology that should be carefully distinguished from what Heidegger calls technicity. Accordingly, makeability and producibility as used in this translation are not to be confused with descriptive terms that pertain to the technological, instrumental making, and producing. The next keyword of mindfulness to be addressed in this foreword is Inständigkeit. We translate this word with inabiding. This rendition has the following advantages: a. The component in inabiding is a good approximation of the German prefix in Inständigkeit. b. The component abiding is a good approximation of the German Ständigkeit, and c. Inabiding as a rendition of Inständigkeit reflects Heidegger's intention to rethink the earlier concept of existence within the being historical horizon. The corollary of rethinking existence being historically is the differentiation of this concept not only from Karl Jasper's existential philosophy but from existentialism in general. The often attempted rendering of Inständigkeit with insistence is not only inappropriate, it is also totally wrong, for insistence does not at all reflect the hermeneutic phenomenological insight into man's relationship to the truth of being, which is what Inständigkeit is all about. What distinguishes this relationship is man's inabiding the truth of being. Even if we consider the word insistence etymologically, the standing to which this word refers is not the same as inabiding the truth of being, since that standing means insisting on an already adopted position or a preferred opinion. But the truth of being is neither a position nor an opinion. To see how misleading the rendition of Inständigkeit with insistence is, all we need to do is to grasp that the standing in of which Inständigkeit speaks is a standing in the clearing of being's announcing forth throw and in the latter's projecting opening. It is the sway of being as an announcing forth throw that lets man as Dasein abide in the truth of being in the manner of an announced projecting opening. The next word to be addressed here is being as a rendition of Sein. In translating this word we took our bearings from the distinction that Heidegger draws in sections 98 and 97 of Mindfulness between the metaphysical question of being and the being historical question of being. The former question asks what are beings, and the latter how does being sway. The metaphysical question of being winds up with grasping being as the beingness of beings, while the being historical question of being realizes that it is ennowned by being, and as ennowned it thinks being as ennowning. It is important to realize that parallel to the differentiation between the metaphysical question of being and the being historical question of being is the differentiation between being, Sein, and being, Sein. It is also important to realize that the differentiation between being, Sein, and being, Sein, is already at work in the differentiation between the metaphysical and being historical questions of being. Heidegger uses the word Sein in its 18th century orthography as what historically announced thinking, and so initiates a thinking that is no longer metaphysical but is being historical. Insofar as being historical thinking of being does not oppose but complement the metaphysical thinking of being, Heidegger's differentiation between being and being should not be mistaken as a setting up of an opposition between the two. In other words, differentiation between being, Sein, and being, Sein, is just that, a differentiation and not an opposition. Any English rendition that on the basis of the orthography of Sein is oriented to, or establishes an opposition between Sein and Sein, like the rendition being and being, pushes too far a simple orthographic device, contributions, XXII. What speaks further against a rendition that suggests an opposition between Sein and Sein is the fact that these German words, like their English counterparts being and being, are pronounced exactly the same way, whereas the alternative rendition with being uses a word that is not pronounced the same way as being. However, it should be pointed out that in spite of the philosophical importance of the differentiation between Sein and Sein, Heidegger has not been consistent throughout mindfulness in maintaining the different spellings of Sein and Sein. Sometimes he writes Sein but means Sein, and sometimes he writes Sein and means Sein. However, The clue for grasping what he means in each case lies in the differentiation between the metaphysical and being historical question of being that Heidegger elaborates upon in sections 98 and 99 of Mindfulness. The next word to be addressed is Geschichte, as differentiated from History. As the scientific erudite recording and analysis of, and the debate about, past events, History has no inkling of a past that still is in sway and is oncoming. Geschichte, on the other hand, is nothing but the gatheredness of that still swaying oncoming past. What drives History forth is the finality and irretrievability of the past events with which History is preoccupied. What distinguishes Geschichte is the suddenness and the coming to presence of that past that, strictly speaking, has not passed away since it is still in sway and oncoming. To allude to Geschichte with the brevity that is required in this foreword, we should mention Heidegger's accounts of the Temple of Athena in the 2 trips he made to Greece in 1962 and 1967. In stark contrast to an erudite historical archaeological account of that temple, Heidegger's account is geschichtlich. 14. He bespeaks of the suddenness and the coming to presence of a pastness of which the erudite historical archaeology has no inkling, that is, of the pastness that is the Temple of Athena wherein the goddess is gathered and comes to presence in the midst of the technological hubbub and technologically organized and maintained tourism of the 20th century. For us as translators the question became one of how to bring History and Geschichte into English. Given the fact that English has no word that would approximate Geschichte, we decided to use the same word history for both History and Geschichte but place this word between inverted commas, single quotation marks, when it stands for History. Here again it should be borne in mind that in very few cases Heidegger does not maintain the difference between History and Geschichte. However, the context usually helps to understand those isolated cases in which he uses the word Geschichte when what he actually has in mind is History. The next word to be addressed here is the word Untergang, usually translated as decline, downfall, and going under. First used in contributions in the verbal form of Untergehen, see contributions. 6. Untergang plays a significant role in mindfulness, especially in those passages in which Heidegger directly speaks of being as abground. The word Untergang assumed philosophical prominence in Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra, where he proclaimed the necessity for man to go under so that the overman may arise. Thereafter, this word Untergang was taken over by such diverse but related thinkers as Oswald Spengler and Ernst Jünger. But as Heidegger's extended discussion of phi sigma iota in mindfulness as well as elsewhere in his writings, such as his lecture course texts on Heraclitus, shows, he understands Untergang in the context of Aufgang or rising. Thus, in his parlance, words such as Untergehen and Untergang do not have the connotations of decline and degeneration that they have, for example, in Spengler's Untergang des Abendlands, which is translated into English under the title The Decline of the West. We rendered Untergang with going under, and in order to allude to the technical nature of this word, that is, to its close connection to phi sigma iota and rising, we placed it throughout mindfulness between inverted commas, going under. The next 2 keywords to be addressed in this foreword are Wesen and Wesen. In translating these being historical words we took our bearings from the differentiation in sections 98 and 99 of Mindfulness between the metaphysical and being historical question of being and the concomitant differentiation between metaphysical and being historical thinking. We realized that if the English rendition of these words did not respect these differentiations, it would fail to retain and reflect the integrity of the original German of mindfulness. If we were to name the center toward which that integrity gravitates, we would have to say that what concerns Heidegger's non-metaphysical thinking above all is to articulate what is fundamentally denied to metaphysical thinking. And he reaches the single most important locus of this fundamental denial with the word Wesen, respectively Wesen. Accordingly, we realized that translating Wesen and Wesen must take its bearings from this fundamental denial instead of taking the easy way and accepting the dictionary as the ultimate authority. Having considered every statement that Heidegger has made on essentia, from the early pages of Senuendizeit to the texts of his Nietzsche lectures and beyond, we found that Wesen and Wesen cannot be brought into English with the cognates of essentia because the latter is a word that blocks the hermeneutic phenomenological viewing of what is fundamentally denied to metaphysical thinking. Having also taken into account Heidegger's own repeated stricture that Wesen in his texts is used in the verbal sense of swaying, enduring, abiding, whiling, and so forth, we found that this word should be brought into English with a word that in approximating to the original German reflects its verbal character. In short, in translating Wesen and Wesen we found ourselves committed to three criteria: a. The word in question must not be a cognate of essentia, b. It should have a verbal meaning, and c. It should be an approximation and not aspire unrealistically to replace the original German word. These criteria guided us not only in our efforts to translate Wesen and Wesen but also in facing the task of rendering into English crucial phrases such as Wesen descends and Wesen descends. In the English words sway and swaying we found a good approximation to Wesen and Wesen. Translating Wesen and Wesen with sway and swaying has several advantages. A. These words are not cognates of essentia and thus do not block the hermeneutic phenomenological viewing of what is fundamentally denied to metaphysical thinking. B. Untouched by that denial, these words cannot assume the universality of a concept to which being or being could be subsumed. Essentia and its cognates are such universal concepts. C. The words sway and swaying have a distinct verbal meaning that indicates dynamism and movement, both of which are denied to essentia and its cognates. D. By being removed from the domain of essentia, these words stand at the service of the thinking that unfolds in the other beginning, and Heidegger calls being historical thinking, in stark contrast to essentia and its cognates, which are shaped by the power and the preeminence that thinking already assumes in the first Greek beginning vis-a-vis phi sigma iota. The words sway and swaying do not in the least reflect that power and preeminence, and, f. In stark contrast to essentia and its cognates, the words sway and swaying fit into the futural task which consists not only of saying lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, as the first Greek beginning did, but also of thinking lambda theta epsilon iota alpha. However, in translating Wesen in relation to man, we took our bearings from Heidegger's own remarks about this word to the effect that Wesen also means what is ownmost to something. 15 Accordingly, we translated the phrase das Wesen de Menschsein with what is ownmost to man, or sometimes with man's ownmost. Here again we should point out that in mindfulness Heidegger is not consistent in his use of the words Wesen and Wesen, but the context often makes clear the specific sense that he has in mind in using these words. The next keyword, saying, is a rendition of both Sagen and Spruch. Placed between single quotation marks, saying brings into English Heidegger's word Spruch. Placed between double quotation marks, it is our rendition of the original German Sagen. Finally, we conclude this discussion of the keywords of mindfulness with a brief remark on the differentiation between Bestandigung and Beständigkeit. In most cases we translated the former with making presencing constant, and the latter with constancy of presencing. But there are exceptions. In some cases we translate Bestandigung simply with constancy, and Beständigkeit with constantness. 2 phrases of Besingung in translation. In the very first sentence of the prose section of the introduction to mindfulness there is a phrase that places special demands on translation and reads, Eins einzigen im Sehenden. This usage of the word das Sehend poses some problems for an accurate rendition in English. Because of this underlying difficulty, the rendition of Eins einzigen im Sehenden as that which is sole and unique in beings is unavoidable but precarious. If philosophical precision were to be the only criterion, then das Sehend has to be uniformly translated as a being, and consequently the phrase Eins einzigen im Sehenden as that which is sole and unique in a being. But what Heidegger wants to say with this phrase has nothing to do with a single being as such, nor with a chain of beings, nor with their inherent hierarchy. With this in mind, we have rendered das Sehend with the plural form beings, except for those contexts where the reference is specifically to the singular, in which case we have opted for a being. We did this in the interest of articulating what Heidegger has in mind as well as to enhance readability. In order to grasp the justification of translating das Sehend in the plural, we need to bear in mind, a. that what Heidegger calls das Einzige is Sein, being, which is identical neither with a being nor with beings, nor does it reside, come to pass, beyond a being or beings. B. hence his use of the preposition im in einzigen im Sehenden. This preposition plays a significant role at crucial junctures of Heidegger's thought, for instance when he speaks of in der Welt sein, being in the world, or when he uses the phrase das sind im Ganzen in order to allude to the situatedness of beings within a whole. Considering, a, and, b, our translation of the phrase einzigen im Sehenden with that which is sole and unique in beings should not be misconstrued as implying that being is a singular and unique being, or is something that mysteriously prevails amongst beings, or is something hidden deep within beings. The uniqueness, Einzigkeit, of being comes from the incomparability of being with a being or with beings, since both a being as well as beings owe their beingness to being. It is to reflect this incomparability of being that we say for einzigen im Sehenden that which is sole and unique in beings. The other phrase that plays a significant role throughout mindfulness and must be brought into English with a great deal of care, is the phrase das sind im Ganzen. With one single exception, see below, this phrase has not so far received an appropriate rendition in the English translations of Heidegger's works. Indeed, the prevailing rendition of this phrase with beings as a whole is so misleading that it blocks an adequate understanding of Heidegger's thought in general. Considering Heidegger's hermeneutic phenomenological finding that beings are always already situated within a whole, see his being in the world as a case in point, the phrase das sind im Ganzen should be brought into English with beings in a whole and not with beings as a whole. Accordingly, we translated this phrase with beings in a whole, and in order to point to the technical nature of this phrase we placed it between inverted commas. The first and the last translator who correctly grasped the significance of the preposition im in the phrase das sind im Ganzen was William J. Richardson, who in his Heidegger through phenomenology to thought accounted for this im by translating the phrase das sind im Ganzen with beings in the ensemble. 16 The advantage that Richardson's rendition has over the prevailing rendition, namely beings as a whole, is the fact that he clearly sees that at stake in this phrase is the situatedness of beings, any being, be it a tool, a human being or a god, within a whole. It is with the phrase being in the world, that Heidegger for the first time makes a decisive allusion to this situatedness. Being aware of the fact that this situatedness is what counts, Richardson rendered the German preposition im with the English preposition in and brought das sind im Ganzen into English with beings in the ensemble. Even though Richardson's choice of ensemble for Ganzes is a poor choice because ensemble implies a human contrivance of putting something together and assembling it, his choice of in as a rendition of Heidegger's im is an excellent choice since it precisely reflects the hermeneutic phenomenological insight into the situatedness of beings within a pre-given whole. Is it perhaps the epistemology of analytic philosophy that hinders other translators of Heidegger from seeing the situatedness of beings within a whole and blinds them to the insight that there are no beings in isolation from a whole? How else is one to understand and assess the mistranslation of the im? How else is one to grasp the fact that beings as a whole translates das sind als Ganzes and not Heidegger's das sind im Ganzen, other than look in the direction of that epistemology? 4 Unnamed sources in mindfulness. In mindfulness every detail counts, particularly those that concern the dialogue that Heidegger carries out with a number of named or unnamed historical figures. Often a proper grasping of what Heidegger says, about modernity for example, depends on knowing how certain words or phrases are to be understood in relation to the historical figures to which those words and phrases refer. A case in point is the phrase organic construction that first appears near the end of section 10, and then in other sections of mindfulness such as section 64. Near the end of section 10 Heidegger points out that Ernst Jünger thinks planetarily, not economically, not societally, not politically, the gestalt of the worker in whom the modern humanity becomes a permanent member of the organic construction of beings in the whole. Mindfulness, 20. The reader unfamiliar with Ernst Jünger's Der Arbeiter the worker will probably be in a better position to understand why Heidegger can say that Jünger thinks the worker planetarily as the gestalt in whom modern humanity becomes a permanent member of the organic construction of beings in a whole if the reader takes into account what Heidegger says about organic construction in volume 90 of his Gesamtausgabe entitled Zur Ernst Jünger. As a response to such a need, In what follows we list the number of the volumes of the Gesamtausgabe in which the reader may find a more elaborate treatment of certain words, concepts, and phrases that appear in mindfulness. This list does not claim to be complete, it is offered here only as a help in need. For organic construction, heroism, heroic realism, GA 90. For life, all life, chaos, values, becoming, GA 43, GA 44, GA 46, GA 47, GA 48, GA 50, and GA 87. For real ontology, realistic ontology, critical ontology, GA 2. For encompassing, GA 9, GA 65. For sacrifice, GA 65. For the new awakening, GA 16. For love of wisdom, GA 9. Moreover, a few passages in mindfulness become more graspable in the light of the fact that in those passages Heidegger has some of his contemporaries and their works in mind, although none is mentioned explicitly in mindfulness. A case in point is what Heidegger says in the following passage. The subsequent scholarly exploitation of this Nietzschean thought that originates in Nietzsche's reversal of Platonism, for the purpose of playing certain categorical games with the layers of being and the like is meaningless and can never render the deciding question discernible. Mindfulness, 161. Unless the reader is aware of the fact that words and phrases such as categorical and layers of being refer to Nikolai Hartmann's Aufbau der realen Welt, the reader will be hard put to fully grasp this passage. In similar vein, only when the reader knows that Nikolai Hartmann in his Zur Grundlegung der Ontologie refers to the question of being and criticizes this question, will the reader understand the passage in which Heidegger alludes to those who ascribe to this question their own preconceived ideas. The passage in question is the following. Therefore, it is only an illusion when out of one's heedless opinion one ascribes one's own meaning to the phrase, the question of being. Mindfulness, 291. Furthermore, the phrase enlargement of the stock of categories would probably be incomprehensible to the reader unless in reading the following passage he bears in mind that it was Nikolai Hartmann who, with his Metaphysik der Erkenntnis, fostered a metaphysical critique of understanding of being which ended up with rejecting this understanding on the ground that it does not contribute to the enlargement of the stock of categories. The passage in question reads, thus addressing the understanding of being would mean returning to the anthropological and so to the one-sidedly grasped conditions for the enactment of thinking, roughly put, would amount to a psychology of metaphysics and so would prove to be anything but a contribution to the enlargement of the stock of categories. Mindfulness, 180 to 181. V. Technical aspects of the translation. 1. Layout. In each of its pages this translation reproduces the layout of the original German. All paragraphs, all indentations, and spacings are exactly the same as they appear in the original German text. It should be noted that the layout of the original German text had to be retained because the diction of the original text requires this layout. 2. Double quotation marks and single quotation marks. Except when placed around saying, double quotation marks in this translation are Heidegger's own. All single quotation marks, the so-called inverted commas, are translators. Thus we place between single quotation marks words and phases that because of their technical nature need to be singled out. Just to give a few examples we should mention in between, t/here, history, historical, as differentiated from Geschichte, see above, the ones to come, beings in a whole, going under, unknown most. 3. Italics. With a few exceptions all italics are Heidegger's. However, being part of the translation process, we have on occasion used a few italics of our own. 4. Parentheses and square brackets. All parentheses are Heidegger's, while all square brackets are translators. To avoid confusing translators' additions to the text with editors' footnotes, which in the original German text are also placed between square brackets, editors' footnotes are placed between braces. In this foreword as well as throughout mindfulness the abbreviation G followed by a page number and placed within a square bracket indicates the pagination of the original German text. 5. Footnotes. All footnotes and cross-references in this translation are identical to those in the original German text. There are no translator's footnotes. 6. Works cited. Except for contributions to philosophy, from Announcing, the titles of all Heidegger's works are given as they appear in the original German text of mindfulness. The thematic proximity of mindfulness to contributions and the necessity of retaining the keywords of the latter in the text of the former required that we use the title Contributions to Philosophy, from Announcing, in the footnotes. However, including bibliographical information of the existing English translations in the footnotes proved to be impractical for two reasons. First, to include such information meant acting as if Heidegger refers to these translations, which in fact he does not. To give one example, Heidegger often refers to his first major work in a general sort of way by mentioning the title Senuende Zeit, and sometimes he mentions this title not so much as the title of a book but as an achievement. Mentioning being and time instead seemed to us to obfuscate this distinction. Secondly, in some cases there is more than one English translation of the same work, and in some cases even the titles in English are not identical. Cases in point are the existing English translations of Vom Wesen des Grundes and Kant und das Problem der Metaphysik, not to mention the translations of the lecture Was ist Metaphysik. Given this state of affairs, the reader who needs bibliographical information concerning the English translations of the volumes of the Gesamtausgabe should use Update on the Gesamtausgabe, Heidegger Studies 21/2005, here. 7. Retaining the word Gesamtausgabe. The word Gesamtausgabe is left untranslated in this text and abbreviated with GA since the term is now accepted as a standard technical term. All references in the footnotes are to the volumes of this edition and use the abbreviation GA. It should be mentioned in passing that the rendition of the word Gesamtausgabe with collected edition is not a correct translation since Gesamtausgabe is to be distinguished from Gesammeltwerke, that is, a collected edition. If we were to translate the word Gesamtausgabe we would have to say complete edition. 6. Mindfulness and contemporary realities of Heidegger research. In reading Contributions and Mindfulness, the reader should consider the following dimensions. 1. Heidegger understands these works as originating from the non-representational apophantic character of being historical thinking. It is the unique nature of Contributions and Mindfulness as philosophical statements that they emerge from and return to that which shows and manifests itself as it is in itself. Failing to grasp this will lead to the mischaracterization of these works as working notes, aphorisms, mystical expressions, and so forth. 2. Heidegger does not understand these works as absolute statements about being, but rather as formal indications of the historical sway of being, formal indications that await fulfillment. 3. Being historical thinking has an unusual syntax because of the referential dependence of the syntax on the already mentioned fulfillment. Seen in this light, the syntax of being historical thinking is not a deficient one. The singularity of the syntax of being historical thinking follows from the fact that this thinking is not a thinking about being but is one that is ennowned by being. And insofar as this thinking itself is ennowned by being, the translation of the syntax of this thinking must take its bearings from this ennownment. Thus the goal of translating the syntax of being historical thinking is not to make the translation more intelligible than the original, but to let this thinking come alive once again. The key for entering into being historical thinking of Contributions and Mindfulness does not lie in translating Heidegger's language of thinking into another more intelligible language but precisely in dwelling in Heidegger's language of thinking itself. Point 17. Once these three dimensions are attended to, the possibility opens up of taking a brief look at mindfulness in the light of contemporary realities of Heidegger research. In the context of appropriation and co-enactment of Heidegger's thought, mindfulness, besides being the second major being historical treatise, is significant in two other respects. The first pertains to the question concerning Heidegger's political error of the 1930s. Anyone who is still interested in this question would do well to take a close look at those passages and sections of mindfulness that shed considerable light on the political situation in the Germany of the 1930s and, by extension, on Heidegger's political error. More than contributions before it, mindfulness contains passages that have unmistakable bearing on politics in general and on German politics of the 1930s in particular. While in the joining entitled Grounding, contributions address the being historical act of founding the political state and, in this sense, implicitly criticize Germany's National Socialist state, mindfulness makes explicit statements on Hitlerism by critically evaluating one of the speeches that Hitler gave to the Reichstag. The being historical questions to which Heidegger subjects this speech, and what he says about the role of youth in the arena of politics, are clear evidence that he disagreed with the politics of Hitler and National Socialism. Given the fact that this treatment of Hitler's speech was not intended for immediate publication, one can still see, by thinking through Heidegger's treatment of this speech in mindfulness, how being historical questioning demonstrates the baselessness of Hitler's assertions. In the 1930s, Heidegger, like the majority of German people, did not know anything of the horrors that later came to be known as the Holocaust. Yet, with brief remarks here and there in the text of mindfulness, Heidegger deeply expresses a critique and disapproval of the ruling clique. So, for instance, when he says, "That is why all dictators eagerly exploit the youth that suits them, because youth brings along the required ignorance which guarantees that lack of respect and that incapability for admiration that are necessary for carrying out, under the guise of a new awakening, the planned destruction and thereby evading all decisions." Mindfulness, 14. Here Heidegger shows how clearly he is aware of the Nazis' capability to exploit youth for planning and executing destruction under the guise of the new awakening, der neue Aufbruch, a slogan at the time. Who can read this passage and not notice that Heidegger is alluding here to the party organization known as Hitlerjugend? With the availability of mindfulness and other texts that are now published in GA 16, the whole question concerning Heidegger's political error of the 1930s needs to be re-examined in a manner that is no longer prosecutorial and journalistic but fully considers his being historical stance toward politics. Such a re-examination is likely to prove that much of the furor of the 1980s that surrounded Heidegger's political error was irrelevant and prejudicial. The second aspect in which mindfulness becomes significant in the light of contemporary realities is the message this work conveys with respect to those who are at the present time engaged in historicizing Heidegger's thought. In one of the texts that appears in this volume as an appendix, Heidegger asks what would happen if the pack of the curious ones throws itself at the posthumous works. Mindfulness, 378. With a prophetic look into the future, he warns against historicization of his life's work and says, "Whoever without hesitation reads the lecture courses only as a historical presentation of some work, and whoever then compares and reckons up the interpretation often with the already existing views or exploits the interpretation in order to correct the existing views, he has not grasped anything at all." Mindfulness, 360. While in the 1980s the pack of the curious threw itself upon the Gesamtausgabe and tried to diminish its philosophical significance on the ground that this edition has not gone through Heidegger's own editorial cutting board, the present members of the pack are relentlessly busy with historicizing Heidegger's thought. They take his work as a historical presentation, and compare it with the already existing views for the purpose of either disproving or endorsing it. They thus totally overlook the distinction between history, Geschichte, and history, History. However, an unhurried reading of the text of mindfulness in the light of this distinction will show the futility of both present and past historicizing of Heidegger's thought. It is to this end that the present translation of mindfulness hopes to be able to make a contribution. 18. Parvis Ahmad. Thomas Kailery. 1m. Heidegger, Contributions to Philosophy, from Announcing, trans. Parvis Ahmad and Kenneth Maley, Bloomington, Indiana University Press, 1999. All references to this work will be made in the body of the text with contributions followed by page number. 2. See Mindfulness, pages 370 to 371. 3 Ibid, p. 383. 4 Ibid. 5 Ibid. 6. Regarding these joinings, see Friedrich Wilhelm von Hermann, Contributions to Philosophy and Announcing Historical Thinking, in Companion to Heidegger's Contributions to Philosophy, ed. Charles E. Scott, et al., Indiana, Indiana University Press, 2001, pages 105 to 26, Parvis Ahmad, On Being, the last part of Contributions to Philosophy, Ibid, pages 229 to 45, Thomas Kailery, Hermeneutic Preconditions for Interpreting Heidegger, A Look at Recent Literature, Part 2, focusing on, and thinking after Beiträge, in Heidegger Studies, 19, 2003, 129 to 57. 7c Contributions, pages 15, 16. 8 For more on the question of an absolute transfer of Heideggerian terminology, see Parvis Ahmad, Translating Heidegger's Beiträge zur Philosophie as an Hermeneutic Responsibility, in Studia Phänomenologica, Vol. V, 2006. 9m. Heidegger, Beiträge zur Philosophie, vom Erinnus, ed. Friedrich Wilhelm von Hermann, Frankfurt am Main, Klostermann Verlag, 1994, p. 379. 10m. Heidegger, Identität und Differenz, Fulingen, Nesk Verlag, 1982, p. 25. 11 Parvis Ahmad, On the Inception of Being Historical Thinking and Its Unfolding as Mindfulness, in Heidegger Studies, 16, 2000, pages 66 ff. 12 Ibid, 66. 13 See the entry Vermention in Deutsches Wörterbuch von Jacob und Wilhelm Grimm, Leipzig, Verlag von S. Herzl, 1956, Volume 12, p. 860. There, the brothers Grimm use the following quote, Adam and Vermenchter Teufel, Christus and Vermenchter God. Adam a humanized devil, Christ a humanized God. From this quote the primary meaning of Vermention proves to be to humanize, to take human shape. 14 cm Heidegger, Zu Holderlin, Griechenland Driesen, Frankfurt am Main, Klostermann Verlag, 2000, GA 75, pages 213 to 73. 15 cm Heidegger, Wegmarken, Frankfurt am Main, Klostermann Verlag, 1976, p. 141. 16 William J. Richardson, Heidegger Through Phenomenology to Thought, The Hague, Martinusnichhof, 1977, p. 197, Passim. 17 Parvis Ahmad, On the Inception, p. 71. 18 For a general discussion of mindfulness, see Parvis Ahmad, A Conversation with Friedrich Wilhelm von Hermann on Mindfulness, in the New Yearbook for Phenomenology and Phenomenological Philosophy, 2006, Volume 6, pages 1 to 20. Acknowledgements. We would like to express our gratitude to those who assisted us in this translation in a variety of ways. First, our thanks go to Herr Dr. Hermann Heidegger, the literary executor of Martin Heidegger's Nachlass, for granting us permission to write an extended foreword to this translation. Next, our thanks are due to Professor Friedrich Wilhelm von Hermann, chief contributing editor of Heidegger's Gesamtauszüge, for his generosity in devoting a considerable amount of time to a private seminar with Parvis Ahmad in order to discuss the difficulties of the syntax of mindfulness. While the final responsibility for this translation rests with us, its indebtedness to Professor von Hermann should be duly acknowledged. Finally, we would like to extend our thanks to Gertrude Ahmad for her help in so many ways during the course of completing this translation. G1I. Introduction. G3-1. Prelude from Periander and Aeschylus. Mu epsilon lambda tau alpha tau pi nu. Periander. Point 1. Take into care beings in the whole. Pi alpha nu pi alpha chi theta pi lambda nu theta epsilon omicron sigma iota kappa omicron iota alpha nu epsilon nu. Aeschylus, Prometheus v 49.2. Often everything is a load to bear, except the mastery over gods. G4-2. The other thinking. At first take the last glow of blessing from the dark hearth of being, that it may kindle the countering. Godship, humankind in one. Throw the distress of bold clearing between the world and the earth as song. To inaugurate all things. In joyful thanks to accord and rank. Shelter in word the silent message. Of a leap over the large and small. And lose the empty findings. Of a sudden semblance on the way to being. Summer 1938. G5-3. The leap. Take, throw, and shelter. And be the leap. From the most remote memory. Into an ungrounded realm. Carry before you. The one who? Who is man? Say without fail. The one what? What is being? Never disregard. The one how? How is there concord? Man, truth, being. Respond out of heightening of man's own most, of the sway of truth and being. Unto refusal. Wherein they are granted to themselves. G6-4. The guardians. Away rolls the subterranean storm. Inaudible to all the many. Into spaces above worldly. Remote thrust of being. The world and the earth blended long since. Disturbed in their law of strife. Withdraw from things any destiny. Number raves into empty quantity. No longer bestows bond and likeness. What counts as a being is what lives. But living lives only by the uproar of a noisy presumption, which is already late to the ones that follow. But they guard, the secret guardians, of an unrisen transformation, remote thrust of being, between the turbulent making and contrivance. G7-5. The knowing awareness. But we know the beginning. The other one, we know it by questioning. We stay in the leap ahead of any yes and no. Certainly we are never the knowing ones. Yet in knowing awareness we are those who are. We leave ourselves behind. In questioning the clearing of being. Decision is still being's. Whether being, crushing power and powerlessness. Calls to the earth. The world into strife. Whether being brings God to distress. And N owns the expansive stillness. To descend, to man. G8-6. The word. Nothing, nowhere, never. Before every something, before all then and there. Towers the word. Out of the ground, which granted. What every ground failed to grant. Since only the bond. With what is said. Fits out everything as a thing. And scatters in a maze. The hunted senses. G9-6a. We do not know goals. We do not know goals. And are only a pathway. We do not need many. That are long since intertwined. The mania for contrivances. That one would only bring. The heart for the tune. Of stillness in being. Which thrashes the wild. In the grounding shrine. Is our courage. G10-6b. Descend. That descend be, to say being. To carry out of it the distress. Into the span. Of an upward glance filled with bids. That descend be, to take being back. Into the awakened ear. Of the one, who chooses. Stillness as his work. That descend be, to sing being. Out of a distant song. To bring being where it is at home. What as power avoided being's sway for long. G11-7. Ahea. Alpha rho chi mu epsilon gamma lambda alpha rho epsilon tau. Nu alpha sigma sigma alpha lambda. Theta epsilon iota alpha, mu pi tau alpha sigma mu nu. Sigma nu theta epsilon sigma iota nu tau rho alpha chi epsilon pi omicron tau psi epsilon delta epsilon iota. Pinder, Fragment 205, Schroeder, 1. Beginning of a worthiness to greatness. Lady, godly, sheltering unconcealing. That thou do not ever upset my in abiding thou through wild hard, crude, reversal. Asterisk. In a free-thinking interpretation. The truth, clearing, of being is The being of errancy. The sphere of error, just like the sphere of riches, is first placed in this abode. But how about the reversal? Clearing is the of ground as distress of grounding. G12 The inceptuality of that which is sole and unique in beings rises out of the clearing of being, which uncomparably has already outlasted every eternity, the eternity which we always calculate additionally as empty duration and clinging to it, ascertain it as groundless consolation. The inceptuality of that which is sole and unique is that greatness, which protected out of being has its beginning in freedom but whose sway is the mastery as sacrifice of gifting the highest distress from out of the jubilation of preserving the non-coercive transmission into the domain of the nearness and remoteness of God. This clearing of being is at the same time the being of errancy, the site of the origin of distortion into which we are easily thrust and into which we easily fall, and as we fall prey to mere beings and their exclusive predominance, powerful and powerless in alternation of things and circumstances. This clearing calculates for us in advance causes, drives and inclinations, desires and pleasures, for everything and twists everything into what is merely extant, easily possessed, familiar and used by everyone. The true announce itself only in the truth, so that we belong to its swaying, know the danger of distortion as something rooted in that swaying, and do not let in and do not fear the distorted and its unleashed power, abide in the venture of being, belong to the unique service of the not yet appeared but proclaimed God. 1 Diels, Die Fragmenter Vorsakritiker, Griechisch U Deutsch, 5th edition, ed. W. Krantz. Volume I, Chapter 10, Die Siebenweisen, Berlin, 1934. 2 Escalitrago et E, Recensut G. Hermanus. Editio Altera, Tomus Primus. Barolini 1859. 1 Pandari Carmina cum Fragmentus Selectus. Interim edited O. Schroeder. In Adibus B. G. Tubneri Lipsii, 1914. G13 2. Leaping ahead unto the uniqueness of being. G15 8. On mindfulness. Only by coming from far away from the remote beginning of the history of being, free from every history, can thinking prepare the readiness for the grounding of the one decision, cf. below G45, and for the more detailed account of decision see Überlegungen 12:29, and only this, whether machination of beings would make man exceedingly powerful and transpose him into an unbridled being of power, or whether being would gift the grounding of its truth as distress from out of which the countering of God and man cross with the strife of the earth and the world. Such a criss-crossing is the struggle of struggles, the owning wherein beings are owned over again to the belongingness to being. War is only the uncontrolled machination of beings, peace only the seeming suspension of that uncontrolledness. Struggle is but the mirroring of the gifting of the sway from out of the mildness of the pride of refusal. Struggle is thought here from out of the stillness of the swaying. Struggle is the all too human name for the owning that is withdrawn from man. Being is owning, it is the settleable owning, settlement, cf. below G84. The futural thinking, the owned saying in imageless word, is thinking of the preparedness for the history of the crossing, the overcoming of metaphysics. G16 9. Machination, coercive force, power, mastery, a. Machination here means the makeability of beings which produces as well as makes up everything, such that only in this makeability the beingness of beings that are abandoned by being, and by the grounding of its truth, determines itself. Here makeable is thought as watchable equals watchful. And hence makeability is thought in the sense of producibility. Machination means the accordance of everything with producibility, indeed in such a way that the unceasing, unconditioned reckoning of everything is pre-directed. Such things allow progress only marginally, because progress seems, or intends to be able to surmount destruction as the indicator of retrogression. But then machination adjoins beings as such to the space of a play that continually plays into machination as an ongoing annihilation. Already constantly annihilating in the very thread of annihilation, machination expands its sway as coercive force. By securing power, This coercive force develops as the immediately eruptible and always transformable capability for subjugation that knows no discretion, and supersedes itself as it spreads. The coercive force that is released within the sway of machination is always subordinated only to power and never grounds mastery, because machination reaches ahead of everything makeable, blocks and finally undermines all decision. Mastery, however, arises out of the grounding capability for decision. It not only possesses dignity, but is also the free capability of originarily honoring, not G17 a being, but being itself. Mastery is the dignity of being as being. All mastery is inceptual and belongs to the beginning. Under all kinds of disguises of manifold coercive forces, machination fosters in advance the completely surveyable calculability of the subjugating empowering of beings to an accessible arrangement. Modern technicity arises out of this foundational but at the same time concealed fostering. Modern technicity releases man into the urge towards structuring his massive way of being through which every human particularity is overpowered because each particularity must enjoin the makeable as the co-enacting subject who only seemingly steers and leads. To the extent that in the epoch of machination that is empowered to its unbounded coercive force, man also grasps himself as animal, living being, the only thing that still remains for man himself, equally for we and for I, is the lived experience as that arrangement of his comportment and attitude which in the sphere of machination confers upon him the appearance of self-assertion vis-a-vis beings. The heightening of the expanse and quickness of affordability and publicness of live experience is an indication that the last barriers to the coercive force of machination have fallen away. The foundational consequence of the epoch of the completion of modernity, cf. 10. Completion of modernity, is already the power of technicity over beings and its powerlessness vis-a-vis being. This epoch can never posit technicity as its ground. The characterizations that are subsumed under the titles civilization and culture are no longer adequate for this epoch. Both civilization and culture certainly belong to modernity, but only to the epoch of its preparation which has come to an end. The sway of technicity is still held back in both civilization and culture, and hence counts only as a special domain and above all as the limited form of dominating things as well as man's massive way of being, cf. 63. Technicity. As the ownmost of beings, as the manner in which beings as such generally are, machination impels all the forces capable of power and of transforming power to total unleashing into self-overpowering of power. G18 True to the basic sway of power, power has always continued by furthering and heightening of power such that its superseding should count only as something unessential and exclusively conspicuous in external process. This self-overpowering of power that continues in this way shows itself in manifold phenomena which, as they are experienced, fall prey to an interpretation with the help of a stock of metaphysical concepts which have been handed down. Without determining the sway of force closely or in general, one speaks of the dynamic and means propulsiveness of power that is launched and let loose and overflows itself. One names the total and thinks of the peculiarity of the being of power that it can tolerate nothing outside its arena of effectiveness which could still be addressed as actual. One points at the imperial and touches upon the commanding character of power which loathes to request, to negotiate, or to await the accidental, since its own overpowering of itself necessarily includes commanding everything to subjugation that finds itself in the sphere of disposal of power. One mentions the rational and strikes upon that calculating character in everything of the nature of command as it surrounds the closed circle of the distribution and the steering of forces. One points at the planetary and wants to say not only that each instance of the empowering of power is always total in itself, in relation to a country, a people, but also that each sets its limits only at the boundaries of the inhabited globe and its domain of disposability, the atmosphere and stratosphere, which says right away that the planet as a whole is used as a product of power and that therefore detecting a planetary opponent becomes unavoidable. However, all these and other characterizations of the sway of power G19 are never sufficient, because they are fundamentally inadequate for recognizing machination as such and for grasping it being historically as a form of mastery of the self-refusing being and its ungrounded truth. For such a grasping can take place only in a deciding, through which one side of machination as such and, along with it, machination in its unconcealed sway in general, first comes to a halt. However, every sway of power and every power-possessing being is in itself an evasion of such decisions, decisions which simply remain hidden to the foundational trait of power because the commanding character of that trait occupies the forefront at the same time as the command nevertheless exhibits at least the transmission and forming of a decidedness. And yet not every decidedness arises from out of a decision. If ever this were to be the case, then the decision need not be a foundational one in which the sway of being itself is put at risk. That is why all dictators eagerly exploit the youth that suits them, because youth brings along the required ignorance which guarantees that lack of respect and that incapability for admiration that are necessary for carrying out, under the guise of a new awakening, the planned destruction and thereby evading all decisions. Out of an only superficially experienced and interpreted machination as indicated in the above-mentioned characterizations, an attitude arises that believes to be able to identify and to recognize, by a simple affirmation of the overpowering of power that is unleashed in the heightening of coercion, that which is. One interprets this acceptance of the actual as heroism. But this so-called heroism has all the markings of capitulating before the extant as such, that is, before the machinationally determined beings that are abandoned by being. Where only the inevitable is accepted, the necessary need not have been experienced in advance. And the necessary can be experienced only out of the knowing awareness of a distress that thoroughly prevails in beings and challenges the sway of beingness. The heroic realism, seemingly the highest form of knowing of, and G20 attitude towards beings, amounts only to the most covered way of evading being. But by pretending that it has the sharpest insight into what is, this realism explicitly seals off the forgottenness of being. It thus proves publicly how up to date it is in the epoch of the beginning of the completion of modernity. And yet, all the attempts made at the service of worldview to interpret the unrecognizable entanglement in the concealed history of the epoch are always superficial and a fruitless supplement that does not prepare any origin for decisions. By contrast, what is important to mindfulness is the growing knowing awareness of the sway of power and of what is fundamentally effective in the self-overpowering of power. On the one hand, the self-overpowering that distinguishes all power always leaves behind the already attained stage of power and extent of power, the annihilation that belongs to power as the preform of the devastation that is fundamental to the unconditionality of power. On the other hand, this self-surrendering of the attained phase of power includes and pursues that self-seeking that belongs to power and absolutely sticks to itself. That is why only such a being of power that, as it were, is sent ahead by machination grants that swaying of being that is suitable to sustaining man metaphysically as subject and continually to confirm his right vis-a-vis himself. For, where power overpowers itself through coercive force, the appeal to right be accumulates, the appeal to a word, which reaches ahead into the self-overpowering and names only what has to be posited as the claim on expansion of power and on effectiveness of coercive force. On the basis of the unconditionality of power, the constant search for the new and suitable opponents, peculiar to every unfolding of power, leads at the end to the utmost phase of devastation of the circle of the limitlessly subjugated power. With this phase of devastation, G21, which more obtrusive than ever before still looks like construction, achievement, deed, engagement, and which, when understood in the light of the coercive force, also is, a point will be reached in which destruction becomes impossible. Here destruction means bringing about a final disturbance of the hitherto out of the decision that has already been enacted in favor of another beginning. Devastation, on the other hand, is the undermining of every possibility of a beginning on the basis of a completely bedazzled self-seeking that lacks all measures and has become absolute. Such a self-seeking has to admit mindfulness as its unassailable opponent in the form in which coercive force makes admissions. Coercive force casts out what it admits into the supposed nothingness of the ridiculous and the feeble. But even this self-rescuing of the sway of power is a foundational consequence of machination, in which all beings and subject are specially abandoned to the ungroundedness of the truth of the forgotten being. The predominance of machination shows itself most intensely in cases in which machination also takes possession of thinking and arranges machinationally the thinking of the beingness of beings, such that being itself is made into something that makes itself, arranges and erects itself. Its precondition primarily is interpretation of being as objectivity of objects, as objectness of objects. The objectness is constituted, and this constitution in turn is relegated into a self-constitution of the subject as the subject of thinking. Thus being will be grasped constitutively as becoming. But because time is the form of becoming, on these machinational pathways of interpreting being there arises an obvious interconnection between being and time. But these trains of thought could have nothing in common with that which is inceptually inquired under the title being and time. Moreover, these trains of thought could not have an inkling of what has taken possession of them, namely being, which as machination compels the thinking G22 of the sway of machination to be of the same kind as machination, and this leads to a situation that does not allow this thinking, that is, metaphysics, ever to come across the truth of being as inquirable. Likewise, the seemingly natural and ordinary thinking that is rooted in metaphysics lacks every possibility for thinking unto the question of being, because this natural and ordinary thinking, in a more coarse manner, renders machination at home in beings. In the unbounded field of machination within the daily care, only purpose and means expand as cohesive powers. And this in such a way that all purposes and everything ostensibly represented as purpose are levelled off as means. Obviously, the means find their only law in the process like mediation. They mediate only the mediation as such, that is, the pure empowering of power which drags itself down into the form of a mere empowering. Under the pressure of the effectiveness of the pure process of empowering of power, goals become superfluous. The struggle between countering and strife is the owning that lights up, the clearing, wherein God overshadows the earth in its closure and man erects the world so that the world awaits God and the earth receives man. This clearing frees all the swaying of the owned unto the ground of owning. But this owning is that within which thinking names being. Owning does not sit enthroned over the owned as from the beyond, nor does it encompass merely the totality of beings as the purposeless emptiness. Rather, owning is the in-between, which in advance unfolds within the stretches of that which removes itself unto, the stretches of the free play of time-space, that has to be grounded by man as the T/here, a grounding wherein for the first time man finds his other ownmost out of which he receives accord and rank, de-sen. De-sen means taking over the distress of the grounding of the truth of being. It is the beginning of a history that has no history. From the perspective of thinking, mindfulness means preparing the preparedness for such a takeover in the form of a knowing awareness of being, because thinking inquires into the truth of being G23 in imageless saying of the word. But the word is the tune of the struggle between countering and strife, the word is attuned out of owning, is thoroughly tuning the clearing and is tuned into the ground of being. In accordance with the mirroring of ennonement, every foundational word, every saying, is ambiguous. But such ambiguity does not know the arbitrariness of the unbridled, it remains enveloped within the richness of the uniqueness of being. Because being sways in and as the word, all dialectic of propositions and concepts moves constantly within objects and blocks every step towards mindfulness. Coming from the overcoming of metaphysics, mindfulness must nevertheless touch upon the hitherto and cannot become inflexible as the finished product of a usable presentation either in a doctrine or in a system, or as exhortation or edification. The fittingness and the rigor of this thinking vis-a-vis all the unfittingness of opinions and the casualness of mere talking, have their rooting and branching in the sway of the truth of being, which, exempt from all the power of the effective and not compelled by the powerlessness of the mere represented, must ground itself in the nowhere and never of beings, ground itself unto the sightless place and the hourless time of the struggle of ennowment wherein those ennowned call each other unto their sway, which foundational call of being attunes itself as the word and determines the thinking of being as saying. The preparation for that unique decision can be enacted only by leaping ahead unto an appropriate decidedness, which reckoned historically, is not yet actual, discernible, or effective, and has nonetheless taken over the history of the other beginning as the history of the swaying of the truth of being. That decision is, therefore, never a historical critique which always would have to remain within its epoch. The decision prepares itself as mindfulness of what is own most to the epoch that consists of the completion of modernity. This completion is the either to the or of the other beginning. G24 The preparation for decision is in the crossing, and yet it is not affected by that piecemealness that marks undecidedness. The crossing is sustained and retained clearly by the knowing awareness of the sway of the completion of the metaphysical epoch, and by the unique inquiry that is denied to any metaphysics, namely the inquiry into the truth of being. Necessitated and held within decision itself, mindfulness, as the originary onefold of that historical knowing awareness, and this inquiry, only prepares the decision. Beyond the multinational wars and organizations of peace, and in accord with the ennonement of that struggle, this decision itself is not only historical, but is also the ground of the fundamental transformation of that history which is free from all history. This decision is not made as an act of an individual man, it is the thrust of being itself, by which machination of beings and man as a historical animal are separated vis-a-vis the ground of being, and are left to their own lack of origin. That is why preparation for decision does not mean paving the way for it as if decision is a contrivance of man, or possibly still could be such a contrivance. Only the free play of the time-space is prepared wherein the fundamental transformation, not a mere higher breeding or a rebreeding, of the animal rationale has to announ historically. Thinking mindfulness must recognize itself as only one action, perhaps the one which thinks ahead the furthest, for this preparation, and therefore it should engage itself in the most intensive mindfulness as inceptual self-mindfulness of philosophy. But thinking saying cannot become the word that actually sways, this needs a poet, who must grow out of that stock whose lineage Holderlin erected, we when amphairtage. Specifically, thinking mindfulness should grasp the sway of the completion of modernity and leave behind all thinking that acquiesces to metaphysics, even in cases in which such thinking seemingly rejects metaphysics on the assumption that by no longer questioning it, metaphysics has been mastered. But metaphysics G25, and this always means domination of being that is determined by thinking as representing, a domination whose truth is ungrounded, can be overcome only by a more inceptual questioning of metaphysics's own most question, and by relegating metaphysics to its full historical necessity. Questioning more inceptually means, on the one hand, to raise to what is most question-worthy that which remained fundamentally unquestioned, the truth of being, not of beings, that is, the being of truth. Questioning more inceptually means, on the other hand, to leap into the hitherto hidden history of being, and thereby to grasp history itself in the whole more foundationally than any kind of history. That is why mindfulness requires a knowing awareness of the sway of its epoch, the epoch that mindfulness has already abandoned and has to abandon at the moment when the completion of this epoch begins, cf. 10. Completion of modernity. Cf. The inquiry into the truth of being, which as questioning never leads up to an answer but wholly entrusts itself to the tune of stillness, to the answer that is attuned to being as its swaying. 10. Completion of modernity. Completion of modernity is simultaneously completion of the metaphysical history of the Occident, the history which explicitly or implicitly is sustained by metaphysics. More precisely put, completion of metaphysics determines and sustains the beginning of the completion of modernity. Here completion means the unbounded and therefore untangled simple empowering of the sway of the epoch. Completion thus neither indicates a mere attaching of a still G26 missing period, nor the coming to an end of what is basically already known. Rather, completion heralds what is lastly and mostly disconcerting within the epoch, and does not cease with the completion, but begins the foundational domination. The completion of the metaphysical epoch raises being in the sense of machination to such a domination, that within machination being is indeed forgotten, and yet the beings of such nature are pursued as the only unconditionally secured representing and producing. Such arrangeable representedness and producedness decides upon what should be admitted as being and discarded as non-being. The producibility of beings that produces and makes up everything is machination, which predetermines also the nature of the effectiveness of beings and provides actuality with its unique meaning. What is effective as such is not calculated according to the short-term purposes of a being. Rather it consists solely in the manner of the effectiveness of machination itself, of being. Machination prevails at the same time as the ground of interpreting the actual as the will to power, the ground that is not known in its sway and is also unrecognizable by all metaphysics. Its sway consists in the necessary and therefore unceasing overpowering of all power, an overpowering whose sway fosters in advance, but does not cause, the makeability of machination. Planning, calculating, arranging and breeding foster a being that has come to power in this way and thereby fosters the affirmation of becoming, but not with the intention of progressing towards a goal and an ideal, rather for the sake of becoming itself. For becoming pursues the overpowering, since any kind of power can maintain itself only in overpowering. However, becoming is fundamentally fostered beforehand by machination itself because machination arises out of the sway of being as presencing and constancy. Being is becoming, this is not a denial of being. On the contrary, with being is becoming being's inceptual sway, sigma iota, delta alpha, omicron sigma alpha, is foundationally fulfilled through beingness as machination that is marked in advance by the staying away of the grounding of truth G27, cf below G92f, G110f. The seeming priority of becoming over being indicates only the self-empowering of producibility for rendering its unconditioned presencing constant and thus for the completed empowering of becoming to being. When thinking insists on the seeming oppositionality of becoming to being, thinking does not know what it thinks. This insistence is an indication that thinking has failed to come to terms with metaphysics. Hegel's and Nietzsche's metaphysics, belonging together within the completion of Occidental metaphysics like left and right, enact that interpretation of beings as such in the whole, which can no longer be surpassed and undermined within metaphysics, not even considering what constitutes the position of each thinker, namely absolute reason in Hegel and body in Nietzsche, in short in both the absolute rational animal. The completion of the metaphysical epoch frees being unto the sway of machination, but man, the unrecognized guardian of the truth of being, completes himself initially as the despiser of this truth with a contempt that indeed has to know nothing of that which it overlooks. The rational animal has become subject and has developed reason into history, whose sway coincides with the sway of technicity. The man of the completed modernity is the historical animal, who out of his drivenness raises his own doings as lived experience to a desideratum and to whom beings in the whole appear as life. The only two developments of the final Occidental metaphysics in Nietzsche that struggle toward the completion of modernity and are worthy of attention are O. Spengler's Caesarist's metaphysics of history and E. Junger's metaphysics of the worker. The former thinks in the perspective of man as a predator and sees the ongoing completion and the end in the domination of Caesars to whom the masses have become serviceable through economy, technicity, and world wars. The latter thinks planetarily G28, not economically, not societally, not politically, the gestalt of the worker in whom the modern humanity becomes a permanent member of the organic construction of beings in the whole. However, neither Spengler's nor Junger's thought should be confined to words like Caesar and the worker, words with which Spengler and Junger, having great individuals in mind, seek to capture the ownmost of the overman, that is, the henceforth determined animal. However, such stereotyped allusions to the actually enacted trains of thought shorten and postpone things continually. These allusions only suggest that here a struggle is going on for positions and standpoints, which unfolds its disclosive power exclusively through an unpublic encounter with that struggle. Although Spengler and Junger grow out of the same metaphysical root, their thinking is different from the ground up. It is not important how as the upshot of a latter-day historical psychology both Spengler and Junger become effective publicly, are rejected, used and rendered harmless. Spengler's pure pessimism of doom and Junger's pure dynamism in each case only make up the foregrounds in the domain of publicly necessitated thoughtless labeling. On both Spengler's and Junger's ways of unfolding Nietzsche's metaphysics, beings in the whole are machinationally thought, and due to man's fundamental entanglement in machination he is determined as executor of machination. As organized mass and as individual member of such organization, man is thus simultaneously always the powerful and the indifferent, the leader and the melted down. Therefore, the final word wherein beings in the whole and being human cross is called destiny. As the highest will to power of the predator, the military thinking that comes from the World War and the unconditionality of armament always indicate the completion of the metaphysical epoch. World war as well as world peace, in the Judeo-Christian ambiguity, mean multinational organizations that correspond to each other. G29 War and peace in this epoch can no longer be a means for any purpose and goal, nor can they be purposes and goals in themselves. Rather, world war as well as world peace are only that in which the actual and beings have to be completed, beings whose strength and distinction consists in the abandonment by being, cf 7. Being and man, cf 63. Technicity. The appeal to destiny means arming beings' abandonment of beings vis-a-vis beings. This appeal is at the same time the empty victory of the heroism of man as subject, which lacks decision. The appeal to destiny is only the reverse side of the historical conception of history, is its thoroughgoing explanation out of what always is a being, an explanation out of causes and purposes that are wished to be. The affirmation of destiny is the exit into the metaphysics that has no exit, into the metaphysics which exhausts itself in all its possible expressions and reversals and thereby has become totally entangled in itself. Where out of an honesty of attitude the appeal to an existing seen being, God, the appeal to the Judeo-Christian God and his rational derivations into providence and the like, is abandoned, where the retreat both to man and his creative glory has lost its magic, where only the doings of the world in its controllability still offer a course of action but cannot afford it and nonetheless seek help from both man and his mania for lived experience and from God and his consolations, their God, world, and man, the threefold structured beings in the whole, as metaphysics domain of flight air groundlessly in the ungrounded truth of being, a staggering of man between threat and security or the absolute indifference. G3011. Art in the epoch of completion of modernity. In the epoch of the completion of modernity what is hitherto metaphysically almost to art becomes complete. The sign of this is the disappearance of the work of art but not art itself. Art becomes a manner in which machination completes itself in a thorough construction of beings unto the unconditioned, secure disposability of the organized. As the form of the fundamental effectiveness of their machination, the created beings, highways, aircraft hangars at airports, giant ski jumps, power stations and reservoirs, manufacturing plants and fortifications, are, in a different way than up to now, fully eased into what is not their component, that is, into what is, into nature and into the public world. Nature transforms itself according to these installations, plants itself entirely into them and comes to light only in them and is held in their purview. With and through these installations and according to their style, nature becomes beautiful. According to the metaphysical character of art which is totally fulfilled in the completion, beauty even now remains the basic determination. Beauty is what pleases and must please the being of the power of man, the predator. But already hidden behind the basic determination is that which within the crossing is almost to this determination insofar as with the disappearance of the work of art in favor of sheer machination, being's complete abandonment of beings consolidates itself. Therefore, every possibility of looking for a meaning of this art that could still prevail behind or above its creations fades. Indeed, in the gestalt of modern technicity and history art becomes tau kainueta again, not by simply relapsing unto tau kainueta but by completing itself. In the gestalt of its fittingness into machination, i.e., in its pleasantness, art is an unconditionally organized delivery of makeability of beings unto machination. G31 The hitherto existing classes of art dissolve and continue only by name or as isolated, unreal fields of occupation for those latecomer romantics who lack a future. The hitherto existing classes of art continue by name, for example in the forging of poems, dramas, and corresponding works of music, painting and sculpture. What art brings forth is not such works, and particularly not works in being historical sense that inaugurate a clearing of being, the being in which beings would first have to be grounded. What art brings forth are installations, forms of organizing beings. Poems are declarations, they are appeals in the sense of calling out what already exists in the domain of the all-deciding and all-securing public. Word, sound, and image are means for structuring, stirring, rousing and assembling of masses, in short, they are means of organizing. Photography and cinema should not be compared with and measured by the historically known works of art, both have their own norm in the ownmost of the metaphysically completed art as the organization of the all-producing and all-constituting makeability of beings. Motion picture is the public installation of the new societal comportments, fashion, gestures, and live experience of actual lived experiences. It is not films that are trashy, but what they offer as the consequence of machination of lived experience and what they disseminate as worthy of live experience. Stemming from imitating works of art, and losing its prop through the machinationally necessitated disappearance of what is hitherto ownmost to the works of art, kitsch becomes autonomous and no longer experienceable as kitsch. Kitsch is not the inferior art but the very best skill that is devoted to what is empty and is not fundamental, which in order still to secure itself a significance seeks support in the public advertising of its symbolic character. Not only is the historical comparison of kitsch with the stock of artwork that is historically preserved up to now inappropriate, but also inappropriate is the very orientation to the values of what is G32 historically handed down. As material for learning and provocation, what is historically handed down can count in the same way only as perfect art, perfect in the sense of an indiscriminate, uncommitted historicism. That today all of what is gone by is found again in the products of art is not due to the fact that this epoch lacks its own style. Rather, the machinational epoch has its own style which consists precisely in the uncommitted adoption of everything that fits into organizing the public life of the masses, which like every other community, has its own individuals and personalities. Hence, the growing affability of the profession of art which coincides with the secure rhythm that originates from within the predominance of technicity and shapes everything that is installable and organizable. Unlike its preceding form in the 19th century, historicism now no longer means a thoroughgoing savoring of random possibilities of objectified history that squanders itself and has no commitment. Rather, historicism is tied beforehand to the machinationality of all beings from which it obtains above all its own already committed completion. Museum now is no longer the place for storing what is past but the place for exhibiting what is planned that appeals, educates and thereby commits. In the broad sense of organizing the earth, what is planned is not simply planned and executed piecemeal and in stages and at different places. Rather, what is planned in prior accord with the sway of planning from out of the whole, what is planned is made accessible and exhibited beforehand and immediately, proclamation of power, the parade of numbers, of length, of width, and of height extension. Exhibition means that what is shown is already principally rendered stable. Productions of art generally have the character of installation which is already guided by a preordained direction of a surpassing that plans and produces the beings that are to be controlled, a preordained direction which is never to become explicit but should organically fit into the landscape, into the public needs and measures. G33 however, in the light of that which machinationally sways in these productions, that into which, for instance, the landscape fits will be seen in advance technologically so that the technological products also conform to the landscape. Appendix, land, and populated valleys, mountains, and rivers are not seen technologically as if only what otherwise remains a landscape should additionally be made useful in terms of technicity. A being is no longer primarily admitted as landscape, nor does mere technicity dominate it. Rather, what is created is determined in advance as installation by the machinational securing and ordering of beings in the whole, that is, by an installation which installs itself on beings and in beings, thus installing them unto the securing of organizing as an organization of securing. The grounding attunement of organizing installation is the grounding attunement of the heightening of power through a playful unobtrusiveness of calculation. For the origin of installation within producibility, cf. above G16. The manner of representing the productions corresponds to the installation character of productions and to the way of dealing with them, control and embracement. And this as lived experience, as training in lived experience, which means honing in on everything by taking and assessing everything entirely according to what machinationally sways in beings, itself hidden and ungraspable. This means, no longer searching behind or above beings, not even feeling emptiness, but searching and finding, exclusively and maximally, what in the enactment of the multinational is livable, lever and as such can be incorporated into one's own life, which is shaped by the masses, and thus to foster this as what is solely valid and assuring. Installation and training in lived experience belong to the sway of the multinational security of beings in the whole and to man's securing that is herein incorporated. But what is metaphysically own most to art and completes itself G34 need not be grasped immediately at all. On the contrary, following being's abandonment of beings that is organized along with art, man's forgottenness of being becomes boundless. When grasped according to being, that is, being historically, what in the epoch of completion actually happens must be not only hidden, but also disguised. The explicit regard for art, and the preoccupation with art, all the way to the industry called art history, are animated by entirely different categories of thinking, namely by those that are required by the preeminence of man as subject, that is, by the interpretation of beings in the whole and of man in terms of life. Art counts as an expression of life and is valued depending on the extent it succeeds in being such an expression, whereby what life is simultaneously laid out along with the type of artistic productions, e.g. masculinity of man is laid out along with huge muscles and genitals, blank faces that are tense with brutality. But interpretation of art as expression indicates at the same time that art, although still interpreted historically according to work character and according to how art makes pleasure possible, must be adequate to the sway of installation whose appropriation simply can be effected only by training in lived experience. Thus history as a science has received, not created, a new horizon of interpretation, which beyond a corresponding span of time guarantees history the hitherto unused possibilities for new knowledge and likewise secures fellow travelers the means for proving their superiority and a new awakening and thus the occasion for securing their indispensability. But with this indispensability science has become something entirely different than what it was meant to be and once might have been, neither the grounding nor the pathway of grounding that belongs to a foundational knowing awareness, rather a technical organization of training for the security of lived experience vis-a-vis G35 the multinational. Therefore, the operational forms of the modern and perfected sciences are developed forthwith most purely there, where they are allowed to operate with the unlimited means of organizing and representing, i.e., within the universities. These are in all respects nothing but the mandated forms of training as distinguished from research institutes and research establishments and all kinds of higher schools of learning. In this way, art becomes the development that is germane to modes of representing and producing of multinational beings. Art becomes so germane to the very development of the modes of producing which remain entirely in serviceability that this development delimits the relevant matter das Sachhaft and only admits as relevant sachlich what can be multinationally planned. Art means organizing the installations of producibility of all beings, hence it lacks decision in advance. Sharing the sway of technicity and history, art undertakes the organizing of beings whose being is decided upon in advance as machination. That is why art is not at all entitled to a free play of decision, and a decidability. It is difficult to see the ownmost of art in the perspective of historical comparison of art history and still more difficult to behold in that comparison the completion of what metaphysically sways in art. By contrast, determining the sway of art as setting the truth of being unto work means leaping ahead into another history. And only by misusing this history can one interpret the history of metaphysical art. Insofar as in this art, too, being of beings takes shape, one can initially interpret what being historically sways in art from out of the historical remembrance, whereby this interpretation already no longer thinks metaphysically, but being historically. Cf. Lectures on the Origin of the Work of Art. G36 Nietzsche's concept of art as stimulant of life takes a peculiar position between aesthetic, metaphysical artwork and the art that completes and consolidates its ownmost in the mode of organizing machination. Thus this concept remains entirely in the metaphysical domain, of course, according to Nietzsche's way of reversing Platonism. Today Nietzsche's interpretation of art is also crudely and subtly effective in a designing of art that concerns the massive character of life. The genuine modern art, which had to grow beyond what Hegel was able to see as art and beyond what the 19th century attempted, is distinguished by creativity's own covert installation character that interpenetrates all beings. Next to this, and in part desired and fostered by the same spirit, there is a historical continuation of the art industry of the 19th century which is now assessed in terms of cultural politics, but remains unreal and only indicates the historicism that shimmers in all its possible colors. Besides, parallel or lingering next to this historicism, there is a cultivation and an enjoyment of the historical traditions of Occidental art that are aesthetically sure of their taste and mostly supported and guided by the educationally motivated dissemination of historical research into art. On the other hand, no mindfulness of art can be pursued in all of this, because such a mindfulness should no longer discuss the direction and kind of the art heretofore and its possibilities, but must put to decision a transformation of what is owed most to art, and this, moreover, only out of a grounding decision on the domination of multinational beings and on the grounding of the truth of being. Such a mindfulness of art that is charged with decision lies outside all theories of art. That is why the overcoming of aesthetics remains a concurrent task, and what is more, easily misinterpretable, as it could suggest that aesthetics is to be exchanged with, and replaced by, another way of observing art. G37 This mindfulness has nothing to do with emphasizing the work in itself over against the artist, over against the recipients of art, and over against the historical circumstances and historically effective interconnections that condition both the artist and the recipient, because even such an emphasis need not step out of the metaphysically experienced art. In all this, the artwork is grasped only as an object. However, as soon as the ownmost of the artwork is seen together with being itself and with the grounding of its truth, the being historical question concerning the work of art will be seen as having a completely different meaning. Now the artwork itself meets the foundational task of unfolding itself as the decision unto being. Such a work of art is neither a symbolic object, nor the installation that organizes beings, but is the clearing of being as such which holds the decision for man's other way of being. Now art has the character of descent, and moves out of all striving concerned with culture. Taking the enactment of art, or its appropriation as measure, either way the work of art does not belong to man. Art is now the sites of decision of the rare ones. Artwork now is the gathering of purest solitude unto the upground of being. Such creative prowess will not be affected by fame or by disregard. According to its own most, the work of art remains withdrawn from the public and private adventure and belongs solely to inabiding the going under, which alone can become the foundationally proper history that leaves behind a clearing of being. Artwork's complete lack of relation to beings and to their familiar organization guarantees in itself a belongingness to the creator, which does not biographically connect the creator to the work, but casts creator's descent as sacrifice unto the upground. But this sacrifice too can no longer become an object of mourning and revering, because remembrance of such a sacrifice would still revert to a spiritualized cultural operation and deteriorate into the dishumanization of art. What is ownmost to sacrifice, a word all too easily misinterpretable in the context of the heretofore, consists in reticently inabiding in an awaiting that is bequeathed to us for the truth of being. G38, the truth which as such has the struggle between countering and strife as its ownmost, plus therefore, it is only work that within the mutual calling forth of the sway of the earth and the sway of the world puts to decision the sway of gods and the ownmost of man. Whatever does not let the sphere of such a preparation for decision prevail all around itself, may still serve as entertainment, banishing boredom, stand out as proclamation and confirmation of the extant, distinguish itself as the focus of a group of admirers. It is nowhere and never a work of art. The criteria of the future art cannot at all be gleaned from the metaphysical art hitherto, even if one would look for these criteria in some kind of classical art and would enhance the latter beyond itself. Therefore all decision is already withdrawn from all historical instructions about the art heretofore and about the contemporary art, if prior to each transmission of knowledge, and in each transmission of knowledge these instructions do not venture to pave ways for mindfulness. Since within the science industry something like this paving of the way remains impossible insofar as here the knowing awareness of the foundational has become unfamiliar, no impetus to mindfulness can possibly come from the historical humanistic disciplines. But wherever the semblance of mindfulness surfaces, what is strived for becomes immediately transparent. On the one hand, an analysis of the circumstances, situations, becomes public; on the other, planning for the futural attempts at providing a security. Analysis, the analytic, and planning, construction, mutually foster each other. The former not only mostly introduces the latter, but also guides it, and the latter already determines the course of the former. With its determinedness, Entscheidenheit analytic constructive thinking corresponds fully to the unbounded power of machination. In all spheres of human striving and acting, this determinedness shows the same uniformity, and G39 defines the style of the semblance of decidedness, Entscheidenheit, which is entirely fed by the lack of decision. But this lack of decision increasingly consolidates itself as that presupposition which expands the unbounded overpowering of power as the pure actuality of what is effective. What resistance thereby still arises from the realms of the liberal cultural optimism is not fundamental, even if it could occasionally score a success. As resistance and mere resistance, it is bogged down in the heretofore, entangles itself increasingly in the dependence on historical necessities which it even tries, fundamentally in vain, to evade. True to its nature, the Judeo-Christian domination is engaged in a double dealing and sides at the same time with the dictatorship of the proletariat and with the liberal democratic zeal for culture. For a long time this double dealing disguises even the already existing uprootedness and the asthenia for foundational decisions. Initially, of course, the illusion that here a mindfulness or perhaps only a rescue takes place may sporadically achieve effects, even if only in the direction of misconstruing the ownmost of the genuine historical mindfulness of the Occident, or if intimating this mindfulness, distorting and misguiding it. That the completion of modernity is actually the completion of the metaphysical history of the Occident, and that this completion prepares at the same time the highest decision, cf. 8. On mindfulness, which alone has the binding historical strength for mindfulness, reveals itself quite simply in the historical movement of the epoch that begins. This completion is grounded in the differentiation between beings and being that in various formations is already formed by metaphysics. Machination takes hold of beings and absolutely legitimizes the forgottenness of being. The heretofore cultural pursuits, the Judeo-Christian, classically formed, democratic Occidental, and American kinds, entrust themselves to being, ideals and values, G40. With utmost exaggeration, machination and the culture industry juxtapose beings and being as measure and take along in each case the differentiated ones into the claim of attention and care. Machination of beings incorporates the culture industry into its planning as a means of power. Similarly, democratic cultural optimism presumes to recover and liberate the masses and uses and fosters technicity in all its achievements. Historically, the incipient epoch becomes the unlimited overpowering of what is metaphysically differentiated, namely beings and being which mutually play into each other. And foundational to this overpowering is that it needs a lack of mindfulness of itself in order to unfold its own sway, and thus to enact all interpretations and proclamations of its sway in opposition to its counter-players, which in each case are counter-players only seemingly and only in the foreground. What is uncanniest and already a sign of the upground of being is that in this process beings cast aside being and become increasingly and irresistibly attractive. And the more beings succeed in this casting aside and in this becoming irresistibly attractive, the more unrelenting the pursuit of culture and of its ideals have to remain pure evasion, and benumbing have to remain powerless means of an empty resistance. Thus a historical situation arises in which being no longer even looks like the evanescence of the palest shadow of an empty dream. Being, a fading last echo of a mere hollow word, and the questioning of it? Not even an error, only a matter of indifference. 12. Inceptual thinking, the one readiness. Removed already out of the epoch that just begins its completion, inceptual thinking that prepares a readiness for the decision between grounding the truth of being and unleashedness of machination of beings, G41 stands under its own conditions. No success or failure should lure and intimidate such thinking, neither hope nor hopelessness can motivate or suppress such mindfulness. The necessity of what is undecided since the first beginning is alone the ground for thinking mindfulness. This necessity has nothing in common with the mere unavoidability of fate, it is the accepted liberation unto a distress of being so that being may sway as the necessitating. However, this ground unfolds its power of grounding only if that thinking mindfulness arises from out of the knowing awareness of, the of is the being historical genitive, de sen, to think in long drafts, to think unto the truth of being and seldom to interrupt this course of thought with a brief and casually made statement about the being of truth. Only whoever is capable of traversing again and again such reticent and prolonged paths is fit to be a thinker that comes. Whoever has never advanced into such paths, and has not withstood for a short while the powerful tremors of all foundational time-spaces at the threshold of the transformation of man into de sen, does not know what thinking is. For a while and at irrevocable junctures the pathways unto and grounding the truth of being touch upon the limits of human capability and in this capacity possess the warrant for lighting up being's free play of time-space which can never be propped up by a being. Only when that history of surrendering the foundational thinkers of this beginning to ruination enters the knowing awareness is philosophy removed from trivialization and degradation done to it by history, because philosophy has then gained access to the ground which alone is appropriate to philosophy, that is, attained its own necessity as leaping ahead into the uniqueness of being. In the free play of the time-space of being, philosophy risks the truth of being. Thus philosophy neither belongs to gods nor to man, it is neither something that G42 grows out of the earth nor is it a product of the world, it is the midpoint in the intersection of all beings in the sense of an upgrounding surge of preserving all simple question-worthiness. Philosophy is the knowing awareness that is charged with the decision which itself will be decided by being. Thus, as this thinking easily loses itself in a conflict, the pathway of inceptual thinking becomes clear in stretches, should not first man be transformed, so that being may receive the grounding of its truth through him, or is this the first that being itself owns truth and necessitates man unto a decision, or does neither the one nor the other count? If one wanted first to breed the strong type of man, who would be fit for bringing about the grounding of being, this would still mean to think of man as the subject of being so that only another pursuit of beings would be bred, a pursuit that would have to subscribe soon to continuation of the heretofore. But if one wanted to hope for a clearing of being like a revelation, then even thus man would be permanently driven into his heretofore. Neither calculation nor empty hope can sustain the crossing, rather only the inquiry into the utmost decision, an inquiry that originarily thinks unto what is to come and thereby remains prepared for the word of being. Because now any foundational thinking solely thinks for the sake of being, everywhere the pathways of this thinking are like accidental approaches and advances, that is, movements unto descend with being as measure, i.e., they are of announcing. These approaches and advances are neither a description of beings nor a symbolic interpretation, rather the leaping forth of ennonement. On mindfulness, machination, truth of being. The completion of modernity, 1. Nietzsche's Metaphysics and its unfolding by O. Spengler and E. Junger. 2. Art and the Epoch, History of Art and Sciences. See Überlegungen CGA 96. C65. Being and Power, also cf. The Basic Words, Machination and Power. Being, Rising, Enouncing. Machination. Power. Coercive force. Force. Two words are illegible: mastery. Be what the justification of power here means. Cf. Die Begründung der Neuzeitlichen Weltbildsstärke die Metaphysik, of July 1938, published under the title Die Zeit des Weltbilds, in Holzwege, GA5, ed. F. W. von Hermann, Frankfurt am Main, 1977, pages 75 to 113. Cf. Überlegungen 8, 64 ff, 89 f, to appear in Überlegungen BGA 95. A rigorously thought, there is neither one visible landscape, nor a self-shaping technicity. AC der Ursprung des Kunstwerks, in Holzwege. GA5, 1 to 74. Plus sic. G43-3. Philosophy. Self-mindfulness, historical contention, being historical thinking, metaphysics. G45-13. Philosophy. What is in play in the play which in the future has to be played with the entry of being itself, is what has never been in play in the history of thinking, namely that the truth of being be inquired into, that a ground be grounded for this truth, and that man, transforming himself, becomes upgrounded in this ground, the tremor not only of the earth and of people but also of beings as such in the whole. The only decision ahead is this, whether being is inquired into in terms of the sway of its truth or whether beings retain their machination and pursue a lack of decision that prevents that which is sole and unique from ever again coming forth and be a beginning. Nowadays all speaking of decision, cf 16. Being, 39. Clearing of being and man, must fall easily prey to the perils of this insidious slogan, because much of what is loudly and frequently passed off as decisive is merely the foreground of what is decided long ago and its offshoots that evade decision. Nevertheless, in defiance of every misuse, a word must be said about decision in terms of the one question, whether decisione is to be between being and non-being, that is, between preserving the extant and what continues to go on, and cessation of such prospects and ways, or whether the decision is to be more originary ursprünglich, that is, to be a decision on being and beings, cf 39. Clearing of being and man. 4. That decision never decides about being, rather only about rescuing or losing beings which are nevertheless questionless in their being, beings that belong to the modern procuring of culture and power in terms of an omnipresent life. It is all the same and unworthy of decision, whether we people and individuals of this epoch are or are not, whether we possess the securing of this life or fall prey to the mere flow of the epoch and its inner decay in the illusion of unfolding of power and of the unbounded art of inventing and organizing. G46. What is deciding above all is enappening the decision and casting it unto the future. What is deciding is whether in advance being itself, being of possible beings in the whole, arrives at its grounded truth or whether being is overshadowed and eclipsed by the mere actuality and effectivity of beings. Decision is not decision between being or non-being of man but between the truth of being of any possible being and the machination of beings in the whole that are abandoned by being. Decision belongs to the sway of being itself and it is not a contrivance of man because he always receives from this decision and its refusal what is for his way of being either inherently grounding or operational and fleeting. Being decides. In its swaying, and as such, being disengages itself unto ennonement. Here decision is not what gets added to a discriminating attitude. As refusal, being extricates itself from every differentiation shadung a la discriminated beings, whether posited equal to a being or only placed ahead or even behind a being, being no longer lets itself be metaphysically called being of a being. Being is the decision unto itself as unto the upground and is thus the ungroundable distress of the necessity of all grounding. In this way, being is the hidden exuberance of descent, and therefore the swaying sights of a possible history of man since being is of yore the upground of gods, upground as the chaos, the gaping opening, of gods, cf below G83. What philosophy has to know in the future, what is primary and comes from long ago, is that being has to be grounded from out of its truth. Therefore, as decidedly as never before philosophy's mindfulness of itself, that means mindfulness of what is to be and thought in philosophy, must be a mindfulness of its time. Philosophy's mindfulness of itself must know what is of today, not for purposes of practical enhancement and alteration of the status of a historical situation, but G47 by taking what is of today as fundamental hints at that which being historically sways in the epoch of modernity. Moreover, this mindfulness is not at the service of a mere extended calculation of epochs or even their classification, it solely serves the echo of being itself, which as machination has relinquished beings in the whole to their own contrivance and their own onward rend as life so that the utmost distress of the concealed lack of distress prepares decision in the quietest stillness. To the extent that philosophy, as end thinking of being, cf below G357, obtains its genuine own most, it is ennowned by this decision, by being itself, and belongs to the upground of being and remains a stranger in every culture. And yet, if this decision of being between being and beings is in play, and if being calls humanness to the thinking of being for the grounding of its truth so that being as such might sway in the open again, then in the history of being philosophy must once again become for being a beginning. Towards such a beginning, philosophy needs to have an inkling of possessing, in strict accordance with its own necessity. Philosophy obtains this possessing only through a mindfulness of itself. Philosophy should not evade the demeaning impression that surrounds every mindfulness, namely that it is a hesitation and a cover-up for the incapability for acting. In our estimations we still know little about the acting character of thoughtful thinking, still we do not appraise the enigma, namely that philosophy often and readily determines itself in the light of what is alien to philosophy, erudition, wisdom, a determination that philosophy itself has probably brought about and conditioned in its continuance. Through mindfulness philosophy ventures unto the mandate of what is set ahead of philosophy, a venturing unto what is to be and thought and to be grounded in descent by virtue of this thinking, so that the mystery of man's being will be saved rather than abolished. However, from where does this thinking receive directions for its style? From where, if not from that which is to be and thought G48 itself? But before that which is to be and thought is interrogated, how can it already beforehand grant directive for the style of this thinking? Does the old saying, tau omicron mu omicron iota tau mu omicron iota alpha gamma nu sigma kappa epsilon sigma theta alpha iota a, only through the like will be known, primarily apply here, and, if yes, why? Prior to thinking and always the most question-worthy is being, is that deciding antskydende. That which is like being can only be the highest honoring, it is the capability to project open greatness still greater, so that what is great might be engrossed in its greatness. But only what is great possesses the strength to be greater, whereas what is small betrays its own most by always becoming smaller, even if it is only so that from time to time it claims greatness as its own. The sheerest furthering of greatness is the honoring wherein what is most worthy belongs entirely to itself. Therefore, questioning in the sense of inquiring into the most question-worthy is no idle intrusiveness but the unblending of all-knowing awareness unto what is sole and unique. Honoring as a thinking honoring is neither currying a favor nor transgressing, but a dissociating exposition that must venture its own foundational distress. Dissociating exposition exposes questioning to being in such a way that the latter is honored as what is interrogated and its response is taken over into the grounding of descent. Through mindfulness, inquiring musing, man enters the truth of being and thus takes man himself unto the fundamental transformation that arises out of this truth, the expectancy of descent. Mindfulness means at the same time becoming free from the freedom of the subject, from the self-entangled dishumanization of man. Mindfulness means overcoming reason, be it as mere receiving of what is pre-given, nu omicron, be it as calculating and explaining, ratio, or be it as planning and securing. Reason remains closed off to the sway of truth, G49 it only pursues a thinking that is turned towards beings and is always a superficial thinking. Mindfulness is attuning of the grounding attunement of man insofar as this attunement attunes him unto being, and unto the groundership of the truth of being. Mindfulness transfers man unto Dasein, provided that mindfulness itself is already owned by being. But being longs for that word which always sways as owning. Philosophy, this soul struggle for the imageless word of being in an epoch of asthenia and lack of enthusiasm for the swaying word. Mindfulness, in the epoch of the planetary lack of mindfulness. I philosophy in mindfulness of itself. 2 Philosophy in the dissociating exposition of its history, as metaphysics. A. Both are one, history of being, and grounding belongingness to that history. 14 Philosophy in mindfulness of itself. Philosophy's mindfulness of itself belongs to philosophy because mindfulness is demanded by that which philosophy, as foundational thinking, has to think, by being. Such mindfulness does not serve the purpose of provisionally securing the concept of philosophy so that philosophy could then begin to be carried out and pursued. Such mindfulness does not exhaust itself also in a supplementary reflection of philosophy upon itself in the form of G50, a philosophy of philosophy which marks the end of all possibilities of philosophy, and only historically counts up philosophy's past figures in an indifferent typology. Philosophy's mindfulness of itself belongs to the thinking of being. Being sways solely in the clearing which is being itself. But this clearing remains sustainable only in a projecting opening that throws itself onto the opening of this clearing and owns itself over to the openness of this opening and ventures to ground it. This grounding projecting opening and thinks the truth of being and, however different and contrary this may seem, is thereby nonetheless and owned only by being itself. The development of philosophy is always the unfolding of the ownmost of philosophy via ever simpler gathering unto the unique thought of being. Its goal is neither to communicate a knowledge, nor to set up a doctrine. To be the foundational knowing awareness, preserving the grounded truth, but never to be effective remains philosophy's ownmost. Only in this way does philosophy find itself in its ownmost which belongs to being. If philosophy succeeds in this, then it also takes for granted the danger of misinterpretations, because philosophy's ownmost is necessarily estranging and misleads to constantly recurring attempts to fix philosophy's ownmost by fitting it into an inappropriate, but seemingly more intelligible, context. Because philosophy, non-deducible from beings and belonging to the uniqueness of being, can only know what is its unblended ownmost, philosophy is also most frequently, directly, and thoroughly threatened by a loss of what is ownmost to philosophy, a loss that always and even in different ways looks like enrichment, consolidation, and corroboration of what is ownmost to philosophy. That is why philosophy now counts as science, now as art, poetry, now as worldview. Because philosophy is foundational knowing awareness and thus sustains the hidden glow of the sway of truth, philosophy is lured G51 into drifting into sciences, and like these and apparently supported by their results, into making scientificality the distinction of knowing awareness. And yet this is always a lapse into what is subordinate. All scientificality of philosophy becomes a denial of its incomparable rank in spite of an apparent gain on splendor and richness of knowable beings and their manifold presentability in the forms of explaining and proving. Because philosophy says being and is, therefore, only as word in word, and because its word never merely means or designates what is to be said but precisely in saying is being itself, philosophy might hurriedly try to cross directly over into poetry as help in need and especially as receptacle. And yet this always remains an entanglement at the roots of what is of equal rank to philosophy and which on account of its most ownmost sways by itself, and from time immemorial incessantly avoids the thinking of being. 4. The ownmost of poetry also grounds history but differently. Poetry's times do not coincide with those of thinking. Approximation of philosophy to poetry and consequently to art endangers thinking knowing awareness not because on account of this approximation thinking relinquishes the rigor of scientificality, which indeed is inceptually inappropriate to thinking. Seeking refuge in poetry means fleeing from the keen boldness of the question of being, which always shatters machination of beings and its denial of being and must persevere in the unease and cleft of a breakage so that thinking of being never dares to come to rest in a work. To philosophy belongs the serenity of the mastery of imageless knowing awareness. Because as thinking of being, philosophy has always already thought beings in the whole, philosophy easily succumbs to the presumptuous demand to raise itself henceforth to worldview in order to satisfy expectations of life and thus above all to corroborate the truth of philosophy. And yet this flattery of the actuality of life always continues to disguise that illusion G52 behind which the lack of courage is hidden, the courage to persevere within the ownmost of the thinking of being. 4. Such thinking can neither provide a ground for the active life that would directly nourish it, nor offer a goal to which life could attach its purposes. Thinking of being does not fit into the role of a worldview, equally less is it able to replace the faith of the Church. Thinking of being has to bear such incapability and, with it, the semblance of a fundamental lack, and all this out of the knowing awareness that the grounding projecting opening of the sway of truth by this thinking is only the swaying of being itself which thus maintains the clearing that is thrown among beings, and from which all acting and all yielding obtains its times and its spaces, its eternities and its disseminations. Untouchable by such things and repelling their onward pull, only being bestows to all beings and even to the non-beings above all and always the domains in which human realms are erected and destroyed. No being is capable of lending being a ground, because being is the ground wherein the distress of everything groundless has its depth and the necessity of every grounding has its peak. Philosophy belongs only to the clearing of the ground, insofar as philosophy undertakes to say the simplest and the stillest, that is, the word of the truth of being, the saying spruch of a knowing awareness that is without science, has never the power of a decree and does not know powerlessness. But because thinking of being as thinking of being is thrown into the ground, it lies between beings, and is exposed vehemently to beings and to their pursuit, a vehemence from which every being as a rule is protected. The fundamental danger to the thinking of being shows itself in the fact that, although sciences, poetry, art, and world views, according to their nature, rank, origin and effect are among themselves basically different, they nevertheless equally crave for deforming or even replacing the unblended ownmost of philosophy. However, in truth these three that come from the predominance of beings are at times G53 delegated with the task of distorting philosophy with the pretext of improving and rescuing it so as to subject being to the domination of beings and to provide forgottenness of being, needed by all representing and producing of beings, with exclusive right. But thinking of being is mindful of itself since this thinking and thinks that in its truth to which this thinking belongs because this thinking is owned by that which is owning. This mindfulness is not a means of knowledge, it is not a reverting to a thinking that has come to a halt in the direction of knowledge, and is left behind, and organized like the extant. Rather, this mindfulness is the deciding leap ahead into the prolonged advancing for leaping into the origin, into the leap, rift, that is of the ground and lights up, which as being sways in between beings, so that beings as such may be preserved and forgotten, so that at times beings may join the sheltering concealing of being and its decisions, at times evade that sheltering concealing, and at times sink into a lack of decision. Thinking of being does not come to an end with such mindfulness in order to cut itself off from being, and so to speak, only to think about itself. As mindfulness of itself, this thinking begins as thinking of being. And in this manner philosophy begins with itself and thus it begins itself, philosophy is beginning. But philosophy is now a beginning that is other than the first beginning which for the first time and thought being and called it sigma iota. Everything depends on there being again a beginning of philosophy wherein philosophy is itself this beginning so that being itself sways as origin. Only in this way the power of beings and their pursuit, and along with it every purpose-oriented calculation, will be shattered. Only in this way an inkling arises again of that which does not need any effect, but towers through everything in that it is. But what is peculiar only to being is to sway as being. Therefrom thinking of being has its own swaying origin. Cf 67. Thinking of being. Philosophy is of being, it belongs to being, not merely according to the manner in which philosophy grasps being, but as the swaying of the G54 truth that belongs to being. Philosophy has its history in this truth, but because the truth of being is the ground this truth entangles itself beforehand and for a long time in the illusion that being as beingness exhausts the sway of being, cf 14. Being, and that representing being is merely an obtrusion into being which being may do without. Beingness becomes the object of the most general representing and this becomes the framework for sciences as the basic forms of knowledge. The sciences, however, appear as achievements and products of spirit and as cultural goods. Thus it is not surprising to come upon the history of thinking as the history of spirit and as the history of culture or as the history of its problems, whereby the history of thinking itself is held to be what is most unquestionable. What continues to be banished is any inkling that philosophy could belong to the history of being, indeed solely to this history, to the history of the struggle of grounds and groundings of the truth of being and nothing else. Instead of that inkling, there is the dominant claim on philosophy, as worldly wisdom, as a morality that sets values, and as a science that solves the mystery of the world, to account for beings and for the security of the extant man. At the end, this twisted and presumptuous claim plays itself out as the court of arbitration that decides the failure and usefulness of philosophy. One could view these sort of things with indifference, if therein an unrecognizable and stubborn representation of philosophy would not always consolidate itself, and degenerate into a hardly noticeable but unassailable repelling of any inquiry into what is own most to philosophy. The consequence of this misinterpretation of philosophy expresses itself in the state of an epoch that allows this epoch to know everything historical about philosophy and its history, but to have no knowing awareness of the one thing that is entrusted to philosophy's own most, namely to ask the question of the truth of being, and in the midst of the disarray of beings to set up this question in its inevitability. G55 As philosophy's mindfulness of itself, such knowing awareness unfolds itself as thinking of being. But this mindfulness reaches into the sphere of grounding what is own most to man, who, since long ago, is intensely engaged in an unfathomable flight from his own most, a flight that he always makes easier and more fleeting for himself with the illusion that he makes progress towards the completion of his domination. By contrast, mindfulness, giving least importance to the I and the we, is primarily mindful of the fact that man is an interminable mystery unto himself. However, this being a mystery does not let itself be restrained and organized. Man can only submit to this mystery to the extent that he does not ward it off by veering into the subterfuge of a presumed science of man. But that mystery, in whose preservation man grounds the returning unto himself, is the sheltering concealing of the allotment of man unto the truth of being, which holds itself ready for the free play of decision, wherein the countering of man's own most and the godhood of God's is owned. This sheltering that conceals is something simple. It does not need anything unusual in order to be encountered, but throws a restlessness unto the ground of descent that remains the hearth of all history. The inauguration of the question of the truth of being in the midst of being's abandonment by being must know that its grounding of history is inconspicuous. And the more originarily ursprünglich its saying grows out of the thinking of being, the more it must experience that in every attempt the poet is always capable of achieving the highest in grounding. The charm of what is near and inflaming shines through the poet's word. This word finds the most listening ear directly in the heart and does not need the keen boldness of questioning that throws itself unto what is most question-worthy. The word of the poet speaks unto what is intimate and kindles its fire in it. Thinking saying rends unto what is strange by leaving that which is to be known within that which makes no impression and lacks effect. Thinking of being grounds the unconditioned, still undecided aloneness of the in-between, which though undecided, fosters G56 decision, grounds the origin that rends a clearing that remains an imponderable lonesomeness. The imponderable is being. Only in thinking of that clearing does the thinker acquire that venture, which without prop and protection inquires into the sway of truth. Only in venturing can the imponderable, being, be experienced, the owning that in the distress of decision lets the counter-turning swaying allotting of man's domain and the godhood resonate and thus keeps in reserve for beings the intimate discord of the world and the earth, so that beings as such could have a claim on being, and emerge in the openness of that discord and consolidate themselves into non-beings. Being is not only incalculable, never to be represented and produced as the incalculable, it also remains imponderable insofar as it does not let itself be put on a scale that measures only beings against beings. What is an other to being is not even a being, being has no other to it, for, even nothing is thoroughly of the same sway as being. Being renders itself lonesome, is as this lonesomeness. And, therefore, only a thinking is capable of reaching being, which as a mindful thinking that inquires into the truth of itself is owned by being unto descent, unto the groundership of the sway of truth, and is assigned to aloneness and to the fundamental lack of any need for having any effect. Philosophy's mindfulness of itself is not a movement that counters its threatening and undetainable eradication, because even this eradication arises out of the sway of being to which philosophy belongs as it grounds and forgets the truth of this sway. Philosophy allows its eradication in a twofold manner, each of which is ambiguous, on the one hand philosophy at least relinquishes its name in favor of a serviceability that was once practiced in the medieval scholastic. On the other hand, philosophy succumbs to the illusion that with the erudite practice of traditional disciplines, logic, ethics, etc., it is already sufficiently saved and secured for the future. Both manners of eradication of philosophy could combine G57 and their insidiousness might be warded off so that within the culture industry philosophy will be taken up as a desideratum and item of decor. This eradication of philosophy is more radical than any blatant debasing and explicit abolishing of philosophy. This eradication is the promising indication that someday being requires an inceptual inquiry and calls upon man to set free his still ungrounded own most. But this indication points far ahead. Meanwhile a long time has to pass before the grounding word of being can be said. What alone matters up to such a moment of the history of being is to prepare, from afar and unrecognized, the unique possibility that being sways from out of itself and casts its truth around itself without thereby ever needing effect, success, extolment, and defense. Man can continue to be in the sphere of this possibility, in descent, only if he has transformed his hitherto unknown most, only if his grounding attunements encompass his closed-off and pressing earthbound way of being, and only if he can raise this into a world that is built from the hint of being, from an owning. This possibility confronts man with the struggle for deciding between belongingness to being or an ultimate loss of his own most. Without anyone ever being able to notice and record how and when it has come to this possibility brings about that descent is grounding and the swaying is happening, the countering of godhood and man's domain. The utmost unobtrusiveness of preparation of the truth of being corresponds to the sway of being, to refusal. Seemingly only preparatory, that is, merely paving the way without grounding anything, philosophy's mindfulness of itself is the closest shape that this preparation takes. This mindfulness puts into question the ownmost of philosophy and remains unaffected by the affirmations and negations of what is historically current, that is, the unknownmost of the philosophy industry. Philosophy's mindfulness of itself is philosophy itself, is the thinking that is owned by being. Mindfulness is always G58 historical and enacts a decision of the history of being. In the epoch of metaphysics which shapes its end in the unquestionableness of being, an unquestionableness that has conceded everything to the omnipotence of beings, the actual, the effective, the living, the first word of mindfulness, the first word which calls out unto the sway of being, must be said with the saying that metaphysics indeed has already uttered in its end, being is nothing. Cf 78. Being and negativity. Hegel's metaphysical thought, which determines being as beingness of the immediate, undetermined representation, that is, only as the not yet of the utmost absolute actuality, of idea, differs infinitely from the being historical content of the saying, which utters that being is never a being. In contrast to all beings, this non-being is refusal, wherein being withdraws unto its own most sway and gives a hint of itself as the origin, in which nothing has its provenance. The saying, being is nothing, utters the utmost ambiguity insofar as it passes off being as what is specifically most worthy of nothing and puts forward being's sway as what is most worthy of questioning. The saying is the admission of the superfluousness of all philosophy insofar as philosophy counts as thinking of being. This saying transfers mindfulness into that which lacks prop and support. It tells of the freedom unto becoming free in the upground as the distress of the sway of the truth of being which is to be grounded. Without this sway man will be denied the capability for God and along with it the possibility of once again taking a stance in a being historical decision, and thus to counter the grounded belongingness to being by creating a history of God's distress. Without this sway man will be denied the possibility of submitting his ownmost to the preparation for the godhood of gods, so that man's ownmost may be extinguished in the glow of being and this glow may find itself lighting up the stillness wherein, from the simpleness of its uniqueness, whatever is worthy of being bestows itself to whatever is worthy to be, and out of refusal arises a bestowal that creates the richness of what is rare and noble and G59 takes this richness back into the hidden, wherein, withdrawn from the publicness of machination, the moments of being turn unto each other and first create for eternity its time. Mindfulness would be meaningless, it would be deprived of the sphere of truth that is allotted to it, if since long ago an uncanny and reticent sheltering concealing of being were not to enact itself in the history of being, a sheltering concealing that only now must be experienced and acknowledged by throwing free the question of the truth of being. However, no one knows what this other beginning of the history of being means. Only one thing is certain, namely that since long ago every historical reverting, Christianity, and every technological progress proceeded outside the path of possible decisions. No explanation of beings, with reference to a creator and redeemer God, and no glorification of beings, by a mere affirmation of the extant life in itself which is historically burdened 1,000-fold, can ever catch up with being and remove man into that between, in whose perseverance he remains infinitely far from his own most and, equally, from the godhood of God, so that out of this farness he experiences the nearness of the venture of being and its necessity. The falling of being into beings that were already unconcealed long ago, throughout the history of the first beginning, is the ennowning of ennowment to which only those can be equal as guardians who come from the great disennowment of beings in the whole, their abandonment by being, and who, through this disennowment, become those who, in startled dismay, are set free, for whom this dismay remains the grounding attunement from out of which the truth of the saying dawns on them, a saying that says that being is nothing, and that no power can reach the swaying rank of being. Thus speaks the law of the other beginning. Philosophy's mindfulness of itself places philosophy unto its own most, and does not provide philosophy with any subterfuge into what is fortuitous and supplementary. Mindfulness means necessitating unto what is necessary, namely the grounding of being. G60 philosophy is grounding. Those who ground, the founders, are those who, by transforming the sway of being, transmit its swaying to the ground of an originary sway of truth. By contrast, the creators always renew and augment only beings. In a succession that is indifferent to him, every founder is a creator. No creator is already a founder. The founders are the rare ones among the lone ones. They possess their uniqueness in that they never find ready for them what gives them rank and support, but rather project it open as the most question-worthy, which they have to bear without protection and prop. The founders determine the barely graspable times of the beginning and the going under of foundational epochs. In the clearing of what is grounded by them blows the storm of those decisions which do not judge the pre-given, but only raise to its sway what is decidable and is to be decided. Considered historically, those epochs from which philosophy has to withhold the distress of decision in order to let them move towards their own completion are without philosophy. The unmistakable indication of this is the situation in which with some reservation philosophy continues to be desirable as decorative pieces in cultural competitions, cf. above, G54. In such epochs, cf. the Middle Ages, mindfulness of philosophy is through and through a mere sham that consolidates itself on a conceptual definition of philosophy and is content with calculating philosophy's usefulness. This gives rise to a polymorphic interest in philosophy and its history, and thus to that ambience and attunement that make one insensitive to any actually questioning mindfulness. But to the one who knows, such sham points to shelteredness, concealedness of being. It, plus is being's most unwilling and most unsuspecting witness. G61 mindfulness as well as philosophy always belongs solely to the ones to come. However, there may be times in which lack of mindfulness is promoted and pursued simultaneously by the powers that dominate the epoch and by those that are dominated. On the other hand, the ones to come are indeed of a rugged stock that rescues the Germans by urging them unto the distress of their own most. The ones to come are the reticent ones, they say what they say only as the distressing occasion of reticence. They thus force an intimation that, after all, something decisive rests somewhere in knowing awareness but has not yet become knowable. At the same time they demand from the intimating ones, provided the latter are strong enough, to bear the nearness of the hidden, and to obtain the unboundedness das Freie of the question-worthiness of that knowable. The ones to come do not escape into substitute worlds and illusory appeasements, they get shattered at what is, so that being may rise unto the openness of its question-worthiness. Foundational reticence is the firmness of a gentleness that reticently compels merely a few unto what is unique, so that the latter know that without a knowing awareness of the sway of truth, the realm of foremost decisions remains closed off to man. The mere wordless ones are not the reticent ones, but neither are the talkers nor the scribes. Those sayers must come, who habitually ponder beforehand every word so that all stress remains suspended in the word and the word resists consumption. But how do those come around who can listen? Only those who are capable of saying are capable of hearing Horon, without at once becoming the enslaved Horigen. But perhaps the word of being must own itself and remain in the stillness of the few. Perhaps a decision is already made about a gulf between being and what they hold as a being. Perhaps this gulf itself is the beginning, if once again the inceptual places itself between gods and man as the bridge for their countering. However, being still continues to be overshadowed by being's G62, and consequently any mindfulness of being must venture, in manifold disguises, among beings and their pursuit. The thinking inquiry into being as enowning can only begin by way of historically thinking through the history of being, and this thinking inquiry must frequently retreat into the indistinct gestalt of a historical study of Occidental metaphysics. And this history is content with the treatment of individual, seemingly fortuitously selected, treatises and works, because a comprehensive presentation would appear too obtrusive and would be hooked into the industry called history of philosophy. On the other hand, the momentum for mindfulness must lie ready in the impression made by what is fortuitous and fragmentary. Shaped in this way, the enactment of mindfulness can never arise out of calculation, but must be determined only by the unmastered question-worthiness of being. The historical representation intends and always gives rise to the opinion that it dwells on what is historically effective. But thinking mindfulness ponders solely what is, being, that which does not need effect. The historical impression made by thinking robs thinking above all of its own most and unique necessity and casts it among the traditional forms in which the past of spiritual phenomena are studied. Thinking mindfulness remains inconspicuous among such forms, almost like a neutral curiosity for what has been. This, however, is necessary because any explicit emerging of a philosophy drifts right away into the public horizon of a worldview, which, in addition, is contrived. This horizon renders the actual questioning of thinking indiscernible. And yet, thinking cannot avoid appearing within a historical representation. It is not important to the thinking into whose enactment mindfulness must inquire, whether this thinking succeeds in making a statement on what is hitherto unrecognized. It is not important whether this thinking discovers something that G63 serves life, not important whether this thinking achieves a flawless explainability of all beings, not important whether this thinking obtains a cohesive guideline for self-orientation valuing. Rather, what is solely fundamental is whether being itself owns itself in its truth, and thus as owning throws the ground unto beings and unsettles all machination, that is, the counterpart of the first beginning. All the criteria for judging philosophy are destroyed, but beginning again, philosophy itself must first open up the struggle for the spaces of the mastery of the most question-worthy. Vis-a-vis withholding of being in the midst of effectiveness of beings, only little can occasionally endure. No sooner does philosophy cease to think being in advance in the direction of beings and as their beingness, and instead inquires ahead into the truth of being, than its self-mindfulness, seemingly only an addendum to philosophy, intertwines entirely with philosophy's own most. Philosophy means love of wisdom. Let us think this word out of a foundational mindfulness by relinquishing the representational domains of everyday life, erudition, cultural concerns, and doctrines of happiness. Then the word says, love is the will that wills the beloved be, the will that wills that the beloved finds its way unto its own most and sways therein. Such a will does not wish and demand anything. Through honoring, and not by trying to create the loved one, this will lets above all the loved one, what is worthy of loving, become. The word love calls what is worthy to be loved wisdom. Wisdom is foundational knowing awareness, is inabiding the truth of being. Hence that love loves being in a unique for-loving, Vorliebe. This, that being be is this love's beloved. What matters to this beloved, to its truth and its grounding, is the will to foundational knowing awareness. Being, however, is the upground. Out of a self-reliant exertion, the will unto being does not turn being into an object of striving so as to grasp being representationally explanatorily and to set being aside as a possession. This will is the will of being, G64, and owned by being itself unto what is ownmost to this will. This will is not an autocratic self-seeking and exertion. The will here means the ardor, the grounding attunement of persevering in the destiny of acquiescing to the distress of upground. Such an acquiescing lies outside inactivity and activity, mere tolerating and wallowing in anguish is unknown to it. The ardor for that foundational knowing awareness is owned as this acquiescing. And this acquiescing is the decidedness called forth by being and held in the trajectory of the hint that sustains the owning over of man, from the ground of descent, to the truth of being. That ardor is the conveyorship of the settlement of countering and strife, the settlement wherein the last God announces its abodes. And yet, philosophy is not a human contrivance, but a passageway of the history of the truth of being, the history in which being's turning to, and turning away from man's ownmost happens. To put this philosophically, it means that primarily and actually it is being itself that grounds the ground of the truth of being. It means grounding the truth of being as finding of its ground, a finding that refuses all support of beings. It means the ardor of enownement, the lightning of the truth sway in the midst of beings when a being, after the thunderstorm, has found its way to beings and soon thereafter has forgotten the lightning. Because being is philosophical, man must venture into philosophy and through philosophy into the whole, so that the allotment unto being as ground of man's possible history is owned over to him. Only through the like is the like raised unto the clearing which is ownmost to the like. Philosophy does not deal with something, neither with beings in the whole nor with being. Philosophy is the imageless saying of being itself. This saying is not statements made about being, rather being sways as the saying. Philosophy is such a saying or it is nothing at all. The rest is complicated erudition which has mistaken its object and is therefore neither useful and productive for science, G65, nor does it ever even touch upon a decision in philosophy. Amidst the confusion that is spreading now, the highest measure comes only from what is most profoundly, being historically, ownmost to philosophy and promises mindfulness a direction. Thus the most exacting test faces the thinker, namely that as long as he makes statements about something the thinker does not even operate within the field of questioning. This field of questioning, which is not in need of an object, is avoided like a plague by all usual opinions and beliefs. And yet, this avoiding does not resolve the enigma that continually besets philosophy also, namely that sometimes a self-destruction surges within philosophy, so that its pathways of thinking and their means will be misused in order to compromise philosophy itself before the bleary eyes of Christians and non-Christians as impossible, and as tragicomical, more comical than tragic. This destructive compromising would be explained, but not fundamentally established, if one were to trace it back to the jealous asthenia for the questioning leaps, and to the failure to venture the questioning leaps. It is rather so that everything that is allotted to the beginning is accompanied by that which desires destruction, since beginning is the grounding of the upground, and this grounding disseminates the semblance of annihilation. Where beginning does not begin, but is merely entangled in and seized by opining and reservation, annihilation appears in the misshapen form of incapability for grounding, which, employing the forms of judgment of the educated cultural fanatics, one can characterize as tragic and comical simultaneously. The measure for such a discordant attitude towards philosophy, an attitude seemingly seriously engaged in thinking but in fact only negating it, does not originate from within philosophy itself, but rather from a flight enacted beforehand into its denial. But this spirit of self-destruction that encompasses every inceptual thinking would remain merely a superfluous sophistry, if one wanted G66 to take it into account as the unwilling and unknowing confirmation that the inceptual is preparing itself. Beginning never needs such a confirmation. Only the God of cultural Christianity needs the devil as confirmation of its godhood. And thinking of being does not have anything with which it occupies itself because it is ennowment of being itself and nothing else besides. Philosophy, which prepares the other beginning, does not obtain its basic stance and thereby its own most by crossing out of metaphysics and adjusting it, but only through a leap into an entirely different questioning that lays an abyss between being historical thinking and metaphysics. Because adjusting is alien to this thinking, it also does not know an overthrowing, revolution, by means of which only an uprootedness is set in motion that sooner or later brings its destructive character to light. Neither adjusting nor overthrowing but the grounding of a hidden, awaiting ground that is not propped up by any being, the grounding of an upground which sways as being, is the only ardor of being historical thinking. To the extent that for the sake of a history grounding encounter, and not for the sake of a historical discussion, being historical inquiry must think within the destruction, Senuendizeit, this destructing dismantling has everything as its object, which, in the course of the history of metaphysics, had to be a displacement of the first beginning, and a falling off from this beginning, and an empowering of the consequences of a necessary want of grounding the truth in this beginning. Destruction is not destructive in the sense of annihilating for the sake of annihilation, it is the laying free of the beginning in order to restore its unexhausted fullness and strangeness that is still hardly experienced in the beginning's earliest inceptuality. From the outset, the question G67 of a renewed inceptual mindfulness that is concerned with the meaning of being lies beyond the metaphysical nihilism and consequently also beyond the attempt at, and the striving for, the presumed overcoming of this nihilism within metaphysics, especially within modern thinking. The radicalism that lies within every beginning and inclines to its innermost threat and uprootedness claims a genuine sway only, if this radicalism understands itself as preservation of the origin. Inceptual thinking in the other beginning and thinks the truth of being. And thinking does not mean simply a thinking that autocratically contrives and invents, but means a thinking that is ennowned and enacts itself as ennowned. The prime leap or sprung of being is ennowment of its truth, and along with this ennowment the opening of the still undecided decision unto the grounding of this truth, undecided for this grounding, against this grounding or without this grounding. The failure to enact the grounding is the necessary destiny of the first beginning. As long as being sways and a being as such is, truth does not and cannot disappear. But truth goes astray in the errancy of the unknown most, which is truth in the sense of correctness, and being loses its prime leap, rescues itself in machination and, at the end, forces philosophy into the semblance of radicalism that, as the self-certainty of the I think raises forgottenness of being to an implicit principle, and disseminates the groundless prototype of an illusory beginning of philosophy, which even that metaphysics cannot avoid that presumes to have overcome Descartes. And the prehistory of modernity up to the 19th century by returning to life. G68-2. 15 Self-mindfulness of philosophy as historically dissociating exposition of metaphysics and being historical thinking. History of thinking is the history of being, it is the history of the ways in which being gifts its truth unto beings in order to let beings as such be. Right from its first beginning onwards and throughout, this history of gifting becomes a history of failing the sway of truth, with the result that a grounding of the truth of being is left out and is replaced with evasions, which finally lead to an indifference towards the sway of truth and to securing the claim that declares that the true is whatever is effective as actual. Such arbitrariness and helplessness proliferate as soon as the failure of the sway of truth delivers beings in the whole unto the unrecognizable abandonedness by being. But the abandonedness by being can become the earliest dawn of refusal, a hint unto the swaying of being as ennowning. Self-mindfulness of philosophy arouses the suspicion that it is a knowing of knowing which we abhor as a groundless circling around one's own emptiness. This misgiving is legitimate if mindfulness is taken mindlessly in the sense that it describes and explains knowing as an extant process, and detects conditions behind knowing G69 that proceed to further familiar and familiarly occurring extant things. But knowing of knowing can also be a returning to the brightness of the swaying of knowing, in its belongingness to the truth of being. There, in the domain of the extant, knowing turns into what is seemingly known. Here, knowing becomes more knowing because it leaps into the history of being itself. The historically dissociating exposition, in the echo and in the playing forth, displaces unto those basic positions, in which and out of which thinkers are no longer in agreement with each other, where agreement on foundational matters is prevented from happening, since no agreement on opining about the same is still capable of carrying a truth. The dissociating exposition displaces into a foundational, and in each case, unique attunedness by the grounding attunement. Grounding attunement is not a diffused feeling which additionally envelops thinking, but is the silent attuning unto the uniqueness of the one particular basic thought. However, as long as thinking remains metaphysical, the basic thought does not receive its fullness from the range of its possible application but from the fundamentality of the projecting opening of beings unto being. Dissociating exposition, therefore, is never the same as calculating the correctness and incorrectness of doctrines and opinions. The notion entertained by schoolmasters that thinkers, also, occasionally make mistakes that must be removed has its place in the schools, but not in the history of being and never in the dialogue between the thinkers. Because since long ago erudition and pedantry determine public opinion on philosophy and on philosophical directions and on the debate between them, and because as a consequence of the final triumph of historicism the present epoch, increasingly and decidedly, meaning here, increasingly without decision, holds on to such views, what is needed is an explicit dissociation from the present. And that means G70 that we need to know how the present comports itself to philosophy and its history. In spite of its importance, this knowing operates still within a marginal sphere, which, viewed from out of foundational thinking, could be left entirely to its own unfundamentality. However, since thinking of being is never an analysis of what is extant, nor an aloof observation of spiritual currents and situations but rather an acting, we must undertake the unpleasant task of becoming mindful of what transpires presently and, in so doing, risk appearing as if after all we are merely analyzing and stripping the extant into kinds and types, possibly even suggesting that through such a procedure we might subsequently arrive at another attitude. But in truth what seems to be an analysis is only the enactment of a dissociating exposition that runs through the present and its exterior, and in which, acted thoughtfully, a decision on being must be grounded and sustained. As long as the actual reality of our history, distress of the lack of distress, is not experienced, one can seize every mindfulness solely in terms of the knowledge that it yields and thus bypass what is charged with deciding. That one can do this without upsetting and endangering the presumed security concerning the human being that one takes over and is one's own, is one of the many unrecognized testimonies to the fact of how groundlessly philosophy fluctuates within the unfundamental, now as a cultural phenomenon, now as a pedagogical means, now as an all too early failed substitute for faith. Craving for the actual, philosophy becomes everything that surrounds it, except philosophy itself. Where does this destiny come from? Since long ago the relationship of our epoch to philosophy has become muddled because of the increasing educational possibilities of modernity, whose consequences above all also include the increasing lack of education and a pretentious and rigid pseudo-education. G71 possibilities of education in advance consign philosophy to the objects of education, whether this education is taken in the fundamental sense of shaping life that is sure of its measure, or in the unfundamental sense of a fragmented educatedness. In this way, philosophy remains constantly an object, a force, a means that is heeded, seized, and used within the established circles of organizing the power positions of man. One can try to disentangle this confusing relationship to philosophy through a renewed effort at understanding the works of great thinkers. Such a labor is unavoidable, but it is exposed to the danger of blinding again by the light that it kindles. For, all too easily, this labor favors seeking refuge in one of the earlier thinkers and calls for renewals that occasionally obscure the flight from the question worthy. A stronger attention paid to the works can claim a greater seriousness for itself than could be mustered by a superficial historical comparison which goes back and forth between all standpoints. Seeking refuge in the works does not yet guarantee a clear and firm attitude that is capable of sustaining a historically dissociating exposition. Therefore, a mindful and thorough scrutinizing of the prevailing forms of relationships to philosophy is required. we find 1. The historical adoption of an earlier philosophy, Kant, Hegel, Thomas Aquinas, Nietzsche, and its approximation with variously perceived situations of the time. The point of view and the principle of the adopted philosophies are represented with various degrees of insight, often transformed and even enriched by presentation and application that are appropriate to the times. However, this happens a. In order to continue driving philosophy further as a traditional cultural good through scholarly occupation with philosophy. This happens G72, b. In order to employ philosophy as a means for defending, developing, and intellectually justifying a posture of faith. This happens c. In order to have in philosophy the means available for a moral personal clarification and at the same time an accumulation of points of view and perspectives for interpreting and organizing the appearances of the world and life. We find thereafter 2. The historical reckoning with the philosophy that is historically handed down without explicit, decisive, and justified preference for a single thinker. What is intended here is a. Calculatively to work out a new and historically more encompassing philosophy, in the course of which a strange objectivity considers as valuable what is different in the intellectual good of individual thinkers. b. To foster philosophy in itself and its scientific progress. To this end one is led by the notion that a philosophy in itself hovers over and operates in the temporal fortuity of individual thinkers and their unavoidable standpoints, a philosophy in itself in which all that is right will be collected in time through a proper and timely elimination of mistakes. That historical adoption of certain individual philosophies and this historical reckoning with all philosophies hitherto can be brought together in the philosophy industry of philosophical erudition that is in vogue in most high schools and universities in all countries of culture. This industry nourishes the plant of liberal philosophizing which is at the service of daily writing of newspapers and takes timeliness as the measure for the selection and method of treatment of problems. Here problem counts as the name for questions that are no questions at all. We find further 3. A rejection of philosophy, firstly because it is held to be useless since it is capable neither of immediately delivering scientific knowledge G73 nor of replacing it in the least. Secondly because as mere reflection, philosophy blocks and disturbs the direct and novel course that the craving for knowledge takes, and finally because as the breeding ground of an obsession with doubt philosophy is held to be dangerous. This discarding of philosophy even in the form of simply ignoring it is often more sincere than the business enthusiasm of philosophical erudition. This rejection arises mostly from the points of view of religious, political, and artistic assumptions. Here the historical appearance of philosophy is acknowledged as historically remarkable, occasionally even explicitly recorded in order to warn against philosophy, whereby the referral to philosophy's constant change of standpoints and to its conflicting results is developed into a particularly impressive means of fright. Additionally, we find 4. An indifference vis-a-vis philosophy. Although this indifference flourishes predominantly within the philosophical erudition, it does flourish also there, where vitally important spheres of tasks, technicity, economy, sciences, and finally the general culture industry, claim exclusively man's calculation and effectiveness. Here, neither an effort is made in favor of a philosophical decision nor does it come to a rejection of, and taking a stance towards, philosophy. At most the birthdays and anniversaries of the death of the great thinkers present an entirely non-committal occasion for commemorations, in the course of which only the fact is commemorated that one has not yet forgotten those dates. To mention such a recent commemoration, it is not clear even to the most intense scrutiny what the Hegel celebration of 1931 and the Descartes Convention of 1937 have significantly brought to light for philosophy, besides mutual corroboration of all parties involved in the philosophy industry. Finally, we find that G74. 5. All these, the historical adoption of individual philosophies, the historical calculation of all philosophies, the rejection of philosophy, the overt and covert indifference vis-a-vis philosophy, get muddled up so that now the one, then the other posture predominates arbitrarily, and remains ungraspable in its ground. The predominance of this hodgepodge, in which each scribe and talker can present himself and in which each can hide and so can contribute to the augmentation of literature, this is the actual sign of the lack of mindfulness. This state of affairs is no less true for Europe than it is for America and Japan. Today we cannot see through the sway of such planetary lack of mindfulness, over against which the point of views of political and religious assumptions are only evasions and no mastering. It would be disastrous, if we were to put aside the state of affairs of the world simply as something worthless, a decline and incapability. And more erroneous still would be the view that in the epoch of asthenia for and lack of joy in the foundational word one could ever eliminate the state of affairs overnight by publishing a book. Why do we say lack of mindfulness? In all these relationships to philosophy there prevails nowhere a mindfulness of the ownmost of philosophy in such a manner that that which philosophy has to think would be put into question and taken over in its entire question-worthiness without prop and protection, without evasion, but with the single most willingness to encounter philosophy's own necessity, which arises out of the uniqueness of philosophy's own most. If such mindfulness were at work, then for decades no philosophical literature would be proliferating. Such mindfulness is possible only as a dissociating exposition of history, in which philosophy alone is. Therefore, we must learn to know more and more clearly what such a dissociating exposition means, specifically in contrast to historical refutation. Indeed, this knowing is G75 a fundamental prerequisite for the enactment of dissociating exposition, for realizing that this exposition does not refute and cannot aim at refuting. Every foundational thinker is irrefutable. A foundational thinker is the one who has already gained an originary and therefore unique basic position in the history of being. Irrefutability here does not mean merely that one cannot do anything with a system, and cannot bypass it with counter-reasons to prove falsity and incorrectness, but means that such intention in itself is already inappropriate and consequently a falling out of philosophy. Why? Because along with every basic position the sway of truth and with it the philosophical truth is already co-posited. No foundational determination of truth stands opposed to another philosophical truth in the sense of a mere rejection, and no foundational determination of truth stands therefore to another philosophical truth in relation of a mere adoption, be it partial or complete. But depending on their originariness, the basic positions do stand over against each other in that each by itself, that is, in its respective uniqueness, grounds and raises to distress the fundamentally historical uniqueness of being and its truth. From this follows the demand to come back again and again to such basic positions so that through a dissociating exposition of these positions they can be cast into the uniqueness of an originary question. Dissociating exposition is an encounter through questioning. 1.So that both basic positions exclude each other and thus for the first time obtain the over against and in this way compel themselves into uniqueness. 2.So that this excluding is simultaneously the allotting unto the necessary belongingness to what is uniquely worthy of questioning to thinking. For this kind of historically dissociating exposition there is consequently no dialectical progression in the sense of elevating, cancelling, preserving Aufhebung, but unadjustability from out of the respective ground of uniqueness. G76 We obviously need a historical knowing awareness, not mere historical knowledge, that comes out of an originary questioning so that we experience, in what is fundamentally unadjustable as such, the belongingness to the unique, and to its incalculability, and avoid the danger of adjusting to an empty commonality in all that is to be thought, a commonality that is suggested simply by the sameness and conformity of basic words and of the prevailing word concepts. But the word, however, it belongs to the sway of all that is historical, especially to the sway of what is created in thinking and poetizing, that one can take the historical arbitrarily this way or that way without having to be responsible for the consequences. And for the modern epoch of historicism, such possibilities are endless. For example, Kant's philosophy, what does it consist of, can be held to be wrong, and what does this mean? Out of proving the wrongness of Kant's philosophy, one can make a career and a life's work. Except that this is not philosophizing, not an inquiry into the sway of being. Where philosophizing is fundamentally and properly enacted, Kant's thinking does not appear as an object at all, but as inquiring along with, and ahead into, the same question. Therefore, what is under discussion is not whether Kant is right or wrong, but whether we are capable of meditating on the truth of his thought, that means, whether we are capable of thinking along with him more originarily, not more correctly. Thoughtful dissociating exposition is, questioning disclosing unto the allotedness into the question-worthiness of being. To question and to say more originarily does not mean to think more correctly but always to regain the necessity of questioning what is most question-worthy and out of it to venture a uniqueness. Thoughtful dissociating exposition is not and can never be a refuting, which is an actual blasphemy against philosophers, and the worst violation of their own most, but is always solely the engrounding of ground, venturing the upground of being, venturing being as upground. In each case, the dissociating exposition is, on the one hand, fundamentally an overcoming G77, but on the other, overcoming should not be thought, possibly in favor of a progress, in the sense of refuting and leaving behind. It is not the thinker with whom dissociating exposition is engaged who is overcome, but always those who venture such exposition. What is overcome is the danger of, and the mania for, merely relying upon the decided, and taking the decided over, no longer questioning it but only appealing to it. By contrast, in questioning, the thinker with whom dissociating exposition is engaged eases into his basic position and becomes worthy of questioning in such a way that his own most questioning detaches itself from its boundedness to the apparent results, doctrines, and propositions and, as so unbounded, sets thinking above all free unto the free play of the question-worthiness of the most question-worthy. It becomes a questioning disclosing allotedness into being, destruction in sen. Undecided. The historically dissociating exposition does not historically thrust history into what is past and does not at all tolerate history as the past, not even as the happening that is timely and always makes up the present. The historically dissociating exposition does not set up only prototypes within what has been, because even these prototypes all too easily remain only counter-images of a present that needs to mirror itself. The historically dissociating exposition frees history of thinking unto its future and thus puts on the path of the ones to come the fundamental, unsurmountable resistances that can be matched only by the dissociatively exposed uniqueness of an inceptual questioning thinking. Only when we are adequate to this measure are we thinkers who precede futural thinkers. And perhaps one possible way for us to be adequate to this measure is the clear and strong renunciation of all that is inappropriate to this measure, which is the measure of what is own most to a thoughtful thinking. The prolonged education for such renunciation kindles a knowing awareness that fundamentally surpasses everything that is newly calculated out of the hodgepodge of G78 what hitherto is not thought through and leads further unto the remoteness to being as the primal nearness to the decision between godhood and the human domain. The dwelling in questioning what is question-worthy must appear strange to us, simply because, due to a prolonged habit, we only think in such a way that we are either on the lookout for the results in order to get settled comfortably in them by appealing to them, or we resort to preconceived convictions in order to explain everything with their help and thus to obtain a general satisfaction. Last of all, this dwelling can open up, or it can never open up, as what it is, the knowing awareness in the sense of inabiding the sway of the truth of being, cf 97. Being historical thinking and the question of being. The dissociating exposition of Occidental philosophy that is ahead of us, decides according to its fundamental trait on the very possibility of philosophy in the entirety of its history. Thereby the entirety of this history will not be determined by the completeness of the historical presentation of doctrines and their interdependence, but by grasping the beginning of this history, its inevitable falling away from the beginning, the self-rescuing of the falling away of this history in Descartes and completion of this history in Nietzsche. When grasped in the entirety of its basic positions, the history of Occidental philosophy is philosophy as metaphysics. Here this word does not designate one discipline of philosophy among others, it does not at all mean a discipline to be taught and learned. Rather, it means the fundamental style grundart of thoughtful thinking in the history of thought hitherto, which, as the thinking of being thoroughly prevails and sustains everything that could be divided into logic, ethics, aesthetics, and so on, a division which itself is indeed a consequence of the metaphysical style of thinking, although not a necessary consequence. And yet the peculiarity of metaphysical thinking is the fact that often the most fundamental thinkers, e.g. Leibniz, Kant, enact this thinking within the framework of disciplines, logic, ontology, G79, and they do so even at those junctures where the metaphysical thinking had to burst open such a framework. In the same vein, Science of Logic, the title of Hegel's work, which paves the way for the completion of metaphysics, cannot at all be taken as indicative of a superficial and accidental reliance on school philosophy. Rather, this title characterizes most precisely and completely this modern metaphysical basic position, namely that philosophy is science in the sense of the unconditionally certain propositions, of mathesis, in their grounding interconnection. And this science enacts and grounds itself as logic, which means that the known in this science is projected open and unfolded following the guideline of lambda gamma omicron in the sense of the unconditioned thinking of absolute reason, and is thus the unconditioned self-knowing, which admits no condition for itself within itself and according to its own kind. Metaphysics prepares its completion in the gestalt of absolute logic. This completion becomes entire with the depreciation and dismissal of logic in Nietzsche's thought. However, this dismissal does not amount to an elimination of logic, but, quite on the contrary, in order to think being as becoming and to posit the actual being as life in becoming, logic becomes that which as opposition is necessarily required. The dissociating exposition that is ahead of us, and by virtue of which philosophy can first of all begin again as philosophy, is the dissociating exposition of metaphysics in its history as such. That means, the metaphysical basic positions must above all and immediately be eased into the freeness of the uniqueness of their questioning, and they must bring their futurality into play. Their futurality always sways in accordance with the echo of the truth of being. In each case the historically dissociating exposition places those that are variously situated within this exposition into their own, unique, and unrepeatable basic position within the inquiry into the question of being. The historically dissociating exposition is never an occasionally acquirable addendum to the actual thinking, rather it is a fundamental thrust of being historical thinking itself. By contrast, the historical refutation of philosophical doctrines and views, which easily and ceaselessly looks like the historically dissociating exposition, remains an inexhaustible issue that concerns the historians of philosophy, inexhaustible because with every succeeding present it is filled up with new points of view. The historically dissociating exposition becomes a unique necessity, simply because the overcoming of historicism is the distress for philosophy, but not the distress for the historical erudition in philosophy. Dissociating exposition, the one between metaphysics in its history and being historical thinking in its future. What does dissociation mean? Why this and from where? ACF. Aristoteles, De Anima, Biel/Apelt, Leipzig, Tübner, 1911, A2, 405b15. A for 2, i.e., on the being historical unfolding of the sway of metaphysics as the sway of the history of the truth of beings as such in the whole, Plato to Nietzsche, cf. Die Überwindung der Metaphysik, in Metaphysik und Nihilismus, GA 67. Plus should be es. C. Sen und Zeit, ed. FWV. Hermann, GA 2. Frankfurt am Main, 1977, Section 6. See Part XXIV, Being and Negativity, for the dissociating exposition of Hegel. See also the conclusion of, and the supplements to, the lecture course on Nietzsche delivered in the summer semester 1939, that is, Nietzsche's Lehre vom Willen zur Macht als Erkenntnis, GA 47 ed. Eberhard Hanser, Frankfurt am Main, 1989, p. 277 FFCF. Also destruction as the preliminary step in the dissociating exposition in Überlegungen 11, 24f, to appear in Überlegungen BGA 95. CGA 2, 6. G81-4. On projecting open being. Words that hold sway, G82, the being historical saying. G83-16. Being. Who thinks it exhaustively, being, the enowning. The en-owning, that which owns over to each other and unto settlement, the countering and what counters in it, the strife and what is at strife in it, and as the enownment of this owning to lights up the upground and grounds for itself in the clearing the sway of the countering and what counters, the sway of the strife and what is at strife, and that means the sway of the most inceptual truth. Being, nothing godly, nothing human, nothing worldly, nothing earthly, and yet the in-between to all these in one, inexplicable, without effect, being sways outside power and powerlessness. Being is unavoidable for man, so that he, himself a being, resides in the opening of beings, comports towards them, and holds onto them. Because the swaying of being points to what holds unto the upground that refuses any appeal to beings, the upground that solely distresses unto being, being is never explainable out of beings. Therefore, the grounding of the truth of being does not belong to the extant and living man, but to descent for inabiding, wherein at times being human must transform itself. Being is never thinkable, initially and exclusively, in orientation towards beings, even though beings initially and constantly claim such orientation. That could be the reason for the inceptual advancement and preeminence of presencing and the present and constancy, the advancement wherein being as, enowning, refuses itself for a very long while. Thereupon, appearing itself as a mode of presencing becomes a guise and semblance of what is simply constant, cf 17. Being as sigma iota. The being historically and originarily grasped constancy as well as the originary presencing do not arise out of a widening and enrichment of the now, but rather, together with the now, they are the counter-hold to falling and revolt within G84 the countering and strife. As counter-hold they are fundamental, but in their fundamentality they nonetheless drive from enowning, which, however, is the struggle, without war and without peace, between the countering and strife, i.e., the alternatively gifting and helping unto swaying. Countering is the fundamental decision between God's allotting godhood and man's domain of humanness. Strife is the owning to of the sway of the world and the earth. As they sway, their struggle lights up, clears, and in the end what is lighted up, cleared, is the struggle itself as that which refuses itself, the ground that holds unto the upground. This clearing is the truth of being, being that itself is the truth. Being as enowning can and must be thoughtfully inquired in the direction of the world and of the earth, of man and of God, but simultaneously also in the direction of their strife and their countering and, above all, in the direction of their struggle. Being sways as the settlement of countering and strife in the manner of enownement of the T/Hirda as enownement of the ground of the clearing that prevails in en-owning. Lighting up, the settlement sustains above all the countering as well as what thus light up, that is, what encounters argonetes in the countering, godhood and man's domain, and in the same vein, in the intersection of this countering, settlement sustains within the sway of this countering the self-opening strife and what is thus open, the earth and the world, which means that settlement sustains the countering as it towers unto the upground that enowns itself as being. Settlement is en-owning. The inquiry into being never comes upon being as an inquiry that is cut off beforehand from being, and, so to speak, suddenly takes being by surprise, but comes, above all, as pondering the beingness of beings, a pondering that primarily forgets itself, is serviceable to beings and is basically en-owned by being. Settlement does not mean finishing and eliminating, but en-opening, lighting up of the clearing, en-owning as settlement. Settlement, smiley face, fundamental to upground. G85 This inquiry is itself already enowned by being, which means this inquiry is enactable only out of inabiding descent. With such inabiding, the decision is already made that man no longer thinks being with a view towards himself and according to his condition as a competent subject that thinks being in the sense of a supplementary general accessory to beings, as beingness, whereby thinking means representing in general. Prior to all and beyond every subordination of being to the already interpreted beings, man thinks being inabidingly, that is, enacts a thinking charged with descent by a projecting opening leaping unto the clearing itself. In and through such a thinking, man leaps over what hitherto is his own most animal rationale. Thinking away from himself out of the leap unto an owning, man does not think being with a view towards himself, but in advance thinks himself fundamentally unto being and its clearing. He has not left behind the transformation of his own most but laid this transformation ahead into his still ungrounded sights, which will become descent only as the history of the guardianship of the truth of being, cf. 7. Being and Man. Being now demands the struggle for what is its most ownmost sway. The beginning of another history of man lies sheltered and hidden in this most quiet distressing. The decision remains, whether man is capable of experiencing the distress that is prepared in advance by such a distressing, whether he has that strength and patience which fundamentally surpass all power, coercive force, and hardening. 17 Being as phi sigma iota. The advancement of the present, of presencing and constancy, and with this the mania for preserving and the will to eternity in the sense of duration, and the preference of actuality and effectivity that is at the service of actuality, arise out of being as sigma iota, out of arising that places itself in constancy. Within the purview of this swaying of being, man appears initially in his bodily conditionedness as G86 the enduring, that means, as a being and thus animality, when thought metaphysically, becomes the first determination of man, and simply by experiencing the frailty of animality, animality becomes the object of preservation. The immediately experienced relation to beings, i.e., what is present and constant, is grasped as new omicron, or receiving, and the receivable itself is seized as a possible footing and support within change. Following various modifications, that initial truth of being as sigma iota is in play in all manner of ways. Hereby what is elementally natural das Naturhaft in the reified sense remains only a form of the nearest presentification, it is not what is metaphysically deciding, but receives its importance from the sway of the being of sigma iota. 18 Being as word. Being, finally degraded in metaphysics to a used-up empty word that hardly still says the unactual detachment of thought from all that is actual and the detachment unto what lacks effect and is unactual, informs the total desolation of the representation that has no object. In being historical thinking being obtains the unique rank of a basic word of reticence that holds unto the upground. The saying that is sheltered hidden in this word, which says that the sway of truth is to be grounded in Dasein and as Dasein and that the in-between of the settlement of the most unembellished and the most decided counterings is to be inaugurated, is the rupture through which unyieldingly and precipitatingly any being falls off against the upground which alone restores being to beings again and in the allotment to being returns destiny to man. Being, metaphysically an indifferent hollow sound, being historically it is the stillness that holds back every storm and belongs to incalculable decisions. In its sway, word as such belongs to settlement and can be known only as what belongs to an owning. G87-19. Being. Being, in the first beginning the rising, sigma iota, the self-unfolding, opening, presencing. Being, at the end of this beginning, in life, the last vapor of an evaporating reality, the self-overpowering machination as empowering of power. Being, in the other beginning the en-owning, the struggle of countering and strife as the clearing of the upground of the in-between. The rising and the announcing meet in the being historically dissociating exposition. Ungrounded in its unconcealment and sheltering concealing, rising becomes a constantly present cause and condition and the unconditioned, and at the end it becomes the life that recoils unto itself. The en-owning is the ground as the upground of clearing, the struggle that struggles in the countering of God and man with the strife between earth and world. 20 The finitude of being. In contrast to the inquiry heretofore, the expression finitude is chosen within the framework of an unavoidable historical understanding and demarcation. This word is subject to many misinterpretations. One can think of the distinction between the relative, Kantian, and the absolute idealism. Along with this, one can draw upon the Christian representation of createdness of all beings as one falls at the same time into the trap of the dialectic by considering that whenever the finite is posited, an infinite is also already thought. One takes the finite here generally in the sense of what is limited, indeed in the sense of a limitation of beings, one thinks finitude metaphysically. G88 however, the finitude of being means something entirely different, the abground dimension of the in-between to which the not character by no means belongs as a lack or a limit, but as a distinction. If the finitude of being is thought at all as a demarcation from others, then it does not refer to the infinity of being, but to the infinity of beings, that is, to their unconditionality, which in turn means that the finitude of being refers to the preeminence of beings vis-a-vis being that consequently reduces being to an addendum. The finitude of being is a loaded expression that in an easily misunderstandable manner should guide mindfulness not to presuppose being's dependence on beings, and not even to assume a limitation of representing being, but to assert the uniqueness of being as enowning that is held unto the abground. However, finitude of des and the inabiding the clearing of settlement of countering and strife is a fundamental consequence of Dasein's foundational enownement by being. By focusing on the referral of humanness into the relation to beings as such, one can indicate, without ever enough reservations, this finitude of Dasein historically. But such indication is not the same as thinking the swaying of being itself, that is, enacting a thinking for which right from the outset the characterization of being in terms of finitude remains superfluous and disturbing. The attempt undertaken in the treatise Kant und das Problem der Metaphysik at elucidating and rendering understandable, by way of a historical approach, an entirely different beginning of the history of being necessarily had to fail. This attempt led to adjusting historically and thus fundamentally destroying the effort at inceptual thinking. The consequence is a remarkable situation. On the one hand, Sen und Zeit G89 is interpreted as a continuation and complementation of the critique of pure reason and its anthropology and is thus historically reckoned with and rendered innocuous. On the other hand, my interpretation of Kant is condemned as one-sided and violent. Considering the historical effect, which, seen being historically, is of course unimportant, this is neither an appropriate elucidation of Sen und Zeit, nor an interpretation of the critique of pure reason. Of course, whoever is able to think out of a knowing awareness of the question of being will understand differently and will not get stuck in historical effect. What the guide word finitude would like to say and name is not a finished, assertable property of being and of Dasein, but the title that is inappropriate for the utmost question-worthiness of that which shelters and conceals within itself the question-worthiness as a distinction. According to Kant, being is always beingness in the sense of the objectness of the object. However, objectness itself is not an object and, as the non-objective, it is also only a fundamental consequence of being, so that being in its ground character can never be thought out of such a consequence. Metaphysics is never capable of overcoming itself. As the first history of the first beginning, metaphysics demands another beginning, which immediately places metaphysics into its historical truth. 21. The saying of being historical thinking. The saying of being historical thinking reads, being is, a being is not. Only gradually, and with difficulty, can we overcome the prejudice of all metaphysics according to which a being is and only beings are and can be. Hereby, the is and the be always originate in a statement which states that something generally is, occurs and is extant, that such a being always is in this or that way, presences and stands vis-a-vis. The is which so to speak is innate to beings, indicates being G90 in the sense of constant presencing. Remaining unquestioned, and encountering no resistance, this is seizes up the determination of being and steers all modes of being and their modifications, for example modalities. However, being as the noun of the familiar is reveals itself as beingness which was projected open in the direction of beings. This projecting opening does not know the inquiry into the truth of being itself and maintains itself outside any experience of a possible necessity of inquiring into what is called here the truth of being. By virtue of this lack of experience that is even inceptually necessary, The projecting opening of being as constant presencing takes beings themselves as the pre-given support and side of being. That all the while a being is itself a being to the extent that it towers already within the unexperienced clearing of projecting opening, this is recognized in certain ways, that of pyro tau epsilon rho omicron nu tau sigma epsilon iota, of a priori and of having been thought. However, the peculiarity of this recognition is used only to finalize, for the entire length of the history of metaphysics, the failure to recognize the question-worthiness of the truth of being's projecting open. But to the extent that being itself is nevertheless thought and its determination is grasped as a task, three directions of metaphysics consequently open up. 1. Being is heightened to the most being, nu tau omega nu, because being bestows beingness upon any being, delta alpha. Being is the outward appearance, which bestows upon beings their particular look as such. In this sense and in this domain, delta alpha is delta nu alpha mu iota, the empowering of the extant in presence and constancy, and as this empowering itself the power of presencing. The Platonic Greek idea is not merely representedness of a subject-oriented opining in the modern sense, and nevertheless the ground and the force behind idea as perceptio and concept. 2. Being is explained with a view to that which being by its power, of distributing capability, renders efficacious, explained in view of gamma alpha theta nu kappa rho tau alpha tau omicron nu, what has already been equally strived for with pi kappa epsilon iota nu alpha tau omicron sigma alpha. G91 The summum bonum is thought in a Christian way as ens intium creans, Deus creator. Being is explained in terms of the highest being. 3. Being is relegated to representedness and interpreted as objectness of objects for the subject that is charged with representation, whereby at times the subject plays its role of origin as conditioned and at times as unconditioned. Thus metaphysics derives being either from a highest being or it makes being into a contrivance of a being and its mere representing, or it conjoins both explanations of being derived from beings. For Hegel, absolute idea is the thought of the Creator God prior to, and for the sake of, this creation, a God who is thought of as the unconditioned subject. After Hegel and within a process of final completion of metaphysics that is supposedly free of metaphysics and reverses everything, all forms of explanations of being, out of idea, out of God, and out of the subject, return in some kind of confusion and blending. The swamp that holds these thoughtless bubbles together is indicated by tracing everything back to the all-life, all-Leben, life. Thereupon, in the muddy self-evidence that sits well with the masses, even the last clarity which still distinguishes all fundamental metaphysical thinking is once and for all effaced. Being is, a being is not. This saying would like to say straight away that, regardless of how a being may be given, only seemingly a path leads to being, whose truth can be experienced only through a leap as the clearing and the upground that lights up. By the very manner of questioning inquiring into the truth of being, being is already freed from any and all metaphysically fundamental binding to beings. Being is means, being and only being and sways its own sway, enouns itself as enowning unto the upground of the clearing that as the free play of time-space acquires for being the sites, G92 which allow the settlement between countering and strife to become the moment and the ground of history. Being does not give away its swaying to beings, but fulfills this swaying as itself and thus lights itself up as the upground, wherein, on the same plane, that which man calls beings may tower, may fall away and may linger. Descent does not form and does not bind being to man, not only because descent itself above all becomes the ground of the being historical man, who begins beyond the history of metaphysics, but also because in its own most descent itself is ennowned by being. However, nowhere and never can beings count as mere image and reflected splendor of being. Beings cannot be compared to being, and are turned away from being. Only the historical arrival in between of man unto the truth of being necessitates and makes possible a relation by virtue of which man comports himself to beings, which as such are preserved in the constancy and presencing, because beings seem to bring about the nearest and the unique counter-holding ground against the upground. The highest form of constancy and presencing is sought in becoming, which inceptually appears as the opposite and the exclusion of being. In truth, however, becoming seeks the constancy of the permanently other and still wants to rescue unto being the changing and the drifting. In the epoch of the completion of metaphysics, which simultaneously comes along with the complete distortion of metaphysics, the being historical saying can hardly be said without avoiding the misinterpretation, whose most adamant form always consists in explaining, out of the heretofore, something that has been thought and making it intelligible out of the heretofore. Therefore, being historical thinking can try to make do with an in-between saying, a being is, being sways. But this in-between saying bespeaks instantly the intention of metaphysics to the extent that this saying attributes being to beings G93 and thinks the sway as the constancy of swayness, epsilon of the delta alpha, regardless of whether this happens in a Platonic, a Christian theological or a transcendental subjective way. Therefore, the in-between saying is incapable of raising into a deciding knowing awareness what it actually thinks and what it has to and think. Therefore, it must be abandoned. The strangeness of the actual being historical saying offers at most a hint at the necessity of a thinking leap, for which beings of metaphysics and man as experienced metaphysically are only historical occasions for the leap off. These no longer set the measure for and leaping the clearing of being and its swaying, but in turn come back above all to their historical uniqueness and inevitability via the metaphysical thinker's fundamental groundings. And thought as enowning of settlement of the countering and strife unto the in-between of the free play of time-space that holds unto the up-ground, being cannot be elucidated and made understandable through approximation with, and vague resonances to, the wording of the metaphysical thinking hitherto. The keenest threat to being is understandability. Being as the owning of the settlement of the intersecting of countering and strife that is held unto the up-ground is thought neither in view of beings as their leftover and addendum nor in view of beings as their cause and condition. The path of thought of being historical thinking runs outside any metaphysics, whether ancient, Christian, or modern. Whence comes the decision that is to be made between the preeminence of beings and the grounding of the truth of being? It comes only from being, out of the manner in which being refuses and gifts itself. Being itself is the owning of this decision and its free play of time-space. Being is more originary than the mystery of the earth, more worlding than the inaugurated world, more swaying than God, and more grounding G94 than man, and yet only the moment of the in-between four beings in the whole. 22 Ground, being and lambda theta epsilon iota alpha. The in-between as the up-ground which as up-ground is the clearing for beings, and above all enfolds beings in grounding. In the attempt I made with vom Wesen de Grounds, ground is grasped out of transcendence and transcendence is grasped as ground. Transcendence, of course, is still within the perspective of the transcendental and thus under the purview of consciousness, which in turn is replaced by de sen, all expediencies for simply familiarizing the knowledge hitherto of being with what is interrogated in general. Thus everything that is charged with ground, even if in the manner of a surpassing, is piled up on beings and thus posited nevertheless as a stage. The temporality-spatiality of the T/here does not arrive, as the in-between, at a placeless place that is first grounded by the T/here itself. Although entirely differently inquired into, the swaying of being, in spite of everything, still stands under the semblance of the a priori and consequently under the semblance of an addendum. Being does not sway as ground, it is not what grounds das Grundage, that is, it is not what in the up-ground of clearing prepares that for all beings unto which a being cannot collapse because it is too light. The being of a being is the prior prop unto which a being collapses out of the lightness of the lack of collapse, is the ground that out of the up-ground grounds the constancy of a being, by virtue of which a being can find its way unto what is simple and rare and thus has to remain the groundless, and in itself without the in-between. However, being can become the ungrounded and G95 it will be recognized and becomes recognizable as such primarily through the being historical remembering of, genitivus objectivus, metaphysics. For being's abandonment of beings is the ungroundability of being, as a consequence of which being lets itself be raised to the level of a mere addendum. Ungroundability arises out of the collapse of lambda theta epsilon iota alpha which itself is not yet held unto the up-ground. The lambda theta epsilon iota alpha is capable only of the swaying of sheltering unconcealing, of appearing into openness. In lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, openness itself does not hold sway as clearing, and clearing does not hold sway as being. At the end, the lambda theta epsilon iota alpha is still the yoke and the bridge, but a bridging that is without upground. That means, lambda theta epsilon iota alpha is also not the bridge and the yoke, and therefore it must forfeit what it possesses inceptually foundationally and become correctness. Only when inquired into as the in-between of the ennonement is being of such swaying that it is charged with ground and grounding. To know, the ungroundability of being of the groundless beings. Hence, the lack of mindfulness in explaining and planning everything. The space of the total despacing. Only where being's chargedness with ground is engrounded, that is, in being historical and thinking, is the buildable possible once again. The constructive of the mere arranging and planning is only what is ceaselessly designable. The design, however, is the, emptily extended, plan of the ungrounded plane of what is always the same. At the plane of what cannot be grounded, a swaying of godhood out of the response of man's domain is impossible. All explaining is the denial of what is charged with ground. Sciences confirm and pursue what is groundless in beings. 23. Being. At the beginning of Occidental history and as its beginning there is the rising, sigma iota, the rising prevailing, the self-lighting presencing. However, because of the G96 preeminence of presencing, this rising is already the concealing of the upground of being and the relegation to beings themselves. The rising begins with the upground and, that means, with going under. When do we see the going under in this beginning? When do we intimate the uniqueness of this first beginning? When do we free ourselves from misinterpretations which have been forced upon us by the subsequent, prolonged and always widening history of the first beginning, and by the prolonged hesitating completion of this history? Inceptually, sigma iota appears like a being itself and is then seized in the having been seen of the delta alpha. The rising does not become the breakthrough of the upground which as the between casts itself amid beings, so that in the direction of the ungrounded open all beings, simultaneously overgrounded by the open, rend themselves unto the strife of the earth and the world and tower and close themselves in the silent glow of what is unblemished. Inceptual being is the rising and thus already the going under, because the clearing that is ungrounded and is no longer promising overwhelms it. What the rising was and what remains ahead of all the history of being as its going under must be experienced as the announcing of the upground. But to experience this is difficult, because beings, familiar and forgotten at the same time, have overgrown being and now brace themselves against being without letting being count as more than an empty, undeterminable concept. Beings are too much of a being, and have become a confused fluctuation between power and powerlessness, and take refuge in the protection of an actuality, which in the calculating frenzy of man secures for itself above all a prestige as effectiveness. Because being as refusal is beyond power and powerlessness, and is especially the distress of distressing unto godhood of gods and guardianship of man, man must come towards being differently than he ever did in its first beginning, but not as though he could ever lay hold of being and its truth. The arrival in coming towards Entgegenken feet is only preparing the G97 readiness for the scarcely enquivering tremor, with which the upground places itself between all beings and fosters decision between gods and man. As its unobtrusive sign, the arrival in coming towards has the power which holds itself back, and wants to be known only by the knowing few. Is man's domain still capable of this arrival in coming towards? Must not here the refusal have become already a withholding gifting unto the storm of poetizing, thinking projecting openings? The unleashed effectiveness of beings that are abandoned by being still overpowers being in all manner of ways. The holding back of refusal, which beyond power and powerlessness holds ready for the freest of decision the inevitable leap into the far-reaching depth of the upground. In order that holding back of refusal grounds as holding unto the upground, because only thus does refusal compel into the distress of poetizing, thinking grounding of the word, this holding back of refusal lights up the open which is never the open of what is empty, but indeed the open of the fullness, which unperceivable by the measures and pincers of beings, allows its jointure only to become differentiable for the decidedness unto being and unto its remembrance. The latter does not let what is to be remembered fade away, but raises it up into uniqueness as its keenest joining. The jointure of fullness is likewise the simpleness of the few, appropriate to what holds back. This fullness knows no rushing that comes from the manifold, rather it has its fullness from the open that is uniquely unshiftable, and that is the ennonement that only broadens the open unto its openness to the distress of the exuberance of the decision wherein history has always already begun, that is, the decision between Godhood and man's domain. History is the allotment unto the truth of being and therefore achieves its apex with the going under of those who ground the open and are privileged to be the precursors to grounding. However, because thinking saying is a not saying and sagen, only seldom does it succeed a trifle in its fundamental word. G 9824. The stillest crossing unto the other beginning. In the stillest crossing unto the other beginning, being, hitherto still an addendum to beings and overshadowed by them, is experienced as the upground of ennonement of descent unto the swaying as the free play of time-space of the decision between man's domain and Godhood, a decision for and against what is ownmost and unknownmost to man and what sways and unsways in Godhood. The experience of being urges into the initial distress wherein being lights itself up as the refusal of its sway, and fosters for itself a uniqueness to which, in the attempt to ground the truth of such a sway and to prepare for beings aside for appearing out of the simpleness and graveness of themselves, only a passage through a moment of history can be appropriate. That which in the swaying of being, from afar and held into the upground, solely owns man unto the guardianship of the truth of being, that can never have the effect of the gigantic machination of beings, because gigantic machination of being submerges man in the flood of his unleashed unknownmost and lets diminish all capability for God. 25. Being. Being is the owning of truth. Truth is the clearing of refusal, which in refusal and as refusal is a prime leap, an outlay of lighting up. Owning is the originary allotting of human beings both unto the truth of being, and thus, simultaneously, unto the distressing need of the Godhood of gods. The strife of the world and the earth arises from within the ennownment to ennowning, and things that are in strife arise above all from that strife. G 9926. Being, the upground. Being is the upground, the cleft of the lighted in-between, whose rocks and bluffs and pinnacles keep themselves sheltered concealed. Only from time to time in a leap of fundamental inquiry, in inquiring into the allotment unto being and in inquiring unto being itself and its clearing, does man leap the upground and, as descent, becomes the bridge and the crossing for a passage through ennowment of man's domain unto the contentiousness of the Godhood of gods. Being is nowhere and never fixed, affixed, propped up, and laid down. Being is the ground that as such is always already turned away, because as ennowment being is the self-refusing allotment unto what is not propped up and protected, because being means only this. 27. Being is the upground. As upground, being is specifically the nothing and the ground. Nothing is what is different from being, a difference that holds onto the upground. Nothing is the annihilating of all ground, of all prop, all protections, all measures, all goals, and it is thus ennowment unto the open of the refusal and, therefore, is of the sway of being, but it is never the same as being because it is never the foundational fullness. Nothing is, above all, not the fullness because it is thus no ground. Annihilatingly, ground is the ennowment unto the distress of grounding as the inquiry and ansaying of the truth of refusal so as to obtain the truth of refusal as the between wherein Godhood and man's domain decide for and against each other. G 128. Being, distress, care. Being historical thinking does not understand distress as a need and a mere lack vis-a-vis a metaphysical ideal but, in accordance with the nothing, understands it as upground, the freedom of exuberance and mourning, both, however, not as feelings, but as grounding attunements. The announcing and direction of the tune unto the ground and its grounding, clearing and joining. In accord with descent, attunement is neither psychological nor biological nor existential. Hence, care, the guardianship of the distress of being. Whence the constant intrusion of the mere psychological and evaluating thinking? Why at the same time the constant staring at what is annoying? Because even here one always reckons with explanations that come from beings. 29 Being is n-owning. In n-owning, being holds sway as freedom. Being holds sway as of ground. Being holds sway as refusal. Being holds sway as truth, time-space. Every word here says n-owning, and what it says holds sway in n-owning. No alien and no familiar concept from metaphysics can be thought unto these words. In refusal being surpasses itself, it always sways more than itself and hides itself thus above all in the simpleness that no one fathoms. The clearing of being is of being's own sway and removes being instantly unto darkness. The open of clearing is never something public, but is held back unto the unique aloneness of being. G101 Being remains ungraspable to all mere beings. However, man has the distinction of being able to be that being that is not only a being, but grounds his is in enownement by being. Only that which like being, while holding sway, takes itself back into the sheltered concealedness, towers infinitely over every power and powerlessness. This towering over does not need eternity. G10130. Being and freedom. Being is n-owning and is thus the of ground, and as of ground the ground of ground, and therefore freedom. Freedom is not somehow the essence of being as though being could be classified and subordinated to freedom, but rather freedom sways in and as being. Here freedom is understood more originarily than the metaphysical freedom, but more specifically than moral freedom. Schelling's concept of freedom is a metaphysical one. The transition into the system of negative and positive philosophy proves this. But the of-ground is the ground of the ground, because only the of-ground can be the distress of grounding, of erecting the ground, and determine the necessities of grounding. 31 The free play of time-space. How do we account for the fact that since long ago we know space, place, and time only as the extant and fleeting empty forms of the extant, and perhaps even admit them as means of objectification, of producing representing, of the extant? What has happened that we know nothing of their originary onefold, of the free play of time-space whose holding unto the of-ground belongs to the of-ground of being itself? G102 Why are space and time only what is discarded from beings and not the unassailable, intimately swaying fullness of the in-between that, while holding unto the of-ground, grounds every nearness and remoteness, every refusal and gifting, every concealing and clearing, and is neither in man's discretion as power of representing, nor in the discretion of beings as the form of appearances? Why it is so difficult for us to detach ourselves from the traditional desolation of space and time wherein only calculation and planning rave? Why are we blind and insensitive to this desolation? Because either we seek ourselves always merely as thinking animals, or we seek beings in the whole, or we seek the interpenetration of both the thinking animal and beings in the whole and strive for explanations, which are again productive derivations from the extant. Because unknowing as we are, and fleeing from being, we have no inkling of the sway of truth. 32 Being and space. Consider the ownmost of space as indicated in the spatiality of de sen in senuendi zeit. Only out of the clearing is there space. And this requires in advance the overcoming of the metaphysical interpretation of space. In metaphysics space counts as emptiness, and spacing means making empty, giving up, and abandoning. Looked at more deeply, space is just what is to be occupied, what is to be taken, because it is what receives, what holds in and what grants closure. Space makes room in the manner of yielding a place, of granting the specificity to removals unto and thus to what in granting charms. In the same vein, chi omicron, the gaping opening, is not the emptiness that presses forth, but the of-ground. G10333. Being and letting be. One is of the opinion that letting a being be as how and what it is to be simply achieved by being indifferent to beings, by undertaking nothing about them and by taking nothing away from them. But, on the contrary, letting be presupposes the utmost in abiding the truth of the sway of being. The more fundamentally man's ownmost is wrested free of animality and spirituality, the more he is allotted unto the inabiding, understood as the intimate persevering in the grounding of the truth of being. Letting beings be must be kept furthest removed from any cajoling of what is presently actual, effective, and successful. 34. The being historical word. The being historical word is ambiguous and at the same time does not mean different objects, but says being non-objectively, because being, the sustaining and owning that sways specifically and ceaselessly in manifold ways, nevertheless demands simpleness from its word. Here explanatory definitions achieve as little as indefinite and symbolic speaking through signs. This manifold ways of saying of being historical words is creative within the stillness of the contexts that are inaccessible to a calculative systemization, because, as historical, these contexts, moreover, continuously and necessarily reserve what in them is sheltered, hidden and still undecided. However, this unsayable is not the irrational of metaphysics, but that which in the grounding of the truth of being is first to be decided. See Kant und das Problem der Metaphysik, 1929, GA3, ed. FWV. Hermann, Frankfurt am Main, 1991. See GA2. C. Vom Wesen des Grunds, 1929, Wegmarken, GA9. ed. FWV. Hermann, Frankfurt am Main, 1976, pages 123 to 75. CGA2, sections 22 to 24. See the 1930 lecture on truth, Vom Wesen der Wahrheit, to appear in Vortrag, GA80. G104V. G105 Truth. Clearing, Moment and Knowing Awareness. G106, In Abiding the Yes, Nearness and Remoteness. G10735. Question of Truth, a Directive. 1. Vom Wesen der Wahrheit, Lecture of 1930, 1. In addition, Interpretation of the Simile of the Cave in the lecture course of 1931/32.2. 2. Vom Ursprung des Kunstwerks, Freiburg lecture of 1935.3. 3. Vom Ursprung des Kunstwerks, Frankfurt lectures of 1936.4. 4. Vom Wesen der Wahrheit, lecture of 1937/38.5. 5. Die Grundlegung der Neuzeitlichen Weltbilds die Metaphysik, lecture of 1938.6. 6. Enmerkungen zu Nietzsches 2. Unzeitgemäße Betrachtung, Abschnitt 6 Wahrheit und Gerechtigkeit, lecture seminar of 1938/39.7. 7. Lecture course of summer semester of 1939, Nietzsche, Wille zur Macht, 3. Book, Der Wille zur Macht als Erkenntnis, point 8. 8. Beitrag zur Philosophie, 1936, section, Gründung point 9. 9. Zu Aristoteles, Physik B1, Sigma Iota, third term of 1940, pages 22 ff10. G10836. Clearing. In the other beginning of thinking and saying, it is the clearing that we must ground. But the clearing in its double swaying, clearing as the dim glow of the attunement out of the upground of being and as the simple brightness of the knowing in grasping in begrip for in abiding the in-between. Both are not yet achieved in their originary one-fold. Both require the fundamental transformation of man into Dasein. The dignity of the truth of being over against the preeminence of beings and over against the addendum of beingness, idea and value, that is tolerated and needed by being. The swaying of the T/here-ness of the T/here-Dayheit that holds unto the upground, and the inabiding of Dasein that as such grounds into beings. To be Dasein means to ground the clearing unto announcing, the clearing in its double sway towards history, in the in-between of beings. Thrownness and projecting open are thrusts of the clearing that are already grasped out of the truth of being but still viewed out of the provenance of the crossing of metaphysics into being historical thinking. Clearing is never the empty, but the most originary thorough swaying of owning as the settlement of the countering and strife, the in-between held unto the upground. And every T/here of a historical Dasein obtains only an abyss of the upground. G10937. Truth as clearing. Clearing says an opening that removes unto, and shelters conceals in itself both the charming moving unto and the open of the opaque. Clearing enouns what is light and calls to mind light and its shining and the radiating brightness. Light and what is charged with light are both the quiet glow. Therefore, grasped being historically, clearing always says the English owing of the open, the thorough attunement. The saying of the clearing is attuned. As English owing an opening, clearing is of being which, while holding unto the ground, is reticent on the distress of the ground and enouns the groundership of saying as the necessity that gives rise to freedom as history, history in the sense of the struggle between fundamental decisions. The first beginning of the fundamental projecting opening of truth unto clearing, as well as the fundamental delimitation of truth as correctness, begin with what is unfolded, that is, with what the early Greeks named lambda theta epsilon iota alpha after the name and the gestalt of the goddess, a word that we readily and aptly translate with sheltering unconcealment, and its inceptuality we nevertheless intimate the least without proper historical distance. Uncoveredness and Entdecktheit and resolute disclosedness in Sklosenheit, in Senuendizeit, are held within the foundational domain of lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, and yet they do not succeed in obtaining the full being historical knowing awareness of the inceptual which lets lambda theta epsilon iota alpha and sigma iota remain within a onefold swaying. And correspondingly, in Plato's simile of the cave there is already a falling away from the beginning, cf. the attempt to interpret it in 1931/32. Although the simile, cave and the climbing up into the sphere of light, fundamentally refers to the relation between nu, omicron sigma alpha, delta alpha, lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, lambda theta epsilon iota alpha is nevertheless carried over into a representation of the soul. G110 in Aristotle's lambda theta epsilon epsilon iota nu tau psi upsilon chi, sheltering unconcealment has become an unconcealing of the soul, in spite of metaphysics theta 10 zeta omega and nu omicron dispose over, and carry out the sheltering unconcealment. Thus, as the decisive possibility for preserving the beginning, the significant but never accomplished, not even by the inceptual thinkers, grounding of the soul and man unto sheltering unconcealment is finally lost. Since then, correctness takes its course, presses forth and dominates the fundamental determination of thinking and reason and, along with it, the interpretation of beingness of beings in the sense of representedness. Correctness is the adequateness of representing to beings, respectively accessibility of beings to and for representing. Insofar as it comes down to man as the subject, adequateness secures beings, and makes man certain of beings. Truth has become certainty and, through certainty, the securing of the constancy of the subject. This securing has to turn itself into a stabilization and consolidation of beings, whereby it is no longer that important what each being is, how it shows itself. What is important, rather, is that beings surround us and are secured as something stable. The question of adequateness in the sense of agreement and reproducing loses its importance and meaning. What counts is what is stable and secure even if, measured by the preceding measure of adequatio, the stable and the secure reproduce nothing at all from beings as they become. Seen in this respect, the stable is simply a deception, an imagination, an illusion, a falsity, an error. But this characterization has fallen out of the sway of truth. When at the end Nietzsche characterizes truth as error, then what is decisive is not that he reverses the truth into its opposite, but that as the consequence of the preeminence of machination, the sway of truth transforms itself once again from certainty to stability. The characterization of truth as error is, so to speak, only the historical differentiation of the knowing awareness of truth itself, and G111 by no means the knowing awareness of truth that is awake in the will to truth. Revering truth is not revering an illusion as such, but revering, within the purview of the concept of truth hitherto, the truth that appears as illusion. And this concept reveals itself in the same way also for the will to power as heightening, poetizing and transfiguration. That is why in this empowering, the adequateness to being, namely to becoming as the will to power, still continues to be powerful. In spite of everything and without evasion, Nietzsche stays on the path of truth as a equatio of which consolidation is only a variant. Nietzsche conceives truth metaphysically unto the completion of correctness and certainty, but he does not think at all, and least of all inceptually. However, just like the inceptual thinking, the one thinking that counts at the end of metaphysics has its own foundationality and greatness. Hence, truth can no longer be the most supreme power, will azur macht, 8531, although for the will to power it continues to be unavoidable. By contrast, sheltered concealed within the first beginning, sigma iota and lambda theta epsilon iota alpha are the same and the unique. Truth as correctness and stabilization is fostered, valued, revered, and wanted because in the midst of beings man as a subject comports himself towards beings and, through all these, he comports himself above all towards himself. The will to constancy and presence is even the most sheltered concealed and the actual ground for the projecting opening of beings as becoming, cf above G25F, and section 92, below, G395, insofar as becoming is to grant both at once, the continuity of overcoming, and a presencing, of what is to be overcome, indeed the overcoming of the rigid that stands still so that within this continuity a constancy sways, that of the overcoming. G112 But the will to truth, as correctness, is in this way, of course, not yet grounded, because correctness itself lacks the ground. Ground is the upground of the clearing understood as the glowing and opening of the in-between of the moment, and opening of the in the midst and amongst. What in the first beginning, sigma iota, lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, only arose and appeared as beings in general becomes here in the other beginning the owning of the upground of decision. Now in the other beginning, being no longer holds sway as a being in itself, but, fundamentally remote from and free of all subjectivity and objectivity, being is the mastery of the stillness of all originary history, the truth of being is the being of truth, and only being is. 38 Truth. Truth, the clearing of being as the refusal that ennounces within the intersection of countering and strife, is the being of errancy. Error in the sense of unabiding in the clearing arises from out of errancy, errancy, however, arises from out of the truth. Errancy is not the result of mistakes and failures and entanglements, errancy belongs to the ownmost of the clearing and is grounded in its dignity, which is also irradiated by the refusal of being, a dignity which no descent is ever capable of outlasting. Hence, errancy is nothing human, rather it holds sway in the in-between of God and man as the free play of time-space of the strife of the earth and the world. The true as what is correct has already degraded errancy into incorrectness, that is, into a contrivance of man. Correctness, that powerful metaphysical being of truth in its manifold shapings, is the distortion of the inceptual sway of truth that is yet to be seized and is thus the collapse of all the paths of inquiry into being. G1 1339. The clearing of being and man, the moment. Why is this sudden moment, world history, fundamentally and upgroundingly different from all the millions of years of worldless turn of events? Because this suddenness lights up the uniqueness of being, and what neither was nor was not outside of being and non-being receives the upground of a grounding unto beings. Less than nothing compared with what is most fleeting in that moment is the presumed duration of being less beings that subsequently one would like to ascertain as already extant out of the clearing of that moment and to call nature in order to figure out the fleetingness and illusoriness of that moment. But illusoriness is still the clearing, is still being, illusion is still the clearing, is still being, that is, that which alone gifts man unto his ownmost, into that which exempts him from any comparison with the animal and with the merely living. But decis iona implies, whether we hear and we say being or whether in a remarkable forgottenness of being we proceed primarily to calculate man out of beings, be it even by assuming catastrophes. For catastrophe remains a figure of speech, when by misconceiving the anownings of fundamental origins that are held unto the upground we attempt with this figure of speech to derive everything from out of the same mix called life. But decision implies, whether we preserve the inabidingness in being as the upground of all groundings of beings and refuse to submit our ownmost to a rational calculation. Decision is means, decision is already the announcement by being. Decision is not a mere choice, but attunedness by grounding attunements, by virtue of which the ownmost of man is removed from animality, so that it can first become abiding in the midst of the strife of the earth and the world. This removal is ennowment from out of G114 being. The moment of world history, in other words the moment of the announcing of the truth of being, can never be assessed with the historical technical calculation of time. What is important is not duration and fleetingness, nor the mere fullness and emptiness, but the ground that is held unto of ground and is the ground of the counterings of the mutual allotting of gods and man in their ever-groundable fundamental decidedness. The moment is the suddenness of the downfall of sturts of everything that is not yet grounded at all but is groundable unto the clearing of being. The moment is the suddenness of man's uprising aufstand into inabiding the in-between of this clearing. The moment has nothing to do with the eternity of beings in the sense of the nunc-stans of metaphysics which carries within itself all the right and wrong signs of calculated time. The moment is the origin of time itself, this as the onefoldness of the removal unto that itself enjoins the clearing and therefore, although unrecognized, can be taken over as the realm of projecting opening the very first interpretation of being. The moment does not need eternity, the mere subterfuge of the transitory of the always finite, which under the guise of the preeminence of the extant as actual beings remains extant, because the extant is after all the permanent. On the other hand, the moment should not be degraded to the most transitory of the transitory which obviously remains merely the seemingly heroically affirmed reverse side of eternity, the mere reversal of metaphysics through which the unavoidable is falsified into the fundamental. All mere doctrines of destiny, including the amor fati, are outlets conceived by metaphysics, they are attempts to say something about beings, without inquiring into being. Just as the originarily, ecstatically, grasped time is only the closest to the clearing of being, the closest that overwhelms us while we are mindful of the metaphysical interpretation of being, just so the moment remains only a temporal naming, temporal in the sense of originarily grasped time, of the suddenness of the clearing of being. G1:1540. Clearing nearness and remoteness. We are accustomed to taking nearness and remoteness always only calculatively, and from the viewpoint of distance, and retro-related to the body when it is taken as corporeal. Straight away we carry the spatial that is grasped in this manner over to the temporal. Is this a carrying over? Or do not both arise out of the same root, except that space receives a priority, and this not by virtue of its space character but on the basis of what is temporally ownmost to space, on the basis of its simultaneous presencing in all its stretches? And presencing has temporal priority because it seems to unfold being above all and maximally. But what is the reason for this? From where comes this inceptual intimate connection between being and presencing in the twofold sense of staying and present? Cf. 7. Being and man. Having obtained a preeminence through time, space dominates time itself with respect to grasping the sway of time, and that means subsequently, with respect to the interpretation that takes time as a line, and the now as a point, and correspondingly takes the arrival and going away of this point as changes of location, except that this interpretation suppresses the question concerning the space that belongs to these time locations. Hence nearness is what can be reached in a short segment of time, span of time, that is, what can be reached as immediately present, produced and represented, correspondingly, remoteness. Both nearness and remoteness are calculated in view of the means available in each case for overcoming the distance. But to the extent that in the course of time everything becomes near in this way, it loses right away the character of nearness. In this connection, nearness means that remoteness that is grounded in the swaying of being and cannot be eliminated through the overcoming of distance. It means that the holding back that arises out of the refusal and is yet retained by the refusal is something entirely other than the empty extantness, and is the other as a hinting of the upground of being. G1:16. Considering the primership of their sway, Wessenserstlingskraft nearness and remoteness are not measures, and above all, not measures for the spatio-temporal determinations of distances, but swayings of being itself and its clearing. This clearing lends an openness to the familiar space and to the usual time, that is, an openness which in truth, when grasped in view of being, is no openness, but is filled up and thoroughly distorted by the calculating that comes from the unleashed and self-assessing representing and producing. The disappearance of the nearness and remoteness into the distential, their leveling off into the numerical and quantitative differences, is simply the hidden consequence of the unconditioned mastery of being understood as machination of producibility and representability of beings. In their sway, nearness and remoteness are to be grasped only as held unto the ground, that is, from out of the sway of being and for being as an owning. Nearness is the ground of remoteness, and remoteness is the ground of nearness. Both are the same, the ground of the clearing of being. However, any attempt at a dialectical conceptual reckoning would shatter what here is to be thought into a merely superficial back and forth of differentiating and relating, and would destroy any inkling of the leap unto the swaying of being. Nearness and remoteness belong to the clearing of being as enownement. But they are not seizable properties that come in handy for describing the sway of the clearing and are useful for making this sway understandable. Rather, over against machination of beings that are abandoned by being, nearness and remoteness initiate trajectories of decision towards the truth of being. In being they are the sites without location of the countering of godhood of gods and the domain of man, a countering that throws that godhood and this domain back unto their sway which is held unto the ground. The entirely concealed origin of the time-space of the T/here is that from which metaphysics in advance and initially has rent the spatiality-temporality in order then to make this spatiality-temporality self-reliant for interpreting everything out of them and to pass off what is uninterpretable as superspatial and supertemporal. G117 Nearness and remoteness are not subordinated to any measure, and as far as being itself is concerned, a being is never capable of offering a measure. In their onefold that holds unto the ground, nearness and remoteness are the resonating in-between of all countering and the limits, held unto the ground, of all blending that is needed by calculation and machination. Nearness and remoteness are the preserve of the refusal as the highest gifting. They light up being, which sways only in the in-between but is never to be demonstrated from out of beings. 41 The in-between of the T/here. The in-between of the T/here is to be taken as pre-spatial and pre-temporal, if space and time indicate the objective realm of the extant and its representing's locational temporal juncture. Specifically indeed, the in-between bespeaks of the twofold intimacy of the in the midst of and the meanwhile, the moment of the ground. This in-between is the clearing understood as the thoroughglowing, attunement, that opens. The inabiding the T/here is standing free towards beings and thus also first of all towards man as the one who can become his own and be a self. Selfhood is grounded in inabiding. Self is the ground of the you and the I, of the we and the I. But subject is of metaphysical origin and subjectivity means extantness of what is absolutely secured for representing. G1 1842. Truth. The sway of truth does not lie in correctness and reproduction of beings, it does not lie in certainty and security of beings, does not lie in beings as what is reliable, valid, stable, and does not lie in the unconditionality of thinking. The sway of truth lies in the clearing of being as the distress of the unowned groundership and godhood, a distress that holds unto the ground. Only as the clearing of being is there manifestness of beings. The clearing of being, the unowning of the ground. Consequently, an entirely different relationship to truth is demanded from us. And what is the fundamental consequence of this demand? Inabiding the in-between. 43 Truth and the true. Is the true to be merely schemed off things and beings just like cream off milk? Is, via human opinion, the true and what something is to be only attributed to a being as an object, and talked about? Is the true what is left over of the objects or an addendum of the subject, or is it in part objective, in part subjective or neither of the two? Does the sway of the true move within the subject-object relation at all? From where do we obtain the sway of truth? What guarantees the finding of the sway of the truth? From where does the necessity for mindfulness of such a sway come? In determining the truth of the true, analogous to the comportment in delimiting the being of beings, Why do we appeal directly to what is simply accessible and intended by everyone? And why do we appeal to the actual? G1 1944. Being and Truth and Dasein. Inabiding Dasein is the steadiness of a grounded affirmation of the sway of truth as the clearing of the shelteredness concealedness of a refusal of the domain of a decision concerning the countering of the domain of man and godhood. However, affirming and approving are not the same. Approving surrenders itself and is a rescue. Affirming frees unto freedom vis-a-vis what is unavoidable and is known in its necessity via sustaining a distress, the unavoidable that must be denied approval because approval trails endlessly behind it. What succeeds approval is fanaticism, that is, the extreme form of an escape into a possibility that is offered for rescue. Affirming refers to decisions that are not yet fulfilled, and have to be created for the first time. Approvals are easy to bear and there is a multitude of what is to be approved. Given their actual futurity, the affirming ones remain necessarily unrecognized and strange even among the likes of themselves. What is genuine, what suffices the sway, is only among the affirming ones. They safeguard the leaps, although they themselves do not always initiate the leaping of these leaps. The approving ones lie because first they must lie to themselves, insofar as their approving is passed off as affirming, passed off as the freeness unto being free, which is simply what they must evade. Affirming means saying yes to the annihilating of the upground, it means taking over a dissuzeren which is being itself and which necessitates the distress of the groundership of man and the distress of the godhood of gods. Amor fati is still approving beings in the whole, it is not yet the fundamental will to the truth of being that is owned by being itself. G120 Amor fati still means loving the obscure in advance, it is not venturing the uniqueness of the clearings lighting up, it is not venturing being as refusal. 45 Knowing awareness and truth. Knowing awareness is questioning in abiding the sway of the truth of being, it is the actual Dasein. Knowing awareness is more originary than any kind of cognition and any kind of will. Knowing awareness is in hearing the clearing that resonates through and through with the sheltering concealing of being. Knowing awareness is what exclusively, and actually, is thoroughly attunable by the grounding attunements. Knowing awareness has nothing to do with consciousness, which entirely and exclusively maintains itself in the forefront corner of the subject-object relationship and presupposes man as the thinking animal that has become the subject. This consciousness as self-consciousness can unfold itself into the absolute consciousness and encompass and determine everything that is taken into consciousness als bewusstheit in its having become conscious bewusstheit and consign any being to the absolute reason having become conscious. Beingness is thus laid apart with the help of having become conscious, and brought into accord with what consciously stands together as what belongs together. We will never arrive at a more originary interpretation of being and truth in this manner. On the contrary, the semblance of the unconditioned covers and blocks every other questioning. By setting out from beingness as having become conscious, truth of being is decided, and in fact decided so ultimately, that this determination cannot even be inquired into and thought as a determination of the truth of being. As the highest determination, having become conscious is so absolute that it deems itself equal to being, and hence for Hegel, in his logic, it can take over the inceptual designation, the idea, G121 that is, the having been seen of an absolute seeing which is thoroughly transparent to itself, and is the perceiving of reason or the absolute idea. Insofar as here the talk is of knowing, it means representing beingness of beings, it does not mean in hearing the clearing of being, and attunedness in this clearing. Knowing awareness is affirming the question-worthiness of the most question-worthy wherein the approval of beings always originates. To stand out within this question-worthiness while in abiding means exposing the ownmost of man and the ownmost of decision about him to the preparedness for an allotment to the grounding of the truth of being. This standing out means awaiting the announcement so that man's ownmost may find in being the time-space of the settlement. 46 Truth and acting. Where acting counts as the true and where acting counts as action, that is, as the intervention of a human contrivance into the extant, a long time must be given in advance for acting to unfold into something useful. To a present that is confined to the quotidian and the unexpected, successes and advantages might very well become discernible all of a sudden, indeed so that the consequences of these successes and advantages do not yet let the harm hidden in them become public. Thus acting does not follow usefulness at all, and it remains to be seen whether a usefulness that can be ascertained at one time confirms what is true in an acting. But perhaps one should not refrain from asking whether the ownmost of acting can ever be fulfilled by all activities and doings, however extensive and impressive they may be. Acting is acting only if, instead of begetting the true which has to hang on to the useful, it lets the sway of truth as the question worthy be lighted up in the midst of the undecided. The genuine acting sets free unto freedom, that is, unto the inabidingness of belonging to being. G 12247. Truth and usefulness. There is no attitude, which could not be ultimately justified by the ensuing usefulness for the totality. Adolf Hitler 30. January 1939, 1. Who makes up this totality? 80 million strong extant human mass. Does its extantness assign to this human mass the right to the claim on a continued existence? How is this totality determined? What is its goal? Is it itself the goal of all goals? Why? Wherein lies the justification for this goal setting? When is the usefulness of an attitude ascertained? Wherein lies the criterion for usefulness? Who determines the usefulness? By what means does this determination justify itself in each case? Can and should the one who adopts an attitude also judge its usefulness and its harm at the same time? Why is usefulness the criterion for the legitimacy of a human attitude? On what is this principle grounded? Who determines the ownmost of the domain of man? From where does the appeal to usefulness as the measure of truth acquire its comprehensibility? Does comprehensibility justify legitimacy? What is totality, if not the quantitative expansion of a particular conception of man as an individual? What does attitude mean? Does one arrive at what is fundamental to human being through an attitude? If not, then what does justification of an attitude by the totality and by the ensuing usefulness for the totality mean? Is there not in this concept attitude already a renunciation of every fundamental questionability of a human being with respect to its hidden relation to being? G 123 Is not man beforehand and ultimately tied here to the pursuit and control of beings in the abandonment by being? And what are ideas? Do they not count as names for the final dishumanization of everything that man still and always creates beyond himself, so that through ideas he inevitably falls below his ownmost? Are not ideas phantoms that serve solely the eternal forth-rolling and upsurging of life and fully close off man in his animality as a living being? Is not all attitude together with totality of a people shoved down the yawning abyss of beings insofar as attitude and totality always merely spin around themselves? And does not such a casting oneself away to beings entail the ultimate renunciation of every inceptual, fundamental calling of man for struggling, with a knowing leap unto being, for the sway of gods and for the time-space of their swaying? 1. To appear in Vortrage, GA 80. 2. C. vom Wessender Wahrheit, Zeoplaton's Holengleichnis und Theatet, lecture in the summer semester of 1931/32, GA 34, ed. Hermann Morchen, Frankfurt am Main, 1988. 3. To appear in Vortrage, GA 80. 4. C. Holzweige, GA 5, pages 1 to 74. 5. C. Grundfragen der Philosophie. Ausgewählt Logik, lecture in the winter semester of 1937/38, GA 45, ed. FWV. Hermann, Frankfurt am Main, 1984. 6. Published under the title Die Zeit des Weltbilds, in Holzweige, GA 5, pages 75 to 113. 7. C. Auslegung von Nietzsche's 2. Unzeitgemäße Betrachtung, lecture seminar in Freiburg in the winter semester 1938/39, GA 46, ed. Hans Joachim Friedrich, Frankfurt am Main, 2003. 8. C. Nietzsche's Lehre vom Willen zur Macht als Erkenntnis, lecture of the summer semester of 1939, GA 47, ed. Eberhard Hanser, Frankfurt am Main, 1989. 9c Beitrag zur Philosophie, vom Erinners, GA 65, ed. FWV. Hermann, Frankfurt am Main, 1989, pages 293 to 392. 10 On the Four Concept of Metaphysics, elucidated out of Aristotle's concept of sigma iota, see Metaphysik und die Wissenschaft, to appear in GA 76. See above G83 FF. See vom Wessender Wahrheit. Platons Hallengleichnis und Theatet, lecture course in the winter semester 1931/32, GA 34. 1 See Nietzsche's Werke, Großoktavausgabe. Zweit Abteilung. Band 16, Der Wille zur Macht. Dritz und Viertsbuch. 2nd ed., Leipzig, Kroner, 1922, S. 272. A. That is, the inceptual being historical concept of decision and what in fact is being historical, but already ennowned and inabidingly charged with Dasein, cf. above G83, 45f. A clearing is the clearing of the settlement of countering and strife. See below, G321 ff. 1 See Read the Führers vor dem 1. Großdeutschen Reichstag am 30. January 1939, Druckerei Reichsbank, Berlin 1939, p. 19. G124-6. G125 Being. Upground. G127-48. Being. Even if the circumscription of the word and the concept of being is to be provisional, even if this provisional circumscription is misconstruable anew insofar as it creates the impression of a mere conceptual analysis, given the general apathy of thinking, we should nevertheless decide upon a preliminary view of the meaning of the word being. Remarks made in this context still operate entirely within the conventional view of language, according to which language is the expression of a meaning that is spoken or written, whereas basically language is determined initially only from out of the sway of being, cf. 71. Gods and Being, G. 254. Right from the beginning of Occidental thinking, being is grasped in opposition to becoming. A final consequence of this determination of the sway of being as the permanent, the constant, a determination which is still at work in Nietzsche, is Plato's metaphysics, nay metaphysics itself. But this view excludes from being something that is indeed not nothing but is, namely that which becomes, that which comes into being and ceases to be, the unconstant. By no means can being be determined in opposition to something, not even as the opposite of nothing, because being itself is still the origin of the nothing, and that too, given being's sway, not incidentally, but fundamentally. Only when we thus begin to think being originarily, do we stand inquiringly outside all metaphysics and thus outside any preeminence of beings. But this shows right away that the approach through elucidation of the concept is insufficient, and in truth we have already fundamentally abandoned such an elucidation without simply being able to say what has happened. And yet there is no need for another domain of inquiry. Rather, it is enough to be mindful of the word and of being. And this indeed is most difficult. G128-49. Being. The metaphysical determination of being as beingness grasps beingness as presence and constancy. In the light of this interpretation, beings count as epsilon nu, and, applying this retrospectively to being, being itself becomes the most being, thereby being becomes the most constant and the most present. This is the case especially in Hegel when he conceives being as the immediate and the undetermined, whose concept is not eliminated from the absolute concept but is only sublated therein in such a way that the absolute determines itself out of, and along with, the immediate, and is at the same time purely extant and empty. According to this metaphysical interpretation of being, it must be a violation of the conventional ways of thinking and representing when being is thought in its singularity and uniqueness. However, being in its singularity and uniqueness is not the simple opposite of the metaphysical concept of being, which by contrast is posited through becoming, and in terms of counterpositing belongs to the metaphysical thinking sphere of positing. Being's singularity and uniqueness are not qualities attributed to being or even subsequent determinations that could result from being's relationship to time. Rather, being itself is uniqueness, is singularity that always lets its time emerge, that is, lets its truth's free play of the time-space emerge. This uniqueness does not exclude a repetition, but the contrary. But what is meant here is also not the sudden and the moment, that is, things that still belong to the domain of metaphysical determination of being. However, the truth of being in metaphysical interpretation refers already to something unique whose uniqueness is not touched by the duration and resiliency of metaphysical thinking. And yet speaking like this is to speak defensively. And yet, with this way of speaking we do not want to ward off opinions and doctrines and standpoints, but to indicate the repulsion from a history of G129 being itself wherein being was overpowered by beings that were of being's ever first inceptual but unretained sway. This repulsion is still merely the reverse side of a questioning that has ventured into what is uninquired. We call the uninquired the T/here, the clearing wherein no longer any support from beings, for determining being, can be invented nor a refuge unto beingness, the self-evidence of being, can be sought, beingness as what is lastingly fixed since long ago. However, the clearing of the T/here, wherein what needs no support and is not a refuge prevails, is not the empty. If we take the T/here in this way, then we would still be casting a furtive glance at beings and beingness. In that case, we do not inquire into, and do not venture the undecided and that which comes towards us by itself. But if we inquire, if we are wholly the listeners who listen to, and are bounded by this clearing, then we are also already ennowned by that which sways within this clearing, that is, by the refusal. What if being itself were to be this, the owning that allots man to itself, to being, by directing him back unto the inquiringly inabiding the T/here, so that therein he inquires into, and inquiringly encounters, the sway of his historical human domain, that is, his allottedness unto being as the guardianship of the truth of being. What if being itself were to be this, enowning as the refusal that forthwith owns man over unto the undecidedness of that which needs this lighted refusal, man who is directed back to the grounding of his own most, in order to let the hiddenness of the godhood of gods and their sightless nearness and remoteness wink at him. That which in the clearing of the T/here is unsupported and is not a refuge is neither a deficiency nor a possession but that enthralling, which vis-a-vis every having and not having, representational production, becomes a hint unto the refusal that sways through the enthralling, a refusal which gifts man unto the question worthiness of his own most, while gifting gods unto the needfulness of being. In the course of his utilitarian way of representing producing beings, man comes upon being as beingness G130 of beings in order to forget it, being, soon, and with this forgetting to have a sufficient relation, as non-relation, to being. The subsequent determination that is made of being from time to time out of such forgottenness then posits being necessarily as what precedes, the a priori, a positing which renders being increasingly a matter of indifference and as indifferent increasingly constant and finally as the sheer extant, as the immediate, the empty. But man does not deem the empty worthy of even a disregard, man who on account of metaphysics has in the meantime become the midpoint of beings. With this shunting, forgottenness of being just completes itself and in human domain becomes a condition which simply does not seem to exist. However, man never comes upon being, as the upground of all beings, because being comes unto the open only insofar as being owns itself to man in the manner of owning him over to the question-worthy allottedness unto that which as refusal, as being itself, is the needfulness of gods. As enowning of the refusal, being shelters its singularity in the uniqueness of its clearing wherein what is fundamentally powerless becomes something estranging vis-a-vis whatever merely and usually is, the effective, and disperses whatever merely and usually is unto the hidden lack of groundedness and grants gods the time-space of a nearness and remoteness. The unusualness of being is never manifest in that which among beings is solely unfamiliar and exceptional, the unusualness of being has the whole of beings against itself. Strictly speaking, the talk about the unusualness is inadequate insofar as being sways outside the usual and the unusual and claims a seldomness out of its uniqueness that eludes all historical calculation. If we consider that in the history of being, being itself for once became the beginning, and is the beginning, and that the history is still a consequence and an imitation of the beginning, then we appraise approximately what claim being itself puts on the man who ventures to inquire into being so that its truth may become the ground of human being. G 130-150. Being, the upground. Thus we think being with a view towards the ground, and with a view through the rupture that we think unto the ground. But how can such a thinking take place, without thinking being before everything else? But do we think being? Or is it so that being is an owns thinking, thinking not as an arbitrary representing, but as an thinking of being God, and thereby owns man's own most? And thinking of being is never a matter of generating being, so that being would even become a matter of having been thought. And thinking is the owned reaching unto the clearing of the refusal, unto a clearing which, without having a support and a refuge, broadens itself as the clearing of the refusal into the upground which is the swaying of being itself as its truth. It is not we who bring about a rupture to being, it is not we who interpret it as the ground. Rather, within the sway of being as the refusal, there opens up first, along with the upground be what is charged with ground as well as the nothing that prevails through all nihilation and arises together with the prime leap. For being, we will never find a place, something that is over against and above man. Being never lets itself be allocated into an order. And thought as the upground, being is not interpreted from out of something other than itself. Rather, being first of all gifts the sway of the upground, to which, depending on the direction and the span of its venturing, thinking of being belongs differently. The free play of the time-space of the T/here is the foreground of the upground. From the T/here initially only time, in the onefold of its swaying removal unto, is the foreground and is thus fundamentally projected opened as the truth of being and is historically experienceable in the truth of Omicron sigma alpha, sigma iota. And thinking, the anound in abiding the clearing of settlement. BTO what extent? G 132-7. G 133 beinga and manb. G 135-51. Being and man. If being inceptually came to word as sigma iota and if sigma iota and omicron say the same in the manifoldness of the same, that is, the rising clearing within the interlocution visage of opening and glowing, then the inceptual metaphysical experience of the living being who has lambda gamma omicron, entails at the same time the experience of man as a being that has the glow, the fire, the experience of the one and only being that can make fire. In that case fire is not only, as conflagration and brightness, a means of tau chi nueta, cf 63. Technicity, but is also as the clearing, lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, the swaying ground of tau chi nueta. In that case, Prometheus did not bring fire to man as an extra, but rather man became man only through this action of the Titan, the action of the older god against the younger one. In that case, right from the beginning, the history of man and the possibility of machination as the possibility of the groundlessness of the clearinga are decided in tau chi nueta. In that case, the first beginning of the history of man would have to retrieve its unfolded inceptuality entirely from out of the ensaying of the other beginning. In that case, the relation of man's own most to being and the sway of being itself would have to be thought more inceptually than metaphysics had been hitherto capable of doing with respect to its own beginning. However, this would not be a mere improvement of the historical knowledge, but a thrust towards man's fundamental remembrance by virtue of which he would come to dwell in the near remoteness to being and to its refusal and out of this stance could have taken over and in abiding the truth of being from being itself. Being historically, this inabiding is then the powerless mastering of machination whose power flounders only when it obtains that empowering of its superior unlimited power which can no longer bypass what is sole and unique and as such G 136 is withdrawn from the coercive force of machination and can no longer bypass the groundlessness of the truth of being, that this groundlessness itself is machinationally. 52 Being and man. Being, beingness, contrivance of man and posited by man. And man? The possible enownement of being, as de sen. Being. The enowning of the refusal that is free of power, the enowning that lights up the ground, the upground as the in-between, as that from out of which in the meantime the open as a being is carried over unto the strife. But why everything is poised towards that either or? Is this either or the actual one? Or perhaps only this, either being or a being? Man as the guardian of the in-between, not a guardian that is prior to, or looks over the in-between, but one who is within the in-between while standing out of it. The word. No longer in terms of subject, object in modernity, but rather in terms of de sen, being. Man is at play each time and each time in different ways which in truth are incomparable, because here subject is not replaced with de sen and object with being, because here this very juxtapositioning of the word formulas misleads and particularly fills up or covers over the abyss that exists between both ways. Subject, object, here man is put on the stage and secured in the pursuit of his security. De sen, being, here man is risked as the guardian of the most question-worthy. The pure objectivism of being wholly absorbed into the all-life is the most hidden completion of subjectivism in the sense of the unconditional domination of man's power as the subject. The objective and the subjective are now equally self-evident. G 137 The total lack of questioning as the disguise of powerlessness. We ask anew, why is there the either or between being as contrivance and man as the anound? Can there not be a part relation, being, in part a contrivance, in part something of its own accord? Where from this possibility of a division? Why being and man at all? Let us leave everything to beings. And this leaving, is it not somehow a decision? Could then something like a necessity of decision be in play? And can this necessity count as absolute or only count under the condition that man is he himself and thereby he is the one who ventures and thus is the one who breaks through, be it as the one who flees, be it as the one who attacks, or be it even as the one who lets things be in accord with being's letting be? Asterisk. Dishumanization of beings in the whole from out of dishumanizing man, which is grounded in positing man as animal, man's forgottenness of being and consequently the self-unfolding of being's abandonment of beings. To be lost in questioning through which man is transferred to transforming his own most is not retreating of the self into the circumstantial. And yet how is he to be lost in questioning? Does comporting humanly, mean, the what for of comporting itself, and is this comporting also human? The grip into the over, whereunto as the over? Unto the upground, something that is in between. Being. 53 A being, man. Having become rigid unto what is without the clearing, a being, everything is merely a being. G 138 There is no one thing that belongs to being is not even approachable through a being as such. And where a being seems to open itself up to a being, as in the animal, there everything is overlaid by the mere environing, which is called such, because it can never give anything to a being that is incapable of taking and renouncing. Then, such having holds sway only in the clearing of being that grants openness to a being. Belongingness to being is peculiar only to man because he is enowned by being and because, being, itself is enowning and only enowning. And hence the prolonged disenowning, hence the ceaseless incursion of the semblance of being as the emptiness of beingness, which is degraded to an addendum to the mere representing of objects. 54 Man's flight from the ownmost, body, spirit, soul. Selfhood is not retrorelatedness to oneself, or to Ihood or wehood. Selfhood, the inabiding of the truth of being. The relation to being. Every talk of a relation to being is erroneous as soon as and insofar as something like an object, something that is set aside, is implied. Flight from the ownmost. Whence do we know man's ownmost, and from where can we know this ownmost? And wherein do we see and posit the ownmostness of the ownmost? Neither preserving nor heightening nor overcoming of the man, hitherto, but in the first place knowing his ownmost and knowing the history of the fundamental consequences, history of man as animal, hence body, soul, spirit, and spirit only as the consequence and the blockage of animality. Indeed, much of what is handed down as actually experienced and appreciated moves in a space that is crisscrossed by the flight from the ownmost being only from Dasein. But how has this nonetheless been up to now? To what extent G139 is beingness still a trace of an uninterpretable, traceless trace? The consolidated dispersal unto beings. Keeping oneself ceaselessly within this dispersal. The semblance of freeness of this attitude. This freedom, that which compels into what is blocked in the clearing. That man can do without being, that he can disregard being, that being does not heed this, the wholly unnecessary which thus is the ground for the lack of distress. The aloneness of the countering. The reticence of the attuning. The powerlessness of enownement. Only man flees from the ownmost, and this flight determines his history. To the flight from the ownmost belongs not only evading oneself in the sense of mere self-forgottenness. Rather, the self can be sought and protected thoroughly, nurtured and heightened, and nonetheless man flees from what is ownmost to him. 55. Being and man. Being depends on man. That means, the sway of being reaches unto itself and falls into the loss of the ownmost depending on whether man's ownmost, man's relation to being, is fundamental to man and is the ground of humanity. Thereupon, being is delivered over to man, in each case to his ownmostness. But how is this? Is being thereby at man's beck and call, or does man merely fall victim to his unownmostness, the unownmostness which is a counterpart of being, a counterpart of the refusal? But how then does being depend on man? Being tolerates this dependence in that being as enowning grants the enowned, the allotted unto the belongingness to being, a freedom that is to be grounded first through a relation to being. Here freedom becomes self-determination, whereby G140 the self as the already extant, i.e., the rational that represents and produces beings, is nevertheless opted upon by willing and planning. Thereupon, freedom amounts to giving up the freedom instantly and finally, because everything here is decided by renouncing the inquiry into the ownmost of the self, ownmost in the sense of belongingness to being. Man closes himself off to the truth of being and its question-worthiness. However, unnoticeably, this closing oneself off to the truth of being becomes falsified into letting oneself into, and freeing oneself for the pursuit of being's world, whose midpoint, that is, laid as the ground, becomes and remains the subject. The more beings are taken as actual, the more effective must also the subject become, and by the same token the less the spirit, and the knowing awareness and knowledge. And the more effective the subject becomes, the more fulfilled by life, body and soul, the subject would be comporting itself, so that one day life puts itself on the same plane as beings in the whole and determines man's ownmost as life and from out of life. Now the animality of man, Zeta Omicron nu, animal, triumphs. But this does not mean that henceforth everything will be conceived in terms of animality. Should this happen, it would also be harmless because it is clearly crude. Animality triumphs means that body and soul, that is, the inceptual and the lasting determinations of animality, whichever other way they are grasped, take upon themselves the role of ownmostness in what is ownmost to man. As old as animality of man is also thinking, reason, nu omicron, ratio, spirit as fundamental determinations of man. Since long ago, and indeed for different reasons, the sequence, body, soul, spirit, as a ranking of body, soul, and spirit counted, and it counted up to the end, because the spirit as the soul of the understanding and the reason is indeed the most actual and the most effective, actus purus, in producing and representing until, with Nietzsche's reversal of Platonism, spirit could be disempowered and become the powerless adversary of the soul, of life. To be sure, the triumph of animality shrinks from simply setting the spirit aside and passing it off as life's secondary manifestation. G141 Therefore, one instigates a mock battle between those who want to defend the spirit and those who basically want to deny it. However, since long ago both parties are in agreement with each other without knowing why. Those who deny the spirit still want to protect it, and those who defend it deny it nevertheless by rescuing themselves into a trick and rearranging the sequence of rank so that the spirit comes right in the middle between the animality of the body and the soul. Now the sequence of rank reads, body, spirit, soul. And yet everything remains the same as before. This means that the forgottenness of being that since long ago has been raving forth, heads towards its completion. One can know less and less what the spirit actually means, because since long ago spirit has become a soul-like version of the ratio, and is grounded in the subject. One believes oneself to be active in a struggle for the ownmost of man and of life, but one has no inkling that this struggle is only the flight from the question worthiness of being. The struggle against the spirit and the ultimate embarrassment of simultaneously affirming and negating the spirit means pursuing the forgottenness of being. But even the defense of the spirit plunges into the forgottenness of being insofar as the spiritual is only a sphere of culture, of taste, of morality, and of faith. Here as well as there, spirit receives its determination from the animality of man. The familiar fundamental formula for determination of man along the line of animality is, the unity of body, soul, spirit. The spirit has the highest rank and, therefore, it also determines this unity, even if only vaguely, or does this unity lie before this threefold and as what? In this fundamental formula the animality of man is seemingly subordinated and tied to the spirit, although given its own most, the spirit is still experienceable only with a view towards animality. The formula currently in use, that is, body, spirit, soul, is more clear with regard to G142, the claim of animality, and thus more decisive in lapsing into the hitherto. Body and soul, the animalness as such encloses and dominates and limits the spirit. However, this formula, which, while expressing a lapse, also wants at the same time to be simply novel, is necessarily more ambiguous, and that means, more indecisive and more cowardly vis-a-vis a thoughtful decision. Although this formula is apparently directed against Christianity and what is Catholic, it is Catholic in the most genuine sense insofar as with this formula one can do anything and at the same time be protected against everything. One forestalls the predominance of spirit, at the same time as one misinterprets it still as intellect, and preaches character, animal, and instinct. But one does not eliminate the spirit at all. One instead puts it in the middle such that it looks as if only now spirit is protected and defended. One does this because one has to protect oneself against the blame of barbarism. Now everything is in order, under the protecting roof of animality, body, soul, one can cheerfully, so it seems, attend to all spiritual achievements of all history, that is, one can now surrender oneself to such an extent to historicism that, in comparison, the historicism of the 19th century seems stunted. A tremendous satisfaction now prevails in sciences, especially in humanistic disciplines, over the newly offered possibilities of discoveries and refutations of the science hitherto. One feels oneself confirmed and needed in one's spirituality, one feels that it is a pleasure to live, and yet all this is, within the growing abandonment of beings by being, merely the outpouring of reckless and lasting urges of man's lack of decision. The highest triumph of this lack of decision is man's lack of an inkling of himself. Man's flight from his own most increasingly becomes a hidden panic. G143-56. Dessein and Senuendizeit. The dessein of man. The dessein of man could mean the extantness of the rational animal here and now. It could also mean that there is such a being. It could also mean the same indeed but conceptually differentiated, the manner in which man is the quality of his existentia as different from his essentia. Here man is always the subject to whom a particular manner is attributed. However, what in Senuendizeit and later on is called dessein is separated from all this by an unbridgeable abyss. Dessein is that which grounds a fundamental transformation of man, is that which is possibly of man in an entirely different and still to be grounded sense of this genitive. Dessein, the sight of man's own most, preserved for him from out of the inceptual grounding of the truth of being. Asterisk. The dessein. What is so named and inceptually grounded in this naming is 1. Not at all a finding in the sense of an extant that one lights upon. Rather, Dasein is that which evolves into swaying only through the projecting open that leaps into, enacts a leaping into, and projects open, designates itself hermeneutic phenomenologically, does not understand itself as the Platonic beholding of the essences, but G144 as a projecting opening that inquires and interprets, is guided by a perspective and by a foregrasping, and is philosophical, that is, loves the truth of being and is fundamentally historical. 2. This projecting open as such is not merely a projecting opening of human being. If this were the case, then for some reason, perhaps following the contemporary anthropological intentions, man would be singled out and observed philosophically. But the broadest and the most inceptual projecting opening unto Dasein is man's projecting opening unto, and from out of, the allotment into the truth of being. However, being is the most question-worthy. Overlooking everything that is decisive, one can read and use Sensuendizeit as anthropology and as a kind of existential ethics and so on. But all this has nothing to do with the exclusive thinking willing of this attempt, that is, with the inquiring unfolding of the question of being as the question concerning the truth of being. 3. Dasein means grounding the truth of being through a transformation of man out of a decision for being, that is, what is exclusively worthy of all honoring, although being is neither the last nor the first, but rather the upground, what is sole and unique in the in-between. Therefore, Dasein is incomparable in every respect. It is not an object of a doctrine. In Sensuendizeit, investigation means fundamental questioning, not explaining the extant. Dasein, itself en-owned in en-owning, is nothing that we contrive, but rather what in honoring the most question-worthy we reverently take over, and in taking over we just find. Because the question of being and along with it also Dasein is not yet grasped, because one still takes Dasein as the subject, one arrives at the ridiculous demand that now the individual subject, in Sensuendizeit, would have to be replaced by people as subject. Poor simpletons! What is fundamental about the resolute disclosedness does not lie in a presumed subjective activity of the individual but G145 in the groundership that is charged with Dasein and belongs to the transformed man, lies in the fundamentally other openness that is primary and is the openness to the truth of being as such, lies in the destruction of the subject-object relation that sets the measure and founds the ground, lies in the overcoming of all metaphysics. Groundership means inabiding the exposedness to the T/here, the Dasein. It means taking over the T/here-ness as the clearing of beings of ground, and this as the in-between to all beings. To understand the inabiding of man in the sense of genitivus essentialis is to approach inabiding by taking it as a quality that hangs on to man. It means presupposing man as a subject that is already determined. In truth, that is, in accord with this thinking, inabiding means the anticipatory determination of the fundamental ground of man in the direction of which he can first be experienced inabidingly in his own most. Inabiding constitutes the essentia out of which the title man first draws its fundamental naming power. In spite of all superficial moral impressions and considering the exclusive question of Sensuendizeit, that is, the question concerning the truth of being, Ownedness Eigentlichkeit is to be grasped exclusively and always beforehand in relation to this truth as a manner wise to be the T/here wherein the enownment of man unto the belongingness to being and to its clearing, time, enowns itself. Ownedness is a determination that overcomes metaphysics as such. Correspondingly unownedness, Uneigentlichkeit which, thought existentially unto and out of the question of being, means lostness to beings, that is, means the predominance of beings themselves and their overshadowing of being to such an extent that the distress of the question concerning the truth of being has to stay away. Any approach to this determination that comes from anywhere and serves arbitrary purposes, comes from some anthropology and philosophy of existence, is at the mercy of any whim, only that such an approach never thinks along with, which is always a thinking ahead into, that which is to be solely G146 inquired into. In the best case of a scholarly pursuit of calculation, such an approach corroborates historicism as an occupation. Sensuendizeit. Extrinsically approached, the beginning made with Sensuendizeit can be taken as an interpretation of man as Dasein. However, This interpretation already reverberates only in projecting opening man as Dasein. Dasein unfolds fundamentally in understanding of being, that is, again as projecting open being unto its truth, time, whereby this truth as such need not come to a halt in the knowing awareness. As always in Senuendizeit, it is from out of the truth of being and only thus that man is inquired into. This inquiry belongs entirely to the questioning of what is most question-worthy. But how is this most question-worthy, being? Transformed fundamentally into what and how, the grounding experience is this: being is not the leftover of the emptiest universal that fills itself up with categories, being is not an addendum that is then as idea admitted on command, but rather, being is the upground as en owning. Therefore, Senuendizeit is 1. Neither a particular kind of anthropology, man as such in the midst of beings, be it as a being among others or be it as the relational midpoint. 2. Nor a particular kind of metaphysics, being as beingness unto a being. Therefore, Senuendizeit, which can only be one exigent pathway among other possible pathways, must unavoidably look like metaphysics and anthropology, nay, it has to make itself initially understandable with the help of metaphysics and anthropology by going through them, which means that Senuendizeit has to reckon with all possible and proximate misunderstandings. And yet, all this leads nowhere and is not sustaining, cf 61. Anthropomorphism. G 147. The decisive insight is this: in its truth being can never be obtained from beings. What follows from this insight? The necessity of venturing a leap unto being's sway from out of an initial clearing of being itself. 57. The metaphysical grounding experience. Grounding position, grounding experience, grounding distress. Grounding experience. 1. Is not enacted by anyone, but by individuals Einzelnen, that is, by those who are marked in advance. But as the marked ones, these individuals belong to being, each for itself is less egoistic than any community is ever for itself. 2. Hence the grounding experience is also not enacted in the sense that the individuals would invent it, concoct it, or assemble it from isolated pieces. 3. Rather, grounding experience owns, is, and draws an individual unto the ground of the grounding experience which the grounding experience opens. 4. Accordingly, depending on the originary, inceptual, and the non-inceptual swaying of being, the grounding experience is also different. In the epoch of metaphysics, grounding experience can assert itself only as a preview of the beings in the whole and as projecting opening their beingness as the sigma iota that has become rigid. In modernity, this grounding experience is guided specifically in view of the subject for experiencing the beings in the whole as life, the idealists, Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, Leibniz. Grounding experience is an announcing of man. In the grounding experience man announce and disannounce his own most. And, therefore, within the domination of animal rationale there is the unavoidable impression that the grounding experience is a manner of lived experience and is an affair of man, anthropologism. The swaying of being along with its truth announces itself in the grounding experience. The grounding and fundamental circumscription of this truth G 148 is the distress. To unfold the necessity which is adequate to this distress. To unfold what is humanly demanded, is put forth and claimed as ideal. 58. The question put to man. 1. What is he? 2. Who is he? These questions themselves are already answers, that is, decisions. What is man? This question wants to determine that which is of the nature of a what das Waschaft and determines it as animality. Who is man? This question is to posit that which is of the nature of a who das Wahrhaft and. Actually, the who is to be thought only in the singular. What is meant by this? The directive to the selfhood of man, which selfhood is grounded in the owning over to a self because owning over to is grounded in the enownement by being. Man's belongingness to being determines him in terms of the guardianship of the truth of being, which means that man as a being is not an occurrence among the rest of beings. The question concerning the what falls in the sphere of the explainable and assertable. The question concerning the who transforms and transfers man unto the belongingness to the hidden sheltered, this question transfers unto the relation to being. 59 Being and man. Being, enowning, the elusive, gathering midpoint and the ground of each and every in the midst. Being as owning is the conveyance of this midpoint, i.e., of de sen. The owning as ownment, and the prime leap as strifing the strife between the world and the earth, that is, strifing these in their sway. Here is the provenance of venturing, of having to venture G149, the truth of being, as man's own most. From here, that is, out of this provenance, comes primarily all the swaying and allotment. Man as an occurrence within nature, within beings in the whole. Is this beings in the whole a representation of man? And whence this representation? And is the truth of this representation of man by man within nature, out of nature, or is it a decision, and this decision from where? Thus, man as well as nature lose the preeminence. It is in truth wherein both man and nature move. The decision is between the truth of being, and the preeminence of beings, life, but in such a manner that neither a retreat into anthropomorphism nor an appeal to nature is any longer possible. Rather it is man who decides. What kind of a decision? On man's own most that does not lie in the human domain, if this domain is that of animal rationale. De sen. Asterisk. Overshadowing of being by beings. The question-worthiness of the most question-worthy, of being, as the inceptual truth. The distress of honoring, venturing ahead unto something whose nature is such as to require venturing. Pindar, nu theta rho omega pi omicron sigma kappa iota nu alpha rho 1, the dream that a shadow dreams, or, that which casts shadow, that which dreams, or, a shadow that is dreamt by a dream, the shadow, the dreamed. A sigma iota omicron. Clearing. G151 8. Being and man. G153 60. Being and man. Every determination of man's own most is tied up with the question, how do we grasp beings in the whole unto which the being called man is allocated? The task of the fundamental delimitation of this being is thus rescued by delivering it over to an interpretation of beings in the whole, an interpretation that is either already carried out or the conditions of whose enactment are hardly thought through. If this interpretation were to arise out of mindfulness, then immediately there arises the counter-question, who are we, who straightway determine beings in the whole and even assume the beings in the whole to be sufficiently determined by an explanation in terms of a supreme cause. Thus, the question concerning man comes back, except that this question is now either changed or is at the threshold of an unavoidable transformation, unavoidable, of course, only for the will to mindfulness. If we renounce this will, then everything remains within a barren back and forth between an interpretation of beings in the whole and an interpretation of the particular being that we believe to know as man. However, the experience to be mindful of is this: only on the basis of allottedness unto the truth of being can man determine beings in the whole and himself as the being that he is. Considering man's own most ground, being itself has to have owned man over unto the truth of being. This owning alone yields that clearing wherein beings in the whole and man can encounter each other in order to assess their remoteness. If man evades that mindfulness, and who wants to prevent this? Then at the end he rescues himself into an explanation of all beings as a product of human imagination. In that case, dishumanization of beings in general is the first and last wisdom. And the more unconstrainedly the dishumanizing of man bears itself, the more exclusively he explains himself in terms of that which is neutrally extant and objectively found in him, the more he explains himself in terms of G154 the animal which occurs as animal rationale, the more unconditionally and stubbornly dishumanization of beings in the whole asserts itself. However, devoid of any goal, the unbridled dishumanization of man is the cloud of dust that trails behind the hidden and reckless flight of man from his own most, a flight which flaunts the mask of a victory that proclaims a liberation of man for a total self-determination that accords with the species man-animal, and claims self-evidence as designation for its truth. Dishumanization of man is not only the ground of dishumanization of beings in the whole, but also at the same time the ground of degodding of the world. In this insidious gestalt, anthropologism obtains its illimitable metaphysical ownmost. But how can the dishumanization of man be overcome? Only from out of the decision to ground the truth of being. With this grounding not only will man be distinguished as a being from other beings, but he will be transferred into the clearing of being and beforehand placed together with being on the ground of an enownement of human being by being that has already taken place, but not yet engrounded. But does not this underscored and exclusive way of putting being and man together and putting them against each other already decide on the distinction of man, namely that he abides within the belongingness to the truth of being and accordingly interprets himself this way or that way as the being that he is, and thus positions himself towards beings in the whole? What justifies this decision? Or perhaps here no decision is made at all. Does a mere finding announce itself here? And who finds this finding? Does man come upon being, or does being attune man so that he comes upon being? Whereunto must man be shifted and to what must he be related, so that there is a guarantee that he would come upon his ownmost? Who G 155 draws here the boundary of the unavoidable relations. To what extent is man the one who is dragged into relations? Does man then ever know immediately anything at all of himself, or is every immediate self-observation simply the first and most frequent excursus in the course of which he certainly finds many things and yet thereby distances himself more and more from his ownmost? Does not man revolve around that illusion of himself that he creates of himself? But how to account for this illusion? Why don't we simply relinquish man to the predominance of that opinion of himself that prevails from time to time? But when and how is man he himself? He is indeed himself when he is owned over to his ownmost. However, this owning over to announce itself in the announcing of being, which is grounded and preserved in the ownedness of descent. But each of these determinations seems again to be arbitrary, perhaps flashes of ideas that cannot do anything vis-a-vis the power of the actual human domain that now begins to dominate the planet and announces to it, daily and penetratingly, the actual ownmost of this domain. Certainly, but whence comes the proof and justification that the actual is also of the nature of the ownmost and even guarantees the sway of being? This remains no less questionable than the preceding flashes of ideas can be. But when the questionable stands against the questionable, then how to make a decision and by whom? Or what is to be experienced before all decision is this, beings in the whole and their claim on truth, and the determination of the ownmost of selfhood of man are equally question-worthy within the questionable. And why are they equally question-worthy? Is it because both have to belong mutually and fundamentally to each other in what is hidden sheltered and because this belongingness is the hint to what is fundamentally question-worthy, that is, to being itself? So that being can never and nowhere be evaded unless we sink into the forgottenness of being, which seemingly takes for granted an acting and an attitude G 156 that apparently tolerate the appeal to the effective, that is, to the actuality of the actual, but as forgottenness nevertheless thinks being insofar as in truth actuality is thought. That such forgottenness of being unceasingly makes a mockery of itself and contradicts itself, and that the contradictory in the usual sense cannot be tolerated according to the rule of logic, is not what is disturbing here. For, who justifies such a yardstick of logic and the logical? Most likely that appeal to the actual as the rational, that is, to that which corresponds to useful purposes. It is not the contradiction that disturbs here, one does not let oneself be disturbed by it. It could also be that this contradiction in the meantime brings about a destruction that amounts to a devastation in such a way that devastation becomes at that point least discernible where forgottenness of being threatens to become complete. Sinking into forgottenness of being is to pursue a devastation through which that ground peters out upon which alone man's mastery over beings is able to stand, the inabiding the truth of being. Man is the one from whom thinking must think away in order to think him in his ownmost. But whereunto? And yet, this question whereunto, belongs to the thinking away but does not make this thinking away helpless and groundless. Rather, this question whereunto, confirms man himself as the questioner that can be strong enough for affirming and negating the decision which rules before all agreeing and approving. Only as the questioner of that question can man be the true guardian of the truth of being itself, that gifts itself as the most question-worthy to him, and only to him as the questioner. And this most question-worthy is the ground that is held unto the ground as the ground of every creative prowess whose own most we must think more originarily, not as producing of products, but as the grounding of the sights and pathways of descent through whose in between the struggle of countering and strife secures for itself the moment, cf. truth, clearing, moment. G 157-9. Anthropomorphism. G 159-61. Anthropomorphism. Anthropomorphism is an explicit or implicit, acknowledged or unknowingly adopted conviction that beings in the whole are what they are and how they are by virtue of, and in accordance with, the representation that, among other processes of life, proceeds in man, the animal endowed with reason. Thus what is named and known as a being is a human contrivance. Anthropomorphism pretends to be less than a well-rounded doctrine that requires a grounded presentation. Anthropomorphism promptly assures itself approval as a belief which prior to everything teachable is evidently intelligible, a belief which is ceaselessly sustained and strengthened by the opinion that what man is in his own most can by no means become the object of a question. At any time and in a manner evident to everyone, anthropomorphism can retreat to its first and last proposition, according to which everything represented, stated, and inquired is indeed merely human. And yet, what is essential to anthropomorphism is not the dishumanization of beings, but rather a variously announced and shaped resistance to any possibility of a fundamental transformation of man. That is why anthropomorphism eagerly assumes the role of a subterfuge vis-a-vis any demand for a deciding questioning. As long as mindfulness does not arrive at a fundamentally more originary grounding position, the illusion of the unassailability of anthropomorphism deceives to such an extent that even attempts to ward off anthropomorphism are forced into a plane and trajectory that are suitable to anthropomorphism. But the condition for all this lies in the insight that the dishumanization of beings, whether it is affirmed or negated, arises out of dishumanizing being. Specifically, this means, the question concerning the truth G 160 of being remains unknown and uninquired. Man's comporting relation verhaltness to being counts in advance as decided via explaining man's human, dishumanizing, relation to beings. Hence, the actual prop of anthropomorphism is metaphysics as such. Metaphysics provides above all the space for the claim of anthropomorphism and for warding it off. This may be demonstrated by the opposition between subjectivism and objectivism in modern metaphysics, an opposition that degenerates forthwith into total unproductivity. In this connection subjectivism must, of course, be understood in its full sway, that is, metaphysically. Subjectivism is the positioning, in the sense of the subject, of man, be it as the I, the we, the individual, the community, the spirit, the body, the mere living being, or the people, that is, of that being from, and in view of which, all beings are explained in their beingness. Likewise, taken metaphysically, objectivism necessarily turns out to be the reverse side of subjectivism as soon as subjectivism's sway becomes totally untransparent and self-evident. Man, the forgotten subject, belongs to the whole of the objective beings and is within this whole merely a fleeting speck of dust. The heightening of man to an unbounded being of power and surrendering him to the unknowable destiny of the course taken by beings in the whole belong together, they are the same. The differences between the ancient and modern anthropomorphism proceed within the metaphysical grounding position of the Occidental man hitherto. Although those differences are important for the individual stages and courses of metaphysical thinking, they can be left out of consideration in the present reflection on anthropomorphism. Since a systematically unfoldable account cannot fit anthropomorphism insofar as anthropomorphism is nothing but a retreat into the one guiding proposition, mindfulness must make sure that, from different sides, its questioning G 161 always comes upon the same grounding position and renders it question-worthy in all respects. 1. Can human comportment in general and human thinking in particular ever be other than what they are, namely constantly rooted in man? 2. Is with the assumption that, in this way, man is the enactment ground of his comportments, also a decision made on the dishumanization of everything to which his comportment and thinking always relate, namely beings. Are beings in the whole in advance and irredeemably subjected to the encroachment of dishumanization? Is the semblance of the opposite merely a plain illusion within this dislodgeable state? 3. And what counts here for actually dislodgeable? Is it not since long ago the ever-powerful and increasingly emptier self-evidence of positing man as the thinking animal? Is not then the dishumanization of beings in the whole already the consequence of a preceding and unrecognized dishumanizing of man? Dishumanization of man means above all the erecting of that which distinguishes man as man by basing it upon animality, that is, by taking what distinguishes man as a differentiation within the sphere of the living beings. But this animality simultaneously redefines the living beings and thus man as a being that one comes upon, and that is equipped, ever differently, with lower and higher faculties, organs. Dishumanization, therefore, means man being pressed into an extant animal being that also occurs among other living beings. The variety of assessment of human faculties and achievements does not change anything concerning this metaphysical consolidation of human being. 4. However, if anthropomorphism consists in such dishumanizing, and not primarily and solely in the dishumanization of all beings, then should not mindfulness of anthropomorphism first of all raise the question concerning G162 what is own most to man? This demand seems to be self-evident and yet it conceals within itself the most question-worthy decisions, because it is not decided how in general, and with what intentions and in which respects, we are to inquire into man and in what way here a decision is enactable. 5. In terms of direction and scope the question concerning man's own most must indeed be so laid out that this question in advance measures up to everything that mindfulness on anthropomorphism can bring to light as question-worthy. 6. Anthropomorphism asserts the dishumanization of beings in the whole, and that means dishumanization of beings as such. By the grace of representing, being as representedness is a contrivance of the rational animal. There lies in anthropomorphism a prior decision on being as a contrivance of the dishumanized man. How, where, and when is this decision as such ever enacted as a decision on being? But if up to now this decision is nowhere and never enacted, must not then, above all, such a decision concerning the sway of being itself be decided upon beforehand? Must not then the question concerning man also take up the question as to how man can be allotted to the truth of being at all so that such decisions can for once become a distress for him and in the sphere of decision questions can become a necessity? What if this question-worthy allotment of man unto the truth of being were to announce man's own most before everything else? But why has this hint so far simply remained unperceived? 7. What is this allotment of man unto the truth, clearing, of being? Where does this allotment come from? Is it an invention and willfulness of man, and in that case what does man still mean? Or is man owned unto G163 his own most above all and solely by being? And does being hold sway as this owning itself and only as this? 8. In order to rescue his own most, that is, to shape this own most as it behoves vis-a-vis being, must he then not become the grounder of the truth of being? The rescuing of man's own most is then a transformation into that groundership whose swaying we call descent. The dishumanizing of man collapses in itself and the dishumanization of beings proves to be without ground. 9. The knowing awareness of descent as descent itself is, by itself, necessarily the knowing awareness of the manifold being historical conditions that secure anthropomorphism its apparent naturalness, indestructibility, and popularity. These conditions are: a. The undiminished preeminence of beings vis-a-vis being in metaphysics, indeed simply the undiminished preeminence of beings on the basis of the metaphysical inquiry into being, as beingness. b. In the horizon of this preeminence, and at home therein, the experience of man as animal rationale. c. The consolidation of the extant essence of man in the Christian way of thinking, the ens credum, homo, as the pilgrim on earth. d. The intensification of the extantness of man through the interpretation of man as subject. The final harnessing of man into the unleashed machination of beings, technicity, history. 10. However, if the swaying of being is grounded in owning, in the enownement of man unto Dasein, is it not then being more than ever, and no longer only beings, that is exclusively and properly determined in the direction of man, and that means, from out of him? Not at all, since the enownement unto Dasein is in itself already an owning over to being as that in-between that holds on to the ground, and in whose free play of time-space the countering of God and man crosses itself with the strife between the earth and the world. X. G 165 History. G 167-62. History. Steadfast in the truth of being, we must obtain that originary historicality through which all history is overcome. Not restraining history but overcoming it. When is history groundless and unnecessary? When history has become fundamental, which happens when the grounding of the truth of being is ennowned by being and unfolds for the sake of being. An epoch that still needs history for its history, that is, an epoch which has already mixed up in advance both history and history, proves that a fundamental history is refused to that epoch and, therefore, proceeds towards the lack of history, devastation. In the face of the going under that is set at the beginning, inceptual decisions, whether enacted, taken over or bypassed, cast suffering and rage unto beings. In the grounding of the truth of being, Dasein, history is the own swaying of being, settlement. History alone endows a people with national cohesion and distinctness of its own most. Space and land, climate and blood, never have the power to shape nor the will to cohere. Transmission of decisions and decidedness brings forth the basic thrust of futural questioning and commanding, brings forth the style of inabidingness in beings, the ability to have destiny and the determination for going under. Only where such things prevail is there history, everything else is a historical cacophony that reports the results of lived experience and passes off what it reports as history. Asterisk. G 168 History and history. Is history the only fundamental possibility of relating to history? And what is history? It is achieving the truth of being for preserving it in beings and thus for rendering beings manifest by residing within the clearing. Or does man become fundamentally historical only when he has overcome history, indeed any kind of history? What does this overcoming presuppose? It presupposes overcoming the dishumanization of man. It presupposes transforming man into the founder of Dasein. History is the trace left in the clearing of being by the decisions on differentiating being from beings, decisions that are ennowned by being. Culture in the sense of fostering and realizing values, and values in turn as goal or as means that belong to a people and are national or human means that belong to the domain of man or are expression of the life of a people, always presupposes a view of being as machination, represented producedness, and consists only of the domination of man as the subject. Finally, the thinking in terms of values is the most superficial superficialization of being as objectness. The critique of culture as such that is carried out in Senuendizide is grounded in the fundamental determination of historicality, in the differentiation between history and history, and in the interpretation of truth as resolute disclosedness of being in the world, that is, Dasein. Domination of culture consciousness and consequently domination of cultural politics pursues a growing consolidation of modernity in the direction of that which modernity pursues, namely the forgottenness of being. The uprootedness of man does not consist in a specific shaping and degeneration of culture and cultural consciousness. Rather, G 169 culture as such is this uprootedness and indicates the severance of man's as yet ungrounded ownmost from history. This rejection of culture is not an advocacy of the state of nature. Rather, this rejection renders the distinction between nature and culture invalid, because culture presupposes nature. However, the exclusion from history cannot be immediately overcome through politics because politics on its part, and specially in its total claim to domination, means merely turning culture over to modern man's completed technical historical machinational ownmost. The consequence of the political historical conception of modern man is that only with the help of this conception will historicism be brought to completion. Historicism is the total domination of history in the sense of reckoning with what is past in view of what is present, with the claim to specify thereby once and for all man's own most as historical, not as historical. One day historicism must bring about its own end insofar as historicism, through historical, psychological analysis and biological explanation, deduces everything from life, and allots life to itself as the provenance of historicism, and thus appears as an expression of life. The political historicism becomes a victim of cultural historical historicism only by way of a reversal. By thus falling into the arms of its own adversary, historicism confirms its belongingness to modern man's own most, and brings about its own termination, which, insofar as it exhibits the highest form of historicism, has removed itself furthest from the overcoming of historicism. The domination of history will be overcome only through history, through a novel decision and through an ever-first inquiry into the truth of being. Indeed, this overcoming is already something fundamentally different and specific G170, so that what this overcoming accomplishes can be and continues to be indifferent to this overcoming. Metaphysically, the sway of culture is the same as the sway of technicity. Culture is the technicity of history. Culture is the manner in which historical reckoning with values and historical production of goods arrange themselves and so spread the forgottenness of being. Cf 64. History and Technicity, concerning Nietzsche's two Unzeitgemäßer Betrachtung, Man, History and History, Temporality, see the Freiburg seminar text of the winter semester of 1938/39, Nietzsche's two Unzeitgemäße Betrachtung, GA 46, ed. Hans Joachim Friedrich, Frankfurt am Main, Klostermann, 2003. A Grounding of Being in des Sen. B. Culture, Historicism. See the Aristotelian model, sigma epsilon iota nu and pi omicron iota omicron mu epsilon nu omicron nu, pi rho alpha kappa tau nu. G17111. Technicity. G17363. Technicity. We succeed best in discovering the fundamental sphere of technicity when we realize that tau kainueta is a word of knowledge, and when we grasp knowledge as inabiding the truth, and when we understand truth as openness of beings from out of the clearing of being. Thereupon we avoid the danger of inquiring into the purpose of technicity and of explaining its sway out of this purpose. Tau kainueta neither consists of producing tools and machines, nor of the mere use and application of them within a procedure, nor of this procedure itself, nor of being well versed in such a procedure, cf. below, G177f. On the one hand, the way tau kainueta is named inceptually hits upon tau kainueta itself, and, on the other hand, this naming does not penetrate more originarily into the sway of tau kainueta. The reason that such an originary penetration of tau kainueta did not happen is that in the epoch dominated by this word tau kainueta, the sway of truth, to which belongs what tau kainueta names, remained ungrounded and has remained ungrounded ever since. Since metaphysics shares with technicity the same sphere of swaying, this makes clear why all metaphysics can never measure up to the sway of tau kainueta and technicity. Metaphysics does not dispose over any domain that metaphysics could leave to the grounding and overcoming of technicity. Technicity itself becomes the destiny of metaphysics and its completion. All modern control of technicity, all claim to wanting to be its master, is thus only an illusion that covers up, pretty badly at that, the metaphysical enslavement to technicity. Technicity is producing beings themselves, producing nature and history, unto the calculable makeability, unto the machination that thoroughly empowers the producibility. However, machination as the swaying of being calls technicity forth. And insofar as G174 man's own most is decided upon as the subject, the pursuit of technicity is withdrawn from man's willing and not willing. The subjectivity in the domain of man shapes itself most purely in nations. The community of a nation pushes to the extremes the individualization of man into subjectivity. Technicity attains mastery precisely there where being of beings is grasped from out of representedness and producedness of what is objective and situational. And again, this mastery is not what marks one cultural area among others or one form of civilization, but is that inabiding the truth of beings that has forgotten the truth in favor of beings and in the interest of the unconditional mastery of their machination, the inabiding that as a component of this machination has surrendered itself unto, and submitted itself to, machination. This surrendered and never grounded inabiding the truth as the certainty of representing and producing beings in the whole, gives rise to all invention, all discovery, and all interpreted creative prowess, arrangement and conveyance by taking, in every respect and discretion, the simplest, i.e. shortest, fastest, and cheapest, way. The sway of the machine becomes graspable primarily out of the sway of technicity, which as a basic form of the unfolding of truth in the sense of securing the objectness of beings is grounded by Occidental metaphysics and determined by its history. In the machine, as what sways, not as what is an individual thing, nature becomes primarily the secured, and that means the actual nature. Similarly, history becomes primarily the secured history whose highest modern form consists in propaganda. In the same vein, even man himself becomes primarily the secured, who through breeding and schooling becomes trained for arranging all beings into calculable makeability. Unsure of itself, technicity is inabiding the forgottenness of being, being that continues not to be experienced since it is overshadowed by machinational beings. That endows the technically grounded openness of beings with the transparency of the arrangeable and trainable, and with the character G175 of simplicity understood as the unique controllability of the groundless, the empty. In the epoch of technicity numerous and ever more blusterous symbols arise, that is, they are now made and produced more than ever, because symbols are not needed at all by beings in the whole and man. Symbols are the specifically arranged agreement to the effect that searching for meaning, for the truth of beings in their being, is meaningless. As that form of securing, i.e., technicity, wherein technicity secures itself against itself, that is, against the incursion of truth, this agreement requires that technicity should not be merely the destruction of beings, but the devastation of being itself, whereby every beginning and grounding has to peter out in what is groundless in being's abandonment of beings. The landscape of technicity that henceforth one finds rightly beautiful per standard of the dominating truth of beings is not at all a destruction of nature, because along with and through technicity, the sway of nature does transform itself into the machinational machine appropriateness and therefore only now emerges in its entire beauty within the technical arrangements. By contrast, what is not yet surmounted purely technically appears as discordant and tasteless and therefore deserves to fall prey to destruction and elimination. Technicity also brings the aesthetic view of the beautiful to total mastery. And it is only a misunderstanding, nurtured by retrograde feelings, when one believes that with the technically beautiful one has overcome what the entire pleasure-enjoying middle class considers aesthetically beautiful. The aesthetically beautiful is not overcome but, per plan, is arranged according to the lived experience that is common to the people. Technicity entails and arranges the unconditional mastery of the decision that is taken long ago on the sway of truth as security and on the sway of being as machination. The contrivance of G176, the mastery of truth as the security of what is objective and situational, is securing machination. Technicity is the highest and most encompassing triumph of Occidental metaphysics. In its dissemination throughout beings in the whole, technicity is Occidental metaphysics itself. The faith in Christianity's church-regulated grace-mediating institution is merely a prelude and a subplot to modern technicity, for which, in return, engineering constitutes the one-sided preform insofar as engineering only seemingly differentiates itself from history, propaganda, and other forms of mobilization. However, mobilization does not only set in motion what is hitherto unused and is not yet serviceable to machination. Rather, mobilization primarily and beforehand transforms the entirety of beings into the machinational. And man neither masters mobilization nor will he simply be mastered by mobilization. Instead, the domain of man, already posited as the subject, is simultaneously marked and defined by the machination of beings in the whole. Differentiating man, the experiencer of the lived experience of life, from beings in the whole as the all-life, is only the lagging confirmation of the onefold that is of being senshaft, the onefold of the makeable, in the broad sense of the mechanical, and of the maker, that is, the living forces. The fact that in the epoch which beforehand is the epoch of unconditional organization, that is, in the epoch of a readily accessible arrangement of all beings, the organic simply has to become what is exclusively called upon, and appealed to as desirable, only shows that the long-held guise of a difference between the mechanical, in the broad sense of the planable makeable, and the living is now shed. Both are originarily already one and the same in the sense of what is machinationally ownmost to all beings. That is why efforts finally to explain all living mechanically surface in the same way as the assurances one gives that one is still inclined to recognize the psychic besides the physical. Here the lifeless and the living and their possible unity and their co-currentness are thought in advance metaphysically technically. G177 Materialism, vitalism, and spiritualism are metaphysically the same. Each is always the selective and distinctive positioning of a being as a thing and as an object for explaining being that is neither inquired into nor considered question-worthy and is nonetheless, since at least Plato's delta alpha interpreted in orientation of what holds sway machinationally. What is still clearer, even though its consequences are hardly thought through, than the interconnection between epsilon delta omicron, mu omicron rho, lambda eta and tau chi nu eta in the Aristotelian metaphysics that sets the norms not just for the Middle Ages, but for the entire Occident. Where else can the almost unignorable distinction between form and content be rooted than in the technical interpretation of nu and omicron sigma alpha that is in line with tau chi nu eta? In this regard, see the Frankfurt Lectures on the Work of Art given in 1936. However, the sway of tau chi nu eta does not consist in manufacturing, but in representing producing, such that what is handed over and what is deliverable secures calculating availability of not only what is produced right now, but also beforehand the calculating availability of the whole of everything with which what is produced right now is interconnected above all according to its producedness. Producedness entails a distinct nearness, presencing, of what is constantly present in beings. The domain of producedness that is projectable within the horizon of tau chi nu eta, which is always mu epsilon tau lambda gamma omicron upsilon, becomes normative for the later interpretation of all beingness of beings. This later interpretation reaches one of its summits in Hegel's determination of being as the absolute idea, that is, in a presence that brings itself to presencing in what is present. This allusion to Hegel is not intended somehow as a rough technical interpretation of his metaphysics. Rather, what counts here is to grasp the metaphysical consequences of tau chi nu eta and firmly to G178 extricate tau chi nu eta from the superficial distinction between mechanical and biological. The metaphysical consequences of what ensues from the sway of the Occidental metaphysical art, and all Occidental art is metaphysical, let alone the related explanation of art and the discipline of aesthetics, cannot be pursued here. One points out with enthusiasm that the machine is powerless without the power of man and then concludes, equally enthusiastically, that the overcoming of technicity by man is thus already and fundamentally accomplished. However, on the one hand, the machine is not the same as technicity, and mastering the machine still does not mean controlling technicity. And, on the other hand, there arises the question, what is this power of man that utilizes the machine? This power is nothing other than the empowering of engineering to the fundamental form of organizing beings. And this empowering is grounded in the includedness of man into being insofar as being is determined as machination, cf 9. Machination. Cf above, G135. C. Der Ursprung des Kunstwerks, in Holzwege, GA5, P1-74. G179-12. History and technicit yat. Sigma tau omicron rho epsilon nu tau chi nu eta. G181-64. History and technicity. The concept of historicism, its overcoming only via rendering history inoperative. Historicism, the view that the past is always to be seen out of a present situation so that the past is exchanged with this situation, relativism. Historicism as a way of grasping historical knowledge, and what is fundamental to this grasping is the relation to history as such, so that this relation is, pre-scientifically, scientifically, determined by history. But instead of grasping history out of history, should not history be grasped from, and as the truth of being? How is a liberation possible from historical history? Historicism, nearness and remoteness to history. Historicism, that domination of history through which history masters the fundamental completion of modern man as the subject and unfolds the animal rationale as animal historicum. The historical animal does not somehow mean the animal that has become historical and belongs to the past, but the animal that produces everything, and for whom being of beings amounts to, plus producedness, and hides itself at the same time in its multi-national character. Historicism reaches its completion in organic construction. Completion, not the same as adding a missing piece. Rather, completion is the unbounded and therefore the simple empowering of the sway. Historicism, the title, means many things that derive from the mastery of history in the domain of modern humanity. Primarily and actually it means an attitude that comes along with, and maintains itself in such a mastery. Asterisk. G182 History and History. History in the broad sense, the representing producing of history, a representing producing of the past and what is always of today for today and for the future, an objectification of the past into what is situational in the present. History, the happening of the domain of man insofar as this domain, a being in the midst of beings in the whole, on the ground of its hidden allotment to being, comports itself towards beings in the whole and towards itself. The ground of the historicality of the domain of man is its allotment unto the truth of being, which as the domination of ratio and thus as the domination of irrational lived experience can prevail on the foreground for a long time. History and lack of history is only there, where there is a comportment to beings as such. Can man also be without history? Only if he becomes animal without ever being able to be one. History is grounded in history. Only that which is fundamentally historical can, but need not, be historical and enact history. Only that which is historical can also be unhistorical. The unhistorical remains fundamentally different from that which is without history, since that which is without history lacks history, for example, the animal and all forms of life. However, the historicality of the domain of man is grounded in the announcing character of being. Therefore, depending on the belongingness to being, forgottenness of being or groundership of the truth of being, the historicality of man, not just his history, is different. Therefore, the unbounded domination of the historical animal can go hand in hand with the unhistoricality of the domain of man, a way of being that modern man pursues ever more willfully. Asterisk. G183 History and Technicity. History and technicity are both the same. The foreground illusion that they are utmost opposites to each other is produced by they themselves. Why? Because, from all main domains, beingness of beings in the whole accomplishes in this way its multi-national sway. For the same is pursued most securely when it can appeal to itself as something different from itself and so defend itself. What basic meaning reveals itself from out of these considerations in respect of the sway of all culture? History in a broad and fundamental sense can in this way be grasped as encompassing technicity, and in a narrow sense history can be placed in opposition to technicity. The same is true for technicity. History, an inquiring producing in general. History, technicalization of the past as such for the sake of the present, and of life. Technicity as the history of nature, and as the history of what lacks nature. Technicity as producing beings as such with expertise. History, the producing of the past and the futural. Both the arrangement of the present as object and condition. Asterisk. History. 1. As a reckoning of the past onto the present. 2. As producing a mirroring, of the present. 3. As consolidating in the subject all relations to beings. 4. As an evasion before history, in the sense of a decision from out of being. G184. 5. As the destruction of the grounding attunements, cf. Überlegung 7ff, 9, 40 ff, 44 ff. 6. As pursuing, without knowing, the ungroundingness of being out of the groundlessness of beings, all explanation is the denial of what is of the nature of ground Gruneft. Asterisk. Overcoming of history. Overcoming of history can be achieved only when mindfulness takes the place of history. Its place? No. For no mere exchanging of the one with the other can make us free, for, because of a prolonged habit, mindfulness could be taken forthwith as a kind of history. Overcoming history must be a liberation of history from the orbit of objectification by history. But mindfulness can be enacted only by the founders as grounders insofar as mindfulness means inquiring into the sway of the truth and the decision of being. Mindfulness brings forth a transformed liberation of history or an actual liberation of history unto the truth of being and immediately needs solid trajectories for preserving. In its representing producing, history will be replaced by the inquiring initiation of the decision between being and beings. From this point of view history is considered in a narrow sense and technicity in the modern sense. Cf. Historicism. G 185-13. Being and Power. G 187-65. Being and Power. According to the conventional estimation, what in the highest sense is a being as actual. What supremely counts is actuality in the sense of extantness of the effectiveness and nothing else. Actuality translates, not merely in language, actus and actio, which translation on the other hand has claimed neurogamma epsilon iota alpha by misconstruing it. The misinterpretation of neurogamma epsilon iota alpha conceives it in view of energy understood as the power of enactment and actio, whereas neurogamma epsilon iota alpha means presencing in work and as work, that is, presencing in what is produced and is constant and permanent in such produced things. The latinate agira and actus are not at all capable of naming this presencing, which shows that the romanization of neurogamma epsilon iota alpha is a completely uprooting reinterpretation. Actus purus, neurogamma epsilon iota alpha seen in view of action, in view of actualization, of providing, a. activity, creative prowess, in movement, b. effectiveness, success, producing. That which is of the nature of object for the producing comportment is a being. Hence the veering into pi omicron iota epsilon nu taken in the rough sense of the mere enactment of making. Objectness as objectivity instead of retreating unto itself as retreating unto constancy and presence. From here on only one step to what is capable of effect and is capable of being effective, power, will to power, will as power. Actuality as the measuring midpoint of modality, the powerful, the effective, a being. Possibility as the preliminary stage, and necessity as the highest stage of actuality. But in each case both are modes of actuality. The order of stages, matter, spirit, powerful, the powerless, actus purus in the Christian perspective. Nietzsche's reversal. Being, the powerless, beyond power and lack of power, better, G 188 what is outside power and lack of power, and fundamentally unrelated to such. A. Asterisk. The powerless. The powerless is not the same as what is without power, which while it is deprived of power and lacks power nevertheless and simply remains related to power. The origin of power character of beings. Power of sigma iota, the power of being. From today's perspective of thinking, what could be attributed to being as fundamental is its powerlessness. Hence disempowering of sigma iota bespeaks of divesting the sway, of not finding the way unto announcing as the powerless. This has a double meaning. One, disempowering of sigma iota means divesting the sway, not finding the way unto announcing, but two, it means that sigma iota should not be capable of grounding lambda theta epsilon iota alpha. The grounding attunement vis-a-vis the powerless. The powerless, what is power, what is the lack of power? How to understand the less? From out of refusal. The swaying consequences. Machination as the ground of the overpowering of beings and of power itself, powerlessness of being, yet, this powerlessness is the guise of the refusal. In our earlier deliberation, In Contributions to Philosophy, we speak of disempowering of sigma iota. Thus, inceptually and actually sigma iota is power. But to what extent? G189. Why then disempowering, if not simply empowering, but empowering not as empowering of sigma iota as such but rather as the empowering of omicron sigma alpha to actus? Power, the capability to be effective, to make secure, to calculate and arrange successes. The effect as being effective without directly affecting. Power out of effect, simply not out of possibility. Asterisk. Being and power. Since actuality counts as the determination of beings and since actuality is no longer grasped as the presencing of the constant, but rather as actus, action, and power of effectiveness, and since the actual in this sense is finally determined as power and as the powerful, one has come up with the strange opinion that the higher a being stands within the metaphysical order of stages from the material physical to the spiritual, the more powerless a being becomes. Accordingly, the powerful is what lies lower, the powerful in the sense of that which is capable of actualization. What comes next? The actual whose image is seen in matter. The subsequent scholarly exploitation of this Nietzschean thought that originates in Nietzsche's reversal of Platonism, for the purpose of playing certain categorical games with the layers of being and the like, is meaningless and can never render the deciding question discernible. In the same vein, even when in the order of modes within the metaphysical doctrine of modalities of actuality, possibility, and necessity, a seeming equality is taught, such a teaching is still oriented to actuality and its preeminence. Because both logic and ontology already presuppose the fundamental decision on the beingness of beings, and express this beingness always in their own way, and because in addition logic and ontology are retro-related to each other, it is a matter of indifference whether this equality in the order of modes is treated in logic or in ontology. What is not a matter of indifference is that G190 the entire Occidental metaphysics determines beingness along the guiding thread of thinking, that is, as representedness. Perceivedness cum receivedness Vernamenheit is the unexpressed and ungrasped sphere and domain of projecting open, unexpressed and ungrasped because they are necessarily uninquirable. The opposing view that the spirit is what is the most actual, actus purus, together with the previous view, belongs to the same sphere of metaphysics insofar as metaphysics has determined beings generally and thoroughly by means of objectness, withstandability, and effectability. The most extensive structure of categories, if it would be worthy of a thoughtful attention at all, cannot hide the fundamental failure upon which metaphysics rests and whose unfolding metaphysics is, namely the failure of not inquiring into the truth of being. Those theories that advocate the increasing loss of power with the increase in the height of the layers of being are incapable of saying anything about being itself because they are not even capable of addressing what alone is addressable by them, namely the metaphysical presupposition and interpretation of beingness of beings. However, what makes the basic gestalt of this doctrine significant for being historical thinking, the doctrine of Nietzsche's metaphysics as the reversal of Schopenhauer's doctrine of life, is something else. A final consolidation of the interpretation of beings in terms of the affecting effectable and, correlatively, the consolidation of the interpretation of the true in terms of the affected and affecting success, gets enacted in this completion of metaphysics. However, even in this way the decisive process is not yet reached, that the consolidation in terms of the actual as a being and as the true, prepared since long ago, but not yet brought to a successful conclusion, must nullify being, and make it into what is not even worth being specifically forgotten. In the history of man only now does the forgottenness of being achieve full position of power. But what if this abandonment of beings by being would be the beginning of an originary history wherein being is being so that G191 what is increasingly actual would be ever more hopelessly cast off by being as refusal which refusal cannot be matched by any power and superpower because power and superpower must always necessarily and from the ground up miscognize the sway of that which is powerless. The powerless can never be disempowered. But the irrelevance of disempowering to the powerless is not hanging on to the powerless as a deficiency, rather this irrelevance is only one consequence of the nobility of the powerless, a consequence that is not even necessary for, and appropriate to the powerless. Whether as the lifeless matter or as the absolute spirit, everything powerful as what is actual is the lower, so low that in relation to being it should not even be brought into comparison. However, in the first beginning of the history of being, sigma iota, had to appear as power because beforehand and in general the hidden refusal could only be manifest in an overflow. But disempowering of sigma iota did not somehow eliminate this ever first necessary foregrounding power character, which is charged with encountering, but only weakened it, so that it could then be transferred into the character of delta alpha and objectness. This had the initial consequence that with the misinterpretation of the Aristotelian nu tau epsilon lambda chi epsilon iota alpha and nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha as actuality of the affecting effectable, an interpretation that was to set in soon, beings came to be viewed thoroughly in the gestalt of the actual and by themselves indicated ahead to what in the future would have to be held for being in all the metaphysics that was still to come. Within this history, Leibniz's monadology of substantia as the doctrine of vis primitiva activa obtains its significance that is retrospectively and prospectively equally essential. Insofar as metaphysical thinking, which is grounded in the not holding unto the first thinking beginning, passed off for being the power dash, the force dash, and the effect character of beings, it so happened that life pushed itself to the forefront as what really is and as what is really actual and demands the sacrifice of the lived experience as the supposed height of humanness that henceforth does not experience itself as the victim of, and the adherent to G192 being's abandonment of beings, but as the triumphant yesayer to life. The first thinking beginning did not at all grasp beings simply as actuality, but grasped them rather as the rising presencing, as that wherein a being as such gathers itself unto its counter-turning and presences and remains as what counter-turns to man. Power was not yet force, or effectability, or coercive force, nor was power also already specifically the unavoidable semblance of the powerless that does not need power. What power was in fact still undecided, such that power was soon decided upon as the effective. And this decision, without ever being able to bring into the open what is the originary sway of the chi-omicron, immediately let loose the malicious and the confounding. The metaphysical determination of beings as the will to power and the metaphysical determination of beingness as the eternal return mark the end of a beginning that at the very beginning has fallen off from the beginning. Every beginning is without effect, and while returning to itself must remain a beginning if it wants to preserve itself. Being and only being is. And being is thus beyond both power and powerlessness. And yet being is not something that belongs to the beyond gensetiges, since being does not need first to posit for its truth the secular diesietige powerful, actual, beings in order that being or the being historical projecting opening of its clearing can have a leap off. However, because since long ago man, and modern man in particular, calculates everything, and even being, according to power and powerlessness, usefulness and disadvantage, success and uselessness, he is not capable of hearing any word of being and of thinking its truth without initiating his calculation. 65a. Being and power. Considering its swaying ground, being is never power and, therefore, it is also never powerlessness. If nevertheless we name being the powerless, this cannot mean that being is deprived of power. Rather, the name powerless should G193 indicate that given its sway, being continues to be detached from power. However, this powerless is mastery. And mastery in the inceptual sense does not need power. Mastery prevails out of the dignity, out of that simple superiority of the fundamental poverty that in order to be does not need something under itself or over against itself and has left behind every assessment in view of the colossal and the tiny. On occasions we use the word power in the transfigurative sense of maestas, which means the same as mastery, although even this word frequently gets lost in vagueness and approximates what is of the nature of power in the sense of coercive force. Hence we can never see immediately the swaying direction of the saying by considering the isolated usage of the word. And therefore the unequivocality of the choice of a word within which simultaneously and equivocally resonates can be obtained only through historical mindfulness. However, if power character is basically foreign to the sway of being, How could it then happen that in the course of the history of metaphysics being is grasped as actuality? And does not this interpretation of being also correspond to the conventional opinion and experience according to whose estimation the actual counts in the highest sense for what is? And does not the last basic position of metaphysics say the same, when metaphysics completes itself in the doctrine of the will to power, a will which must be grasped as the empowering of power to its constant overpowering? And what does power mean here other than the capability of effectiveness in the sense of what is fundamentally effective? Does not then the familiar equation of being and actuality in metaphysics and the interpretation of being that unquestioningly arises out of this equation in the doctrine of the will to power speak in favor of the power character of being? And did not contributions to philosophy grasp the inceptual history of being in the sense of disempowering of sigma iota and thus assign to sigma iota an inceptual, and that means G194 a fundamental power character? Indeed, but the talk of disempowering here is ambiguous. Disempowering means that in the first beginning of its swaying being neither gifts itself in its own truth nor does it specifically ground the sway of truth, cf. the lecture course of the winter semester 1937/38. By contrast, inceptual being leaves mastery to the beings which for the first time enter into manifestness as rising in being. The preeminence of beings that has ever since set the goal and the measure for determination of being results in disposing of rising in the direction of the sway of self-showing and manifesting. This sway of being is the ground of the later interpretation of being as beingness in the sense of kappa omicron iota nu of delta alpha. Beingness is countenance or sight, outward appearance and sightableness. Here nothing is left of arising that gapes open and immediately seizes and opens the open and grants what is present and countering with presencing and constancy. In that being inceptually holds back the mastery of its sway and henceforth refuses to grant clearing to the full sway of rising and thus denies already the possibility of a knowing awareness of the refusal. The holding back of the swaying dignity of being in the first beginning brings about a historical consequence that is to be grasped as the empowering of power character that is hidden in such a determination of being. Phi sigma iota is not disempowered, as if in its swaying ground phi sigma iota were power. And yet being discards the preeminence vis-a-vis beings and leaves it to them to bring to the fore the power character in being that is grasped only superficially. Of course, this power character comes to light in unrecognizable signs, so to speak only cautiously and initially, until it breaks loose and prepares that which, in being historical thinking, must be grasped as conveying being unto the sway of machination. G195 Aristotle still preserves the last remnant of the inceptual sway of beings clearing as rising. In the sway of rising lies held back the constancy of presencing. However, in that Aristotle grasps beingness as nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha, he succeeds in naming this constancy of presencing. What this metaphysical basic word, nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha wants to say is the presencing which holds sway in work as work, the presencing that preserves what is produced and in this way makes up its constancy. However, even this metaphysical basic word that seeks to rescue the last glimmer of the sway of sigma iota becomes the impetus for the final loss, that was to spread soon, of the inceptual sway of being. For, nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha is no longer grasped with a view towards being and out of the remembrance of the hardly lighted swaying in the sense of the constancy of presence. Rather rho gamma omicron nu is explained by looking back at that which is itself extant, namely that which is to be made and its maker, pi omicron iota epsilon nu. And again, still a fundamental step further away from being as the constancy of presencing, the interpretation of pi omicron iota epsilon nu deteriorates into an emphasis of enactment. Epsilon nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha is relegated to the word actus. This translation that in advance decides the future of Occidental metaphysics up to Nietzsche is not an insignificant matter of an insignificant and supposedly incidental process in the usage of language. On the contrary, this translation is the unavoidable consequence of the fact that being conceals its own sway and entrusts the determination of its concept to a thinking that henceforth has forgotten all question-worthiness of being. From this thoughtlessness of thinking lives above all that philosophy that calls itself Christian metaphysics and brands everything that is not of its kind as a history of errors and presumptions. The Latin word actus, from agere, is not in the least capable of naming what addresses us in the Greek saying of the word neuro gamma epsilon iota alpha. The Romanization of this basic Greek metaphysical word enacts a completely uprooting reinterpretation of the concept of being in such a way G196 that the Roman interpretation determines modern metaphysics right away and forces the grasping of Greek thinking into the horizon of Romanization. All future interpretation of Greek metaphysics, including Nietzsche's, is Christian. For being as actuality and idea C9. Machination. Being as power, power as success and effectiveness, the true, thereupon, being and beings and non-beings. G197:14. Being and being. G199:66. Being, framed in predicate, the categorial. Being is and will nonetheless never be a being. Being of a being, as what is spoken to and from this being, that is, the predicate, claims being insofar as the asserting pronouncement always already has to hold itself in the open and address what is uncovered beforehand as a being in its that, it is, and so is. That which is framed in the predicate and only in it, being as beingness, is the categorial. The categorial can and must be framed in the predicate because predicating will be subsequently determined as an assertion that the subject makes about objects, and this assertion proceeds along the track and the bridge of the subject-object relation, and is especially grasped as subjective, belonging to the subject, and as objective, as determinedness of the object, and precisely because of this, it is sometimes grasped only as the subjective or sometimes only as the objective. And finally, as a finite relation, the subject-object relation can begin out of an infinity that overcomes both the immediateness and the one-sidedness of the mere object and subject relation, and through such a fundamental overcoming it achieves the sway of the absolute subjectivity. Subject-object relation itself is grounded in truth as correctness, and correctness is grounded in representing beings in their beingness, man as animal. But what does it say about being itself that being leaves it to beings to be named through beingness and to be interpreted exclusively as being out of beingness? Beingness, constancy and presence, claims to make up the sway of being and thus to determine beings, and in opposition to itself to determine that which becomes. But whence the opposition, if an other is not posited through beingness? And how can this be, if beingness itself is not a decision in favor of a measure that beingness itself wants to give, that only the eternal and that which is present actually is? And how can this decision be G200, if this decision does not separate possibilities and does not withdraw itself from the separation as well as from the separated by not heeding the sphere of decision, of time-space, and fundamentally forgetting that it has nevertheless claimed the temporal? But where does the decision come from regarding beingness as the sway of being? Does being foster a decision by relinquishing being as beingness to beings? And if so, from whom? From man as zeta omicron nu omicron nu, lambda gamma omicron nu, chi omicron nu, from the one who only through this decision and upon this decision as a ground comes to his own most without grasping and taking over the swaying of ground, perhaps only to begin thereafter a flight from the own most, cf. there. But of what sway is this decision, that is, the decision that concerns the choice of the sway and the taking over the sway? Which being can then take over what is own most to itself and at the same time also flee from it? What must enown itself here? Must not man himself be owned over unto the allotment to his own most, and must not this own most be grounded in the allotment unto the truth of being, as yet undecided but steadily to be decided, so that in this way the thrownness unto the swaying of being be grounded, so that being is simply that enownement of the domain of man unto that which is necessitated by the distress of the Godhood? Why does enowning, the sway of being, always foster a decision about its truth, and this above all in such a way that even the truth as such remains in forgottenness? And why is this decision ever first inceptually a decision about sigma iota and thereupon about omicron sigma alpha as delta alpha? In that being entrusts beings to beingness, that is, in that being admits beingness as being, being refuses itself and thus hides shelters itself as refusal and preserves itself, traceless and powerless, for the unique gifting. The refusal enforces the gathering, the taking together unto one G201 and the receiving of the rising presencing, sigma iota. It is this gathering, taking together unto one and receiving that being, out of hiddenness shelteredness, still leaves to the receiver as being, so that the receiver comes upon being itself in what lies closest to and furthest from the receiver, and therefore confirms being itself as the determination of beingness for beings. Since then all is and being arises out of beings, since then beings enjoy the preeminence of the starting point, since then beings enjoy this preeminence even there, where the origin of beingness, always categorial, is displaced into the I think and into its having been thought. Phi sigma iota is that being that is barely rescued straight away as beingness and beings, that is to say, it is the inceptual hiddenness of the refusal which sways as enownement. Consequently, man's own most increasingly and securely advances towards animality, and the godhood of gods becomes divinity, understood as the prime cause and as that which conditions, that is, as that which explains and includes all calculating. In a final fading, being itself becomes a word and an empty framework for representedness as such, a framework that perhaps encompasses men and gods and all things as a refuge that is no refuge but is only used insofar as representing asserts itself as the first and the last manner of relating to being, and to beings. Representedness in turn is wrapped up in the expressed and expressible predicate, the category, and speaking and language are tools and means of the animal man. Here, being and the sway of being are referred to supplementarity and depend on beings as that which actually is. It is not only disconcerting, but remains completely unthought and uninquired that only being is, and that being as beingness is its inceptual and necessary semblance, wherein what is called a being can presume to be the guise of what is genuinely a being, can presume to be the guise, of the actual, of that which is. G202 Here the drama of metaphysics is played out, that is, the drama of the metaphysically grounded history of Occidental man. What transpire here are the alternating reversals that put forth as actual beings at times the nonsensible idea and at times the sensible which lacks idea, the alternating reversals that within this history thus give rise to different and yet always similar standpoints, and at the same time let the inceptual forgottenness of being via self-evidence of being remain once and for all forgotten. This forgottenness preserves the distress that necessitates a decision about the truth of being. This forgottenness denies being the ever first distinction, question worthiness. 66a. Being and beings. We think that, because beings are named after being, or because even being is only that which is extracted out of beings, being is to be found in beings and is to be calculated from out of beings. But being never leaves a trace in beings. Being is the traceless, is never to be found among beings as a being. At the most it could be found in being's inceptual semblance, that is, in being as beingness. But how then do beings come to this name, being, i.e., beingness? Beings come to this name, being, because a being, what is it then, comes within the sphere of being's clearing, while clearing holds sway only as the openness of enownement. This coming into the clearing happens with an owning. Clearing is not extant as emptiness into which, so to speak, subsequently beings always stream. Rather, clearing breaks in upon that which because of this breaking in upon becomes first that which can be present and absent as a being. Seen from its own purview, a being remains always in beingness. G203 By starting from beings, beingness is the highest and the only one that can be said and thought about being. For to start from beings means to be simply satisfied with the produced and the representable, with what presences and absences, and thus, at the same time, with what is a being and what becomes. But why does being solidify itself to being in the shape of beingness? Does being solidify itself then? Or does not being leave beings to themselves and to the openness that is incomprehensible by beings? Enowning lets beings as such arise in that it refuses itself without a trace, and so simply is, while at the same time enowning leaves to beings as claim the naming by being, that it is and be. What raises no claim, is traceless and powerless, is hardly credible to the representation that knows only beings. And when such representation concedes that the claim, the trace and the powerless is, representation must assess it right away as what is feeble and nothing, and thus lacks what distinguishes beings as the actual, the effective. Innowning, that is, its mere semblance in the shape of the represented guise, appears easily as a fleeting addendum to beings, an addendum that does not even accept beings but makes an appeal to them as a mere shadow. What is meant is being as objectness. Even when being is distinguished as a priori, subjective and objective, it is degraded to, and lies in, an addendum, what is supplemented. Why does man think being so seldom in its sway as the prime leap and the cleft of the ground which above all settles beings as such with beings? Because man above all has consolidated his own most in such a way that in the midst of beings and as a being among other beings, he stands over against beings as the one who represents and produces. It is out of such positioning that he determines his stance and his self as what is conditional. Thus, being counts either as a veneer, objectness and G204 representedness and live experienceability of the representing live experience, or it is simply explained as what is most effective, is the cause of itself, and thus all the more the existing cause of beings. Both interpretations of being, the veneer and the doer, are correlated and betray in their own different ways the hidden confinement to beings, the present constant. Even in that case in which representing beingness, thinking of being, is raised to absolute thought, being continues to be determined as idea, and thinking continues to be determined as that to which self-manifestation of being, objectness, appears in such a way that the completion of representedness gets enacted in and for this thinking, and the conditions for the constancy of the object and for the over-againstness, in their alternating relation, are taken back unto the unconditioned which, in turn determines itself from out of the completed inventory of the whole of conditionedness, determines itself out of the conditioning thought. G205:15. The thinking of being. G207:67. The thinking of being. What does it mean that in manifold and even enormous variations all sorts of beings force themselves upon man, captivate him and lead him to unusual achievements without being ever announcing itself in beings or even vanquishing the superior power of beings? Does this speak for the specific right and the exclusive truth of beings, or is this only the still unrecognized sign of the ultimate impotency of beings which is protected by the guise of the unimpeded dissemination of their machination? Was here a decision made long ago in favor of beings, in favor of that which without an explicit assessment festsetting always counts in an epoch as beings? Must not then being put up with getting determined in conformity with beings, and must not this determination be satisfied with being barely tolerated as a mere appendage? Or is there behind that preeminence of beings, of actuality, of deed, of life, already a decision made about being? But perhaps this decision is also only a lack of decision that from time to time being allows to occur in order to entrust beings to groundlessness and thus to the consolidation of an even not noticeable errancy, namely that beings should say what being is. But if being can never draw its truth from beings, even if the mindfulness of how the currently dominating beings are meant and understood as beings only succeeds in asserting what as beingness already guides all relation to beings, even if this beingness is taken for being and distorts being's sway and holds as unnecessary the search for the sway because beingness passes off this sway as decided, even if the thinking of being remains therefore submissive to the preeminence of beings as long as this thinking only represents beingness, then this thinking in the end must remember its unique destiny G208, and by taking over this destiny it must transform itself and be what it is out of its most necessity and only out of it. If the thinking of being does not originate from within the distress of the experience of undeterminedness and ungroundedness of the truth of being, if this thinking does not choose as its sole and unique task the specific grasping of the domain of projecting, opening the understanding of being merely as the unavoidable foreground of the truth of being, thus also already thinking through that within which this foreground sways, if all thinking mindfulness does not focus on the one thing, namely that beings are lighted up and in here in the openness, or within a t/here, and that man himself errantly wanders through this openness without either being familiar with, or belonging to, the sway of the clearing, then all pursuit of philosophy that is still underway continues to be lost in endless imitations of metaphysics whose unsway, inseparable from the sway, disseminates in such a manner that it lets the question concerning the truth of being remain ungraspable. The dominating common sense opinion, held since long ago, that being, what is meant thereby is always beings, can surely never be grasped, let alone be produced, by intellect is indeed always already the consequence of the diffusion of the sway of metaphysics. Both common sense and metaphysics agree that what is decided is the impotence of thinking vis-a-vis being, what is meant is beings. Metaphysics too is of such an opinion, since it merely claims to conceptualize the beingness of beings, their a priori, a business which the familiar but also exclusively active, and actuality producing life eagerly entrusts to metaphysics. And wherever one still tries to think being metaphysically, such a thinking remains incapable of even reflecting that once, in its beginning, this very thinking was capable of thinking what this thinking now represents as the emptiness of the most general, because this thinking still obtained and possessed its determinedness, the direction and the manners of projecting opening and the style of the initial preserving G209 of the projected, out of the attunedness to the grounding attunement of wonder. Since long ago, and especially in modernity, wonder about being and of being, genitivus objectivus, the Middle Ages remained without philosophy and worked out such questions only theologically, are replaced by slurping the lived experiences of beings. Thinking had forfeited its necessity, which can only arise and be preserved out of the freedom of the beginning. Thinking now has entered into the apprenticeship of shaping culture, and, just as in Nietzsche at the end, philosophy is reckoned with in view of what it can mean to culture. But to the extent that determination of being could still matter, this determination becomes totally dependent upon the pursuit of beings at the service of securing and unfolding of the human domain, that is, securing and unfolding of a being of the midpoint. Inclusion of philosophy within culture marks the final state of metaphysics, insofar as within this state the unsway has become master of the sway and thus has nullified a possible transformation of the sway. Only as thinking the truth of being does thinking return into its most necessity. From the point of view of modernity, this means that only if philosophy, necessitated from out of its distress, grasps that it has absolutely nothing to do with culture, can philosophy initiate a mindfulness of itself which is strong enough to venture more inceptually into its own most beginning. This thinking of being neither reckons up being out of beings, nor does it demonstrate beingness which counts already, but positions itself in thinking, that is, in queering the truth of being, positions itself unto that clearing in the midst of beings from out of, and unto which, this thinking alone can be determined by being itself, that is, can be thoroughly attuned to, and thus be thrown forth unto the sway of being. Being itself owns thinking unto the history of being, unto this, being is owning. In this way, thinking becomes being historical thinking. Thinking of being neither lets being emerge as the most general determination of the representable, that is, G210 as undeterminedness out of thinking as the subject, where being becomes object for this subject. The genitive in the phrase thinking of being is not an objective one, nor is being itself that which thinks, that is, the actuality that has determined itself as reason and spirit in order to enact thinking as the manner of its self-actualization within itself understood. As the underlying addendum, subjectum, the genitive in the phrase thinking of being is also not a subjective genitive. The being historical thinking of being is owned by being as what is wholly strange to this thinking, and this thinking is allotted unto the truth of being in order to ground this truth. Being is never an object, but owning, in whose clearing, which belongs to owning, thinking becomes inabiding. What being historical thinking thinks above all is de-sen, insofar as such a thinking is destined to found a ground for the upground of being. However, de-sen is not man, but that through which the dehumanization of man, the overcoming of the historical animal, becomes possible, since de-sen above all provides beforehand the site for the exposedness of man unto beings. What is mentioned here is only an initial leap of being historical thinking. Because de-sen is enowned by being as settlement, de-sen is not just the ground of man. Only in and as the projecting opening grounding of Dasein is being historical thinking always also immediately capable of thinking being itself, that is capable of throwing itself, as a thinking that is thrown into this domain of projecting open, against undergoing announcing. This makes clear that here the ownmost of thinking is no longer obtained through logic, that is, in view of assertions made about beings. Rather, the concept of thinking determines itself from out of the grounding experience of belongingness of understanding of being to the truth of being itself. Thinking in the emphasized sense of thoughtful thinking is projecting opening grounding of the truth of being, in abiding in G211 sustaining the guardianship of this truth. Thinking is no longer representing beings in general. Moreover, thinking is not a tool that is used in order to obtain something else, for example, to bring to a concept an intuition and the intuited. Metaphysical thinking can never become the thinking of being by somehow exchanging its object or by a corresponding expansion of its inquiry hitherto. For this is the core of all metaphysics, that in metaphysics the determination of being's sway continues to be decided upon as beingness, no matter how beingness is grasped in accordance with the determination of the one who thinks, determinations of man as psi upsilon chi, ego cogito, animus, ratio, reason, spirit, life. Metaphysics ties itself necessarily to the chain of categories whose essence is decided upon since Plato and Aristotle, and whose deduction, order, number, and interpretation, subjective, objective, are alterable within the decision made about being as beingness and about beingness as the categorial. With the decision to determine the sway of being as beingness, metaphysics as such remains installed in a basic stance which, regardless of possible modifications, offers a security and a protection against any impetus to another questioning. The metaphysical thinking can never realize to what extent another thinking of being could still be possible at all and even be necessary. And even the attempt to lead this metaphysical thinking in itself only to its own presuppositions and thus to initiate its self-overcoming out of itself must fail, because such an attempt, senuendizeit, will be interpreted again inevitably metaphysically. And this not in order to obtain a higher standpoint for metaphysics, but to descend to a lower standpoint. Because the sway of being is established as beingness, and G212 because beingness can only unfold and shape itself as the categorial, the remarks about the domain of projecting opening of this metaphysical understanding of being must instantly be subjected to the crudest misinterpretation that it can possibly be subjected to. Thus addressing the understanding of being would mean returning to the anthropological and so to the one-sidedly grasped conditions for the enactment of thinking, roughly put, would amount to a psychology of metaphysics, and so would prove to be anything but a contribution to the enlargement of the stock of categories. Since metaphysics can only expect a progress of ontology, and since ontology investigates being in itself, addressing the understanding of being must be depreciated in metaphysics as subjectivization, and thus as endangerment of the objectivity of thinking and of logic in general. The attempt at initiating the self-overcoming of all metaphysics arrives at the opposite of what it wants as long as it just falls prey to a metaphysical interpretation, that is, to an anthropological interpretation in the broadest sense. The self-overcoming of the thinking of being understood as representing beingness means nothing less than giving up this thinking by leaping into something entirely different. Here self-overcoming does not have the metaphysical character, somehow the Hegelian one, of a steady progression towards an as yet ununfolded but nevertheless still metaphysical standpoint. Here self-overcoming does not mean a more enlightened adhering to the self as conceived heretofore and thus an obtaining of a purer self. Rather, self-overcoming means here the decided abandoning of the metaphysical basic position as such, decided by a decision in favor of an entirely different inquiry. However, this other inquiry, into the truth of being, is determined by the belongingness to being itself, which means something entirely different than beingness in itself. Senuendizeit arises out of an already enacted leap into this belongingness to being, being that is neither thought as beingness nor calculated as the absolute, in the Christian or unchristian sense. G213 initially, the leap is shaped as an attempt at grounding and thus as the only possible determination of the truth of being. And the next thing included in this grounding is the fundamental unfolding of the sway of truth, which in metaphysics could be grasped always only as correctness and validity of representing, correctness and validity which at the end had to degenerate into the subject-object relation and had to be built into this relation. but the fact that the enactment of being historical thinking of being can be understood neither in the sense of genitivus objectivus nor in the sense of a genitivus subjectivus indicates the incomparability of this thinking with all metaphysical thinking. See GA 2. 16. G2 15 The forgottenness of being. G2 1768. The forgottenness of being. The forgottenness of being is the forgottenness that is held unto the abground, that is, it is the forgottenness that is turned towards being. What remains forgotten in this forgottenness, in a distinguished not retaining, is first of all that which is constantly retained in the understanding of being and which, above all else, must remain preserved in a peculiar retainment, beheld in such a way that the retained in its retainedness gives man as such the ground upon which he, in abiding the midst of a clearing of beings and comporting himself towards these beings, can stand firm in sustaining this clearing in order to be a self. The belongingness to the truth of being and consequently the exposedness to beings is co-grounded in a forgottenness of being. However, a forgetting in the quotidian forgetting of being sinks into forgottenness along with the forgotten, the vortex. If it is seen at all, this forgottenness looks like the mere nothingness. The forgetting of being is not a lapse of memory and not a loss of the retained, the forgetting of being cannot be demarcated vis-a-vis the rememberable, and is not a turning away from the remembered. What is it then? Is it a mere overlooking of being which is constantly pre-understood? Is it merely not thinking of being specifically? This forgottenness seems to be almost a matter of utmost indifference, since explicit attention to what is besides forgotten and indeed is constantly retained leads nowhere further, be it that with this attention the unencumbered immediacy of the relation to beings, granted hitherto through forgottenness of being, will be disturbed without offering any gain on fundamental insight. For, this forgotten being gives itself away always only as the empty and the most general, which is to be equated with nothingness, and about which nothing further can be said, and seeing it in this way amounts to the most appropriate grasping of being. Must not then the forgetting of being be called the most superficial forgetting? The talk of an abground of forgottenness appears as a groundless exaggeration. G218 Certainly what initially can be said of the constant understanding and forgetting of being looks like this. But what guarantees that the initially and constantly understood and forgotten being is nonetheless only a semblance, indeed one that has a ground that is held unto the abground? This, that in this forgottenness, being is taken as the most empty and the most general and is unceasingly held fast in this determination which especially can be proved at any time and has proved itself in this sense in the completion of Occidental metaphysics although in different ways, in Hegel as the undetermined immediate, and in Nietzsche as the last haze of a fading reality. Metaphysics has brought about this interpretation of being and in this interpretation maintains the security of its own stock. Through metaphysics the forgetting of being is indeed shoved into forgottenness, because metaphysics as metaphysics has raised being to the indifference of the most general. The fact that if we come across the forgottenness of being this forgottenness does not touch us any further and at most occupies us fleetingly as something remarkable that can be easily explained, this fact is a consequence of the domination of metaphysics and a hint that points backwards to metaphysics' own ground, and shows that metaphysics owes its permanence to the failure to raise the question of being. Cf. Lecture Course Text of the Winter Semester of 1937/38. But this is the juncture of a unique and most simple decision along and out of which the future history of Occidental man is decided, whether this interpretation of being has to stay and along with it the indifference of the forgottenness of being, or whether this forgottenness shakes man up, in his hitherto ownmost, that is, animal rationale, and sets him free unto an unsettling dismay through which he gets displaced into the distress of an entirely other fundamental grounding, a displacing that nevertheless cannot be man's contrivance and organized by him G219 but must be grasped as the announcement by being itself. In that case, the forgottenness of being would be suddenly something different, no longer the superficialness of a mere not thinking of being, as not thinking the empty, but rather the not inquiring into the truth of being as the ground that itself sustains even the superficiality and the indifference of the forgottenness of being. In that case, this forgottenness would be a lapse into the lack of questioning vis-a-vis the most question-worthy, vis-a-vis the most uncanny, that disseminates itself unto the upground beneath the thinnest surface of the self-certainty of man who forgets being. And, therefore, forgottenness of being would never be a mere oversight of man, rather it would be announced by being itself and a puzzling hint into being's sway. It would be a hint into the refusal that as such gifts itself seldom to man, so that his own most reaches out into the belongingness to being and finds therein the supreme necessities, to create a site for being's truth in being, so that being as the upground of the countering of humanity and godhood helps gods in their sway. For this reason also, man can never eliminate the forgottenness of being, even when he honors the most question-worthy by inquiring into its truth and so confirms that he has to be the end of an enownement. Even then the refusal remains and fosters the turning towards beings and the inabiding in them, and thus again a forgetting of being remains, which with the inquiry into being is not alleviated, but only established in its uncanniness. In being historical thinking only the superficiality of the forgottenness of being is broken through, but the forgottenness itself is never overcome but only enappened in its upground dimension. This forgottenness belongs to inabiding the clearing of beings, that is, to be the T/here wherein beings dwell, and at the same time to be able, within the clearing of the T/here, to be away from being itself and its truth. This being away belongs to G220-Sen and makes possible and necessitates man as that being that is capable of taking over the guardianship for the truth of being while preserving, shaping, and disclosing beings. To be away from the hidden refusal keeps man away from the ground of his most own most, the ground that for this reason is in itself the upground which is held open by the forgottenness. However, this forgottenness of being is at the same time the ground for the possibility and necessity of all that forgetting that as not retaining of beings dominates human comportment. That is why the forgottenness of being can never be explained as the outcome of manifold forgetting. This forgetting as not comporting towards beings and as not relating to them as such is grounded in that being away that is held in the upground, and resonates in the ownmost of Sen. In being away Sen attests to the deepest belongingness unto the openness of refusal, in fact so that on the ground of this openness and only in this openness this refusal is capable of sheltering concealing itself. Inexhaustibly thinkable is being, and the one who thinks being is. And this is the case only when thinking has overcome metaphysics, for which being has to dissolve itself right away into having been thought, so that nothing remains that could be unthought or even be inexhaustibly thinkable. For all categories and systems of categories are only the corroboration of that which already decides for metaphysics, the corroboration that ceaselessly arrives late, namely that being is the most general and the most empty and, therefore, has to be filled up and filled out with and through the development of categories. But do we think the origin of the nullifying at the same time as we are knowingly aware of the originary forgottenness of being, that belongs to being itself? Cf 78. Being and Negativity. See Grundfrage in der Philosophie, Ausgewählt der Logik, lecture course given in Freiburg in the winter semester 1937/38, GA 45. G221-17. The History of Being. G223-69. The History of Being. By realizing that the ownmost of the tragic consists in the beginning being the ground of the going under, and the going under not being the end but rather the rounding of the beginning, we also realize that the tragic belongs to the sway of being. And this makes it possible that tragedies are there where in the history of beings, and indeed exclusively in the history of a being whose ownmost is rooted in the relation to being, a being reaches unto the primal leap of being. The great fundamental poetry, fundamental in the sense of laying claim on being, is tragic. And perhaps the tragic poetries hitherto are only arenas in the forefront, because in accordance with their belongingness to the metaphysics of the Occident, these poetries poetize beings and only mediatingly being. However, the designation tragic plays no particular role in the context of the present deliberation, above all not in the sense that here a philosophy of the tragic is to be concocted. What is fundamentally important is only the knowing awareness of the beginning as the ground of the going under that rounds the beginning. If in the thinking of beginning we speak of an end, then this end never means a mere cessation and lessening but means rather the completion that equals but falls away from the beginning, a completion of that which the beginning posits and decides as possibilities by leaping ahead of its history. The first ever history of being, from sigma iota to the eternal return, is a beginning that goes under. But this history in its progression remains hidden, and the scenery of representing and producing beings does not even know this history as a background. Because beginning can be only experienced inceptually, the first beginning and its history only come into the open, but never into the openness that is the public, from out of the other beginning of the history of being. If philosophy is the thinking of being as an inquiry that thinks ahead into the grounding of the truth of being, then the title The Philosophy of the Tragic says the same thing twice. Given the just mentioned content of this word tragic, G224 philosophy by itself is tragic. There is here no reason for proceeding from the familiar emotional ways and conceiving of philosophy as tragic. Considering the fact that this word tragic is burdened by literary, historical and erudite opinions, it would be better not to use this word. What alludes to the fundamental designation of the beginning, the already decided inclusion of the going under, and the already decided beginning with this, can also be grasped without this word and held fast in the posture of thinking. Asterisk. The history of being. As a rift that lights up wherein beings can come to a halt, being, the prime leap, Überlegung X, 47 ff, is the announcement of man unto the allottedness to the truth of being. Allotment is attuning, is the fourth throw that throws man into a grounding attunement wherein his directive to allotment should be grounded and according to which he is allotted unto the groundership of the truth of being. The announcing is rare, and with announcing, rare is also the possibility that man is thrown into the care for his own most and thus wrested from engrossment in himself as extant, that is, as individual and as community. Rare is owning, and with owning, rare is also the history wherein man becomes familiar with his own most as that which he has to acquire out of the allotment unto being and thus out of being itself and its truth. In order for the human domain to be thrown into that question for which being is the most question-worthy and for which in the hidden history of being a still more inceptual inquiry is the adequate response, an inquiry that comes to face the sway of being as refusal, owning, prime leap, there happens what is sole and unique and worthy of happening, namely being as the prime leap. G225 becomes more inceptually the beginning that it is. Between these rare ownings, which determine their own time, that history takes its course which, out of the respective dominating beings, is the fourth flowing foreground of these ownings, and which by exploiting and using history first becomes history and raises man himself more and more as humanity, as people, or as life to their purpose. In his excludedness and expelledness from belongingness to being, that is, out of the struggle for the groundership of the truth of being, man is left to himself and handed over to the machination of beings, so decidedly, that the expelledness as such can no longer be thought at all and drawn to mindfulness. Rather, the imperiousness of the human domain goes so far that in its history this imperiousness does not even leave the judgment on itself to the future but calculates already in the present and makes secure its own greatness. The indication that this history of man has begun is the rise of anthropology, that is, the ultimate stabilization of the determination of man as animal, that is, as life. This process of the rise of anthropology is decided in advance by the determination of man as xi omicron nu lambda gamma omicron nu chi omicron nu, and by interpreting this determination in the sense of representation of man as animal rationale. The process of the rise of anthropology is not meant here as the emergence of a particular direction and trend in the history of philosophy and metaphysics, but is grasped as the being historical consequence of being's abandonment of beings. Whatever is specifically contributed to anthropology, what is said and written about it, whoever pursues this exposition in whatever explicit or implicit form, all this is immaterial here because it all has to be the utmost proliferation and G226 usability of a process of which the representatives, advocates, and pioneers of anthropology have never an inkling, and fortunately can never have an inkling. The being historical thinking that has to ponder the processes of the consequences out of being's abandonment of beings as the necessities of the history of being, must always know that such pondering easily and unavoidably is misunderstood as if here a dissociating exposition of these directions and trends begins, as if with such exposition thinking could and should experience fecundity. With such a critique, the being historical thinking would attest already that it has fallen out of its own most insofar as it is incapable of grasping the history of the dishumanization of man as a necessity that comes from the refusal of being, which is to say that this thinking would not be capable of thinking being fundamentally. G2 27:18. Gods. Projecting opening what is to be thought beforehand in every inquiring naming of the godhood of gods. G2 29:70. Gods, the fundamental knowing awareness. Thinking gods and speaking of them already requires inabiding a fundamental knowing awareness. This thinking and this speaking do not require certainty which, as such, lies outside the fundamental claims of fundamental knowing awareness. For, every certainty is always only the additionally reckonable warranty in accord with which the not-knower at first consents to accept knowing and its advocacy. The fundamental knowing awareness is unwaveringly steadfast in the revering inquiry, which, as a consequence of incertitude, is usually merely mistrusted. The strength for revering the most question-worthy arises out of an unsettling dismay, that is, out of the grounding attunement that displaces man unto the freedom towards all mere beings and surrounds him with the upground dimension of being. Allotted to being, a being can endure only as a being that belongs to this allotment when in the unsettling dismay this being is capable of honoring the upground which prevails only in a revering turning that turns to the grounding of the truth of the hidden sheltered ground. And this unwavering turning unto is the inquiry into the most question-worthy. Considered calculatively, this uncertain certainty lies beyond the reach of any science. The fundamental knowing awareness can never become confused and gloomy through the kind of mania resulting from a mere intellectual zeal that is associated with world views. Specifically, this knowing awareness inquires into three possibilities through which, and in different ways, the differentiation between beings and being is kept open as the decision. The order in which these possibilities are named here is not important, because these possibilities do not logically exclude each other as they are simultaneously in force since long ago, and because the one who knows has to inquire into each of these possibilities by being decided, especially when it is kept in mind that here only the attempt is made to allude to the realm wherein gods are named, forgotten, or remembered. G230 The first possibility is this: whether in laying claim on being, beings once again are grounded inceptually and appear in the simpleness of their own most. Whether, therefore, out of a nur inceptual unimpairedness, the earth is surrounded by the stillness of a world of noble ventures, and in strife with that world the earth attunes man's attunedness unto the grounding attunement of being and brings this tune to language, which gives rise to an inceptual dialogue between those who as gods overcome their godlessness and those who as men have left behind their dishumanization in the domain of the subject and the historical animal. Whether in order that such things enown themselves, being, truth, godhood, human domain, history, and art succeed to reach, primarily poetically and thinkingly, the origin of their sway and their own most through the grounding of descent. Whether in poets and thinkers the thinking ahead remembering of the truth of being enowns itself, that is, in those who have a burden to lift, whose weight escapes any and all numerical calculation. And the other possibility is this: whether beings hold on to the chains and conventionalities of the hitherto historically mixed up and inextricable beingness and compelled to a total lack of decision, whether within the sphere of this lack beings then pile upon beings in ever newer arrangements and ever faster controllability, whether under the guise of an intensified living a being chases another being, takes its place, and settles the haze of an amusement over all beings, an amusement that is sure to succeed but is wanting in validity, until the end of this mastery of beings, of actuality that is close to life, has become endless. And still the other possibility is this: whether the first possibility stays away, and though the second one does assert itself, and given their admitted appearance, beings dominate all being but still something else happens, whether the history of being, the grounding of its truth, begins in the unknowable hiddenness shelteredness within the course of the struggle of the alone ones, and whether being enters its own most and strangest history whose jubilation and sorrow, triumphs and defeats, beat only in the sphere of the heart of the most rare ones. G231 When in the transition out of the second possibility, the first possibility stays away and displaces the second possibility into nothingness, then the indicators of the first possibility, Hölderlin and Nietzsche, are allusions to the third possibility, that is, to the process that insofar as we and the coming ones are swept away into the second possibility, we lose the first possibility and the echo of the third possibility will cease. Fundamental knowing awareness does not reckon with these possibilities in order to forecast the future, but inquires into these possibilities in order to become strong in the still coming inquiry into remembering the decision between the exclusive predominance of beings and the originary grounding of the truth of being, be it that this grounding honors beings once again in the whole of an inceptual being, be it that being withdraws its own history into the sheltered hiddenness of what is sole and unique, which again is still preserved reticently for the rare ones. This fundamental knowing awareness alone errantly traverses that realm wherein gods are still nameable, even if merely out of the remotest forgottenness. However, here gods are not thought of as the highest in the sense of metaphysical poetizing and thinking hitherto, but as belonging to the distressing need of being which reverberates in everything, since being alone is capable of tolerating nothingness about itself, such as the purest purity of making room for a moment of the primal leap. Beings manifest themselves to the fundamental knowing awareness of the second possibility in the following manner: as soon as man becomes the subject, and in the whole range of extantness, of living actuality as people, he takes the position of the extant midpoint of the beings in the whole and interprets his life as an expansion of this position. History in the fundamental sense of explanatory exploration must make up the basic form of all representing. In this way history evolves as the technicity of producing a history that is necessary for such a human domain, the history of the past and the present as they give rise to further plannings. On the other hand, technicity is the history of nature, that is, the history of the course of the exploitation that returns unto itself as the exploitation of the earth, not G234 only for satisfying the needs but also for steadily steering them, the steering that corresponds to that technicity of representing history. History as the technicity of representing the past and the present, and technicity as producing the history of exploitation of nature, are therefore both unified procedures through which and increasingly without exception the individual man always eliminates every inquiry into the whereunto and the why as aberrant and superfluous. History tolerates and puts up with itself still only as the exploration of what in advance is taken to be self-evident. Seen from the Occidental point of view, the commonsensicality of democracies and the rational planability of absolute authority will one day find and recognize each other as the same. Through history the animal man has become the subject for which the world, beings in the whole, has become a single object of representing producing, which in turn includes the subject. What until recently counted and at times still counts as the ideological superstructure of material conditions of production, culture and spirit, is today the expression of the forth-flowing life. What is deciding in each case is the same, whether man finds his first and last justification in the extantness of an extant, matter, life, race, and the exclusive domain of positing goals and providing conditions for their realization, or whether the extant, the permanent, is interpreted in terms of matter, in view of the body and soul, or with respect to the spirit. The truth of being that as such underlies all beings and as such is their unknowable ground is decided in the sense of extantness and objectness. Here, with respect of this epoch, there remains only the possibility of crossing into the other and older beginning, or the third possibility of which no one is capable of having an inkling who has forgotten being and who even puts forth history as calculating the planning of the future. G235 however, mastering the second possibility requires the security of the gigantic in every conceivable undertaking and calls for an increasingly shallow but equally unerring optimism. Errability has become impossible because otherwise man would have to encounter errancy, that is, the sway of truth as the most question-worthy. Modern man remains insulated from this thrust the closer he drives himself towards his own fundamental completion. His lack of need also prevents him, the midpoint of beings, from ever having an inkling of what is held back from him, the swaying of being. 71 Gods and Being. Gods, those who incalculably necessitate man unto inabiding descent, so that the swaying of being announces the uniqueness of the most unusual as enowning, so that enowning brings about the sphere of that countering wherein that comes into itself which first lets the distressing necessity of descent arise from out of the distressing need of being. Neither do gods create man nor does man invent gods. The truth of being decides on both, but not by prevailing over them but by enowning itself between them, and thus by first enowning them themselves unto the countering. Knowing and naming gods get enacted depending on the manner in which being finds truth, depending on the manner in which this truth is grounded as clearing for the withdrawing enownement of that countering, depending on man's gestalt which fosters such a grounding, depending on man's belongingness to being, and thus depending also on man's representing and calculating lostness among beings and on the interpretation of their beingness. God is never a being about which man knows something at times this way and at times another way. God is never a being whom man gets closer to in varying distances. Rather, gods and their godhood arise G236 from out of the truth of being, which is to say that, for instance, the thingly representation of God and the explanatory reckoning with God as the Creator are grounded in the interpretation of beingness as produced and producible presence. But man can neither steer nor force the manner in which, at any given time, being enowns its truth or holds it back in order to leave beings entirely to themselves and to their raving in machination, because according to the belongingness to being that is fundamental to man, and without fathoming this history and having an inkling of it, he is attuned by being to determine his own most. And yet it depends entirely on the freedom of man, on how and to what extent he transforms and grounds that attunement into his destiny, an attunement which comes upon him from being, and so at any given time shapes his own most into a definite gestalt. In fact, freedom is nothing other than this of ground that is addressed to being and destines itself to ground the truth of being in the sense of preserving this truth in beings. Whether wonder as grounding attunement places thinking before beings and grasps sigma iota as lambda theta epsilon iota alpha and unto which it enjoins all the domain of man, or whether the dismay that sets free lets being's abandonment of all beings break forth into an openness and undertakes as necessary the grounding of the truth of being. Wonder and dismay that sets free are the utmost, that is, most inceptual attunements that attune to groundlessness and groundability of the truth of being. Their uniqueness and rarity correspond to the sway of being. Hence all the more varied are misinterpretation and modification and weakening of these attunements. But as the result of the long-held anthropological interpretations of man, biological, psychological, spiritualistic, and moral interpretations, all of this has reached an unrecognizability such that any saying about gods now seems arbitrary, appears as intellectual zeal or mere imitation and worn-out habit, or as empty pretension. For the basic representation of the so-called gods posits them as objects G237 to which man has either a mere representational relation or no relation at all. But as long as man is not sundered beforehand from all beings of beingness by the swaying of being and its dismay that sets free, and as long as he is not transposed unto the groundlessness of the truth of being, and out of this transposing once again does not fathom the clearing wherein a refusal opens to him, which is the hint of being itself that has thus ennowned him already, so long gods cannot come to language, because every time-space for their godhood is covered over and buried. What is left then is only the reckoning with the hitherto, and that exhausts itself either in the impotent and baseless modification of the Christian Creator God, or exhausts itself in the mere counter-Christian, that is, the pagan imitation of the mythical. In the historical domain of the mastery of metaphysics, which encompasses both reckonings and which in graspable and manifold ways of historical reconstruction is still all too familiar to us, gods have become impossible. Put historically, the flight of gods is decided within these epochs, and these epochs are molded by this flight as well as by its cover-up. Hence all naming and reticence of gods resonates in the mindfulness of the history of being. And only when the venturesome ones of man let themselves be attuned to the tempest of this history, only when the dismay that sets free is no longer misinterpreted psychologically and morally, but instead regrounded on a path of inabiding descent, as awaiting the clearing of refusal, only then is a footpath stepped onto, which leads to the regions for preparing man for grounding a different ownmost to his own self, and which allows a quiet intimation to arise that the flight and nearness of Gods once again may lead to a decision. Every other way, that of calculating beings, explaining and obfuscating them, is only seemingly a pathway. Godlessness does not consist in the denial and loss of a god, but in the groundlessness of the G238 godhood of gods. Therefore, the pursuit of customary worship and its consolations and uplifting can all the time be godlessness. Equally godless is the replacement of such worship by enticing lived experiences or paroxysms of emotion. Since long ago man is without attunement, that is, without that which at times enjoins his own most to the relentlessness of preserving an openness wherein being enowns itself. Thus far lack of attunement is replaced by enticement of emotions and lived experiences which merely dehumanize man into the fortuitousness of what he happens to pursue and obtain through calculation. But attunement throws from out of itself the time-space of fundamental decisions and throws the attuned one into this time-space and surrenders the attuned one unto the T/here, which to be amounts to nothing less than bearing up the care for the truth of being in fundamental saying, in fundamental thinking and in fundamental acting, fundamental in the sense of belonging to the T/here and its swaying, and protecting the attunement of being in the attunedness of Dasein as the site for the countering of gods and man. Since long ago man is without attunement. Without their night and without their day, gods flee from the swaylessness of their godhood. But man still relies on his opinions and achievements, and on their desolateness he pastes the images of his confused flickering lived experiences. And nevertheless already a hinting comes to pass, nevertheless the dismay that sets free strikes into the machination of beings, and nevertheless another history has already begun, which perhaps the man hitherto will in the long run never experience because he puts his trust into his hitherto-ness, which, given the growing upheavals and alterations of his undertakings, he has only seemingly left behind. Still there are a few as well as those of the deep who, for the sake of a moment of the necessary going under, bear up the dismay that sets free, bear it up indeed so that because of them dismay does not lose its dismayedness but will be received instead as a hint of the foremost shifting apart of being's time-space G239 and will become transformed into the imperceptible attempts at displacing man into Dasein. It is not as though Dasein stands ready like a reservoir and a sanctuary. For Dasein is only in the enownement of man to the guardianship of the truth of being, which as the distress of the godhood of gods necessitates them unto their new sway. Since long ago man is without attunement and the godless gods have fallen prey to the dishumanization of man and have become a filling in the hidden emptiness and boredom of live experience. Only when man learns to have an inkling that it is not for him to decide on godlessness but that godlessness is the highest loss for gods themselves, only then does he enter the path of mindfulness which shows him how godding as retro-attainment Rückfindung of godhood enowns itself solely out of being. Only where explaining and obfuscating dominate, only where beings press forth unto the beingness of the represented, can the opinion arise that gods are the result of divinization, be it divinization of nature, or of human drives and powers, animal rationale. Where at the mercy of such divinization gods are merely the object of opining and procuring, one day it must come to degodding, that is, to that state of affairs where gods and the Christian God, shaped into a means of explanation, will appear as that authority to whom one appeals when one simply needs the ultimate and the inexplicable in order to rescue all explanation and the whole explanatory operation. For example, one explains everything as emanation and expression of ever-varied types of man, the rational animal, and finally one explains these types themselves as the unexplainable and as willed by God. Hereby the pretension to know the will of God is the least complacency whose consequence is the dishumanization of man. The degodding is the inexorable counterpart of explaining the godhood of gods, that is, derivation of gods from a divinization. Even the Christian God has arisen from a divinization, however much the theology that befits this God 240 opposes gods that arise out of divinization. The Judeo-Christian God is not the divinization of just any particular cause in a causation, but is the divinization of being a cause as such, that is, the divinization of the ground of explanatory representation in general. In this most subtle divinization of causality, as such, lies the ground for the apparent spiritual superiority of the Christian God. In truth, however, this divinization is the glorification of the crudest explanation. That is why the degoding that corresponds to this divinization still serves best the transformation of explanation into the planning arranging pursuit as well as the representation and live experience of all beings, a transformation that first begins in modernity. Christianity increasingly becomes capable of fitting into culture and in spite of its seeming aversion, at the end agrees with everything that is invented in the interest of the pursuit of the live experience. By virtue of that most subtle divinization of the most crude, namely the divinization of being a cause for effects, which the idea of the Creator God and interpretation of beings as ens creatum reveal, Christianity still retains, over and beyond life, the securing of arrangements. In the preparation for the godhood of gods through divinization and through degoding there rules a unique belongingness of man to being, which is best characterized with the words forgottenness of being. This forgottenness gives preeminence to beings themselves as the most actual, and marks them as representable and producible. To the extent that representation and production reach their limits, which they grasp right away as the limits of beings, and insofar as the explainable comes upon the unexplainable must either be glorified or explained with the help of the unexplainable itself. In each case representation arrives at a higher being or at a being that is beyond being's übersehend. Here the godhood of gods never arises out of the swaying of being. Indeed, gods who arise out of divinization lack godhood altogether. In their case godhood is replaced G241 by subsequently hurling at the god who arises out of divinization the attributes of being the cause and object of a drive or of being the cause and object that stir the feelings. In all cases here the godly is merely that which lies over and beyond man Übermensch-like, whereby the direction and the locus of this over and beyond are represented and produced via representing beings out of the forgottenness of being. But insofar as this forgottenness is not to be completely erased it is continually retained in molding beingness as the most general of all beings. It is no accident that this beingness right away coincides with the highest being, cf. the coupling in Aristotle of pyro tau eta iota lambda omicron sigma omicron alpha and theta epsilon omicron lambda omicron gamma iota kappa pi iota sigma tau mu eta, a process whose meaning is not grasped if it is only worked out in the direction of the concept of philosophy and metaphysics and its occidental unfolding. Rather, underlying this process is what is being historically deciding, namely that finally here within the occidental metaphysical history, being is deprived of the possibility of a grounding of its truth. Only via a fundamental overcoming of all metaphysics and its ground will the possibility for a time-space be created wherein the godhood of gods arises out of the swaying of being, and divinization and degoding become null and void. Rigorously thought, divinization and degoding are not capable at all of preparing for a godhood of gods, they only lead, in conformity with the forgottenness of being, and with the ensnarement by beingness, to a general representation of the godly as the beyond human and the sublime. For godhood is the swaying of that owning which necessitates God's coming back, from having no night and no day to the countering with man in such a way, that vis-a-vis the nothing that arises simultaneously, the uniqueness of being becomes the source for the moments of actual history. Not that beings are, but that is sways as the still refused ennonement. This is what surges as the quiet upground of the waves of the ocean with the most abounding overflowing of pure intimacies that most reticently turn towards us. G242 When the grounders of the upground, those who go under, come, the upground bears that which, different in the sway, as work, deed, poetizing, thinking, gifting, building, shelters conceals the truth of being in things, in the growing things, in the pliable things, in the things that light up, and in the open space of the ones that are at strife lets the sheltered concealed, and only this, to emerge as a being. That being is, this most hidden hearthglow inflames history as being's struggle for the countering of gods and man, a struggle which only struggles for the ownmost swaying of being out of being itself, and thus rekindles the glowing of its glow unto the most sheltered concealed stillness. Gods are those who necessitate descent, that is, the guardianship of man, but in such a way that God's distressing need, the need of their own godhood, arises out of being as enowning. But will the grounders of the truth of being come? No one knows. but we have an inkling that such groundership as preparedness for the thrust of being should be prepared in advance and protected a long time. To this end, thinking of being needs a power of thought that sustains the interplay of all those in the present epoch who prepare and cross, and that inclines their hearts to one another even if each wanders on a path that leads far away, and never runs into the path of the other. Only in this way may an hour strike in the history of being which is granted a grounding. Seen from within the history of the first beginning, i.e., seen in Platonic, Christian, Occidental and modern terms, God, as the unconditioned and the infinite, is the ground of being, beingness, and cause of beings. Thought within the prehistory of the other beginning, being is enowning of the upground of the countering of the distressing need of gods and the guardianship of man. Therefore, everything depends on the grounding of the truth of being and on preparing the grounders. These grounders are the reticent sites of the foremost stillness of the hint of the God's decision. For, insofar as for a long time G243 God ultimately served already merely as the most transitory expedient and as the limit of calculation as well as of its termination, Godhood of gods must primarily, exclusively, and incessantly be protected in, and borne out by, the aloneness of the alone ones until descent as preservation of the truth of being is strong enough to put this truth into work and deed. All those who wish for a direct involvement with gods and for something graspable and handy, those who ponder upon organizing religions, those who foster the visibility and intelligibility of God's worship and thereby refer to what is past, have no inkling of the deep stillness wherein for a long time the ear of the lonesome hearers will have to catch up with the song of the flight of gods. For first there should be those hearers who, away from all spurious founding of religion, are consolidated in a knowing awareness which thwarts every short-lived desideratum whose paths are still directed at religion and religiosity. Tying back man and his producing representation on a superhuman object and a superhuman sphere entails indeed the miscognition of the futural truth according to which the countering of gods and man must always enown itself out of being as the swaying of the truth of being. Otherwise neither gods nor man find their way to the freedom of a fundamental transformation which alone disseminates out of itself what is solely necessary for their countering. However, such countering cannot be religion any more, just as the guardianship of man in the sense of the groundership of Dasein cannot be any more the same as human beings living their life to the full as animal rationale. Here again, overcoming any wish for religion, as sinking deep into some form of divinization of beings, gifts gods the most marvelous of gifts, namely the possibility of grounding God's godhood by virtue of which they can inceptually return to their sway. This returning no longer comes upon what is past. What this returning finds again is the sway of the truth of being which has never been grounded and never taken in possession, and in whose swaying the last God futurally finds itself. G244 There is no longer any possibility for gods apart from being, since beings, broken loose in their machination, are only capable of serving the degodding. But the uniqueness of being encompasses further such abundance of the unsaid and unquestioned that the last God completes above all a rich prehistory of the grounding of its godhood. In its sway this prehistory is different and profounder than any history of religion hitherto. Indeed, that prehistory and the history of religion cannot be historically compared at all, because the prehistory of the grounding of the godhood of the last God already needs the man of descent who no longer computes historically in order to produce something new but is attuned by longanimity and equanimity to intimate and experience already the fundamental decisions as foremost hints. At first all this happens unrecognized and still entirely overlaid by the domination of the last epoch of the Occident hitherto, i.e., by the domination of modernity. Although nowhere seized in the domain of lived experience and machination, the thrusts of being that at such times of preparation occasionally touch man and drive him, that is, his own most hitherto, to the verge of descent, and that are in various ways thrusts whose meaning still remains hidden, are nonetheless thrusts that are preserved in the memory of that mindfulness which sets its inquiries unhurried and dependable steps on a path to which the foremost guardians of the truth of being find their way again and again out of the varied entrapments in the hitherto that are alien to each other. And perhaps for the sake of any possibility of the other beginning of history, it could happen right away that those who since long ago are destined to prepare for the other beginning would be unequal to this destiny insofar as they would rescue themselves in the diversions offered to them by what is still contemporary, evoking something new, organizing something promising, and reckoning with discipleship. Should this happen, then all of it had to speak of a disloyalty G245 to the destiny of a prolonged awaiting and of a denial of that knowing awareness that knows that man neither comes upon gods, nor invents them, that along with the transformation of man's own most, gods immediately remove themselves unto their own sway, and that this simultaneous happening enowns itself as the en-owning whose swaying demands that this en-owning itself names being. Therefore, what is unavoidably most difficult, and in its difficulty not at all mitigatable for the crossing, is this: under the thrust of being no ought must and can and should make itself understandable immediately. But this does not mean exclusion from any shared knowing awareness. On the contrary, the shared knowing awareness must be inaugurated in those who mold their style out of the attunement that thoroughly attunes a dismay that sets free from beings and bears and steers the displacement unto the inquiry into the most question-worthy. The prehistory of the other beginning is thoroughly dominated by a relentless direction that aims ahead at what is to be inquired into. The futurality of this prehistory is the inner unyielding attunement of the destiny for grounding the truth of being. This futurality is entirely different from any kind of eschatological attitude, that is, from an attitude that is not attuned to grounding and aims at awaiting an end of time, which awaiting presupposes already a complete forgottenness of being. All eschatology lives out of a faith in the certainty of a new state of affairs. But in being historical thinking as thinking ahead, the grounding ground of descent is descent itself, the inquiry into being. Here the knowing awareness of what is most question-worthy prevails, the knowing namely that the same ground that gives rise to the sway of the godhood of gods also gives rise to the beginning of the respective fundamental worthiness of man, by virtue of which he overcomes the dishumanization as the most acute danger to his own most. The hour of being is not the object of a religious expectation. The hour of being is refused to us, and for the same reason it demands from us the perseverance in the prolonged preparation for the crossing. It is difficult to bear trials and tribulations of the present, G246. It is still more difficult to persevere in the crossing out of the knowing awareness of the being historical possibilities of the epoch. Courage is required for struggling against what is near and visible, and yet venturing into the most hidden pathways and stages requires that boldness that remains reticent. To ground a history for gods and man in their mutual beholding, to merely strive for such a grounding through many errant pathways and grounds, even if from far away, or initially only to lead mindfulness to this hidden trajectory of being history and to pass over the metaphysical epoch, should this still be a goal for the unclaimed powers and unrecognized ventures of the Occident? Those who are knowingly aware of being respond as questioners, but those who pursue beings exert themselves, with their success, to prove themselves historically before the future history. They say that mere thinking accomplishes and affects nothing. Certainly, mere thinking never immediately causes and affects a being. Nevertheless, the thinking of being is a deed deeper than any immediate veneration of God, because out of the most remote awe this thinking lays claim stiften upon that which neither gods nor the calculative man are capable of claiming, insofar as this thinking brings the clearing to shine from out of the nearest glow, the clearing in whose simple stillness the countering enowns itself, wherein being is named to its own most sway. But who are the grounders? We are hardly capable of conveying their trace, because everyone still thinks within the murky sphere of metaphysical explanation, and no one has an ear for the never-ending resonance of the sound of the oldest words. That is why we rarely know that the lack of decision concerning the flight and arrival of gods is not nothing but the unfamiliar field that, because of the absence of decision, has become different, the field on whose overcast borders the rumbling of unresolved battles is let loose. We take emptiness for nothingness in the sense of mere absence of beings, and do not experience the reverberation of the still invisible bridge that refers new shores to new shores. Within the pursuit of beings, and not attuned to the truth G247 of projecting open, we hold this projecting for something provisional which lacks realization, and at the end we hold this projecting for an unfulfilled dream. Not attuned to being, we miscalculate ourselves with beings. However, What has swaying power and compels gods and man into mutual beholding is not what is actual as a being, but what is necessary through being. And what is necessary arises out of distressing need. And yet this distressing need arises from making room for a time of upground, which as upground forces the godhood of gods onto the bridge that leads to the domain of man and demands from him the grounding of that time-space, which as grounding lets that history takes its inception, to which belongs what the guardianship of the truth of being has ventured. Here perhaps the most lonesome ones find the buried paths of the flights of gods without finding their way back to the winding roads of beings which cannot offer anything but the endless exploitation of beings in their desolation, and exploitation under the guise of the progressing happiness of the massive man and his confirmed needs. Only an other world in strife with the earth could still rescue the earth from exploitation. Or is the process of destroying the earth under the growing appearance of constructing the modern world unique and therefore unstoppable? If we do not merely calculate in terms of centuries and millennia, and if we do not abandon ourselves so historically to the simple replacing of one state of beings with another, if we think out of the slowness and rareness of the thrusts of being history, then the giganticness of the present and the giganticness of the still futural state of the world fall together with what is tiny in the ultimate abandonment of beings by being. An other world would have to measure up above all to the strife which flares up out of the admittance of the question worthiness of being and abandons the excuse of appealing to what is merely a being. G248 For what is the point of making a solemn declaration concerning earth-boundedness, if the earth itself is set up for destruction? Destruction here does not refer to what is in the forefront, namely violating nature, respectively violating its protection, but to the ultimate disruption of each and every relation of beings to the truth of being. The world and the earth are not to be promptly rescued or created anew, since all such attempts could only unfold within the interlinking of explanation, organization, and adjustment, which in order to be sure of itself has to avoid all question-worthiness of being. The epoch of the covered lack of decision would have to unlearn above all the belief in the healthy reason if this epoch wants to prepare a human being whose senses and mind are open enough to experience that announcing which in all lack of distress and decision, refuses itself to us, and out of such a refusal hints at the swaying of being and entrusts the hearts to the grand stillness of mindfulness. And yet, this epoch closes itself off to any denial of that which as drive and reason guarantees the power of man as the historical animal. How else should the beginning of another history be prepared for, other than by decidedly passing beyond what sways in the epoch, if this history is distinguished by beings breaking through the preeminence of beings, and by beings rendering impossible the utmost covered reckoning with gods out of and for explaining beings? However, it cannot historically be said whether, when, and for which hearts being positions itself between the alienated gods and the disturbed human beings and allows the sway of gods and the ownmost of man to resonate in a creative mutual beholding. Indeed, to cling to such questions means miscognizing already the fundamental knowing awareness. The name gods should be said only in order to raise the silent reticence of the question worthiness of gods to a foundational attitude. Whoever turns a deaf ear to this saying nonetheless often attests G249 to a more genuine questioning attitude than those who are concerned with satisfying religious needs. In being historical thinking, the name gods merely names the empty side of the undeterminedness of godhood that arises out of man's lack of attunement, the man who just intimates the distress of the crossing into a more originarily grounded history and will be thrown unto the beginning of another grounding attunement. The name gods does not rest on the certainty that there are beings and spirits that are extant somewhere and that work in many ways, beings and spirits whom thus far we have somehow always justified to ourselves in compliance with human beings' total definiteness. But to name an empty site means here making room in thinking for a domain of question worthiness, a thinking that at the same time must be already attuned by an attunement that sets man free from every calculative bonding to beings. This grounding attunement, however, is not just the consequence of a fortunate or unfortunate frame of mind of a simply extant human being. It rather means the grounding of the removal of man unto a relation to being out of which arises first every conditionality of comportment and attitude. As little as such naming could inadvertently introduce new gods or even inaugurate a religion, as little is this questioning and thinking out of the sway of being, questioning and thinking of godhood and of man's domain, to be equated with a churchless and cultless yet by no means an atheistic piety in the sense of an enlightened pantheism and the like. For all these belong to the sphere of metaphysics. But what counts here is mindfulness of that which is most temporary in all preparation, that is, mindfulness of man's leaping into the grounding of a truth of being, a leaping that does not need the help of beings, and does not degrade beings to the distortion of being. G254 This is the foremost non-propositional truth of being historical thinking. Only in the grounding of the truth of being does the countering of gods and man enown itself, and never again does a god come to man and a world arise for him out of the objectification of beings. Depending on the beginning, going under and the course of the history of being in the epoch of metaphysics, depending on the disempowerment of being and the destruction of the being of truth that happens in this epoch, being can enown its openness only when, via a grounding attunement that is attuned by being, the post-metaphysical man who undertakes the groundership for this openness is sundered from all ensnarement by mere beings. This grounding attunement is the attunement of the dismay that sets free, cf. above. In uncountable times, and prior to everything else, the grounders, and in different ways those builders, are affected by this attunement who set out to build a world on another ground. So that these grounders and builders can be seized by, and thoroughly attuned to, the dismay that sets free, modern man, the historical animal, has to have made all beings calculable to the utmost, along with he himself as their midpoint, as well as all forms of the available counter-possibilities of rationalism, namely irrationalism, mysticism, myth, and biological worldview. The lived experience is then merely an accessory of calculation through which beings, whose machinational sway is degrounded, obtain ultimate dominance with the sheer exclusivity of coercive force and violence that are relevant to them. When the history hitherto as a whole proceeds towards the nearest margin of nothingness, when in this history beings in the whole are absorbed in calculation and subjugated by the will, only then does all representing and producing calculation whose ownmost is completed suddenly lose every support in that which as a task could still lie ahead of representing and producing. If this support and secret refuge falls away, then calculation, that is G251 the historical animal, is left to itself in the midst of beings, which no longer offer this animal anything for explanation. At such a moment everything suddenly caves into a unique emptiness. But this emptiness is nonetheless only the other side of nothingness, its unknownmost, which conceals even the abground dimension of nothingness as the swaying of being. However, that nothingness of emptiness is the foremost and as such not yet perceivable thrust of being. Therefore, with a view towards this course of the history of being within the completion of modernity, all attempts must be judged as impeded impediments which want to renew the previously held basic metaphysical positions, and want to give the man of today a seemingly deep conception of life by offering him the mixed products of religious directions and worldviews. By contrast, deeper, that is, more fundamental, are all exertions that urge beyond the domination of dispassionate calculation of all beings and see the only criteria of actuality, that is, of beings as such, in calculability and in the volition-ally organized average accomplishability. It is here alone that the sway of modernity, incipiently predetermined, comes to a head. Everything else is bad romanticism that may be chosen as a way out by the many and by individuals in order to get used slowly to what is already decided as swaying in the epoch, or may be chosen perhaps in order finally to prefer the enjoyable imperturbability of the undisturbed hitherto to any departure into the time-space of being. The foremost truth of being historical thinking, see above, G250, entails a decision whose originariness and yields cannot be calculated, because this decision has to fall in the history of being for the first time and thus has nothing to be compared with. This truth is only as the other beginning of history, it is not a declaration that is merely made out of a doctrine. However, the begin as such is in the beginning, and it is most sheltered concealed in the swaying of beginning's sway, indeed sheltered concealed in a most unusual manner G252, so that the more a beginning and a becoming and even a development arise out of the beginning, the more this beginning conceals itself. But what does this beginning conceal and shelter by concealing itself? Only that thinking finds the response to this question which no longer considers beginning as an occurrence among beings but as belonging to being. And since gods find unto their sway only through the distressing need for being, this sway is akin to everything inceptual. This relation appears misinterpreted wherever gods emerge and are treated as the first cause and the like. Thus, if after the metaphysically grounded history goes under and out of its going under gods ever again announce themselves, this primarily happens not as bombastic theophanies of some vigorous prophets and myth-makers but by unobtrusively and decidedly making room for the sights of the decision in favor of a struggle that strives for obtaining God's glance in the beholding of those who inquire poetically and thinkingly. The quiet dissemination of these sights of decision goes beneath, elevates and encircles the human being hitherto. When does this happen? When the upground of being opens itself under the swinging arc of an overcrossing bridge. Who spans the bridge? Those marked by invisibility, those who, having been thrown into descent, transform the animality of man into the resonating play space of the charming removing grounding attunement of an awe-inspiring dismay that sets free, those who through questioning knowing awareness leave behind all history, in the fundamental sense. The still unseized signs of thrownness into descent hint above all at the strangeness that settles on what is most familiar, most near and most current, and unveils their proffered certainty as the pursuit of a forgetting of being. Would man once again venture a prolonged reflection on the fact that perhaps his way of being has long become unbearable to gods, not only because he can no longer include gods in the calculation of the gigantic G253 teeniness of his lived experience, but also because prior to that he cannot even bear being in a grounded truth? And yet the beginning of such a reflection begins only when man, out of his doings that covet success and are fixed since long ago, has found the way back to the pride in his still hidden sheltered ownmost, and decides for being against the machination of mere beings. Thereupon, he is the one already rent into the beginning. The sway of the beginning does not lie in the in the inception, but shelters and conceals itself as the ununfolded decidedness of a going under that reaches ahead. Everything inceptual begins by going under. If there could be a talk of greatness at all in the context of the widely held opinion about it, the gigantic which quantitatively can never be surpassed in enormity, then the sway of greatness in the sense of the inceptual would have to be obtained from this sway of beginning. Solely gods are great, great insofar as their godhood is out of the inceptuality of being. What does the beginning shelter conceal in that it conceals itself? Its going under that is kept ready and decided in the beginning. Eternal gods are no gods if eternal is thought of in the sense of epsilon, of eternitas, and even especially in the sense of sempiternitas, of modernities more desolate, progressive, so forth and so on. The loftiest beginning encloses in itself and thus begins with the most profound going under. The last God arises out of this going under. Because the last God is the one most rare, there belong to this God the longest time of preparation and the suddenness of its unpredictable nearness. To know this is already too intimate, out of the grounding attunement that lies outside happiness and unhappiness, the remoteness of this God. But what still counts is the distressing need of the crossing and that knowing awareness of being that is needed by the crossing. For only this knowing transposes one unto the time-space, wherein alone is granted an inquiring and renouncing naming of the name of Godhood. This knowing awareness of being begins with a beginning that brings itself to words strangely enough as being is being. G254 being is being, a proposition, and nevertheless the announcing wherein being above all resonates in its own swaying. Being is being, an empty statement, and yet the fullness of the inexhaustible if only the inquiry puts up with its own surging restiveness. Being is being, perhaps a fragment that only equals the same emptiness and yet is the grounding in itself of the upground unto which nothing has an entry that returns as the same. Being is being, a beginning that is not at the origin, but first initiates the crossing. For this proposition wards off the search for a refuge amongst beings and thwarts the explanatory assurance through a cause of all beings, a cause that comes from a being that lies beyond beings. Both that search and this explanation have already cast being off into the incidentiality of an addendum, which is also the ground of their superficial truth. How defying of all explanation and discordant is indeed the beginning of a crossing which departs from the preeminence of beings, from their self-exaggeration that they themselves generate, into the stillness of the mastery of being. Being is being, here the knowing remoteness of man and of God simultaneously announces itself, but in such a way that in the mutual beholding sheltering concealing both refuse God's sway and man's own most that belong to being plus being, the longest bridge of the between whose bridgeheads are hidden in the darkness of the not yet honored and the not yet decidable. Being, whose swinging arc sustains itself in itself if the word no longer persists as a statement, an expression, and a sign, but instead remains the sustaining, elevating, exposing, and comporting power of resonance of being itself. Being, the bridge in the time-space of the stillness between the first beginning that stands before us and the other beginning that is ahead of us. Being, that as prime leap shatters what before the shattering could neither be nothing, nor a being, nor something manifest, nor something hidden. In all manner of ways and since long ago the illusion rules according to which gods are the cause, the support, G255 the ground, the apex, and the disfiguration of beings, and dominate beings as if after all a god lets itself be reckoned out of beings. If this reckoning fails, then one seeks refuge in what is already proven since long ago and thus proves the opinion that God belongs to beings. But this illusion is so often and in so many ways proved by metaphysics as the truth that this illusion dissolves itself in metaphysics and becomes identical with what is self-evident but unnoticeable. What if gods could neither be reckoned out of beings nor be destined for beings? What if gods were not even the cause of being, of beingness? What if being as prime leap were to be their ground? In that case then, the end thinking of being could indeed yield this, that man learns to have an inkling why a protracted misunderstanding of the godly misleads him, and why since millennia no God appears any longer. In these 2 millennia no God appears any longer, perhaps because of the divine Plato's culpability, being, and its truth have been buried under propositional thinking, lambda gamma omicron, and surrendered to delta alpha through objectification, because beings hindered being from becoming an ground that above all is silently reticent about the call to ground and necessitates the stillness of a grounding into the word. Or could it be that beings are capable of seemingly overwhelming being only because being has relinquished beings to themselves and has surrendered its own semblance, beingness, to objectification by the representing man? Gods do not need man, but are distressingly in need of being whose truth, insofar as man is ennowned in de sen, has to be grounded in de sen. Being is the distressing need of God so that, availing themselves of being swaying and in the complete detachedness unto the unconcernedness with each and every being, gods let come true, like the storm of a great flight into their godhood, the announcing of themselves as those who refuse themselves within the refusal of being. All metaphysics and every art that is grounded in metaphysics, all occidental art of the history hitherto, poetized G256 and thought gods as beings, at most as being itself. However, those who prepare must first come, those who, after all, are capable of thinking being and this alone as the distressing need of the godhood of gods. How undisturbed and owned will be then the path of the futural man to the last God, how completely devoid of all detours into the escape routes of the transformation of the hitherto will this path be, and how unconfined will it be by the prospects of the calculated. However, at first gods will be more difficult and more rare, but therein more in sway, and yet thereby nearer in their swaying remoteness, and thus nearer to the opening of the most remote. What is most remote in the hardly revealed time-space of the truth of being is the last God. The last God is inflamed to the highest distress by being as the in-between of beings that holds unto the ground. And being throws between the world and the earth that necessity of simplifying to unblendedness and the stillness out of which all things proceed together in their most intimate self-belonging. Plus sic. G257-19. Errancy. 259-72. Errancy. Errancy and erring in errancy is the simplest experience of thinking unto which thinking sees itself relegated when it has given up the support of beings and the escape into beingness. This errancy itself is the clearing, openness, truth, of being. Errancy does not set itself up against the truth, and is also not removed by truth and made to disappear. Rather, errancy is the appearing of the truth itself in its own sway. Errancy is that within which a particular interpretation of being must err, which erring alone truly traverses the clearing of refusal, traverses in accord with the clearing of what is lighted up. The fundamental consequence of errancy as the sway of the truth of being is that any being that enters into and stays within the openness and can possibly preserve this openness, simultaneously resides in untruth in the double sense of sheltering, concealing and dissembling, cf. Senuendizeit and the lecture of 1930, vom Wesen der Wahrheit. XX. G261 on the history of metaphysics. G263-73. Schelling. Within the history of German metaphysics, Schelling projected open the most profound gestalt of spirit without, of course, making it last. For his negative-positive philosophy is a lapse into the rational metaphysics and simultaneously an escape into Christian dogmatics. And both have their necessity in the sway of Occidental metaphysics itself, in the categorical determination of beingness, in the causal and generally conditional interpretation of the absolute. Schelling was granted the profoundest grasp of the spirit because he begins with the philosophy of nature and straightway recognizes its importance for the system. For as soon as nature is grasped more fundamentally, it becomes the other in the absolute, whereby the negative of the spirit is at the same time determined positively, and is posited as the other of spirit in a manner that had to be denied to Hegel. Schelling does not want to spiritualize nature. His philosophy is not at all romantic, in any case not romantic in the treatise on freedom where this philosophy achieves its own most. Schelling certainly retains the spirit and the absolute subject, but if freedom is the ownmost of spirit, then with the capacity for good and evil he places a determination in this freedom which bespeaks something more fundamental than Hegel's absolute concept. 73a. Relinquishing philosophy. Relinquishing philosophy almost reaches the level of triviality where one declares, with seeming faithfulness to phenomena, that being, that means here beingness and following beingness, actuality, possibility, necessity, is indefinable. The actual mindfulness of thoughtful thinking is here declared to be impossible, so that following this declaration something is passed off as philosophy, which has in common with the historical philosophy only the stocks of concepts, G264 words and the so-called problems in themselves. Besides, to consider definition to be the highest that should be applied to being, but which cannot be done given the above-mentioned declaration, betrays the total desolation and groundlessness of this type of occupation with something, which following a remarkable drive sneaks off from philosophy an object to pass the time with and to achieve progress and ever new discoveries. Here we come upon the last waste waters of the declining forms of metaphysics. G265XXI. The metaphysical why question. The crossing question. G267-74. Why? Why are there beings at all, and not rather nothingness? Cf. below G376f. However deeply rooted this question may seem to be, it nevertheless lies in the forefront of the objectively represented beings. This question does not know what it asks. For in order that nothingness sways, which is what this question still knows, nothingness that this question believes to know as the counter-possibility to the actuality of beings or of beings as actual, being, which alone is strong enough to need nothingness, must indeed sway. And if insofar as we do not yet grasp the question concerning the truth of being we do not see a way for inquiring beyond beings by leaving them behind, then even so there still remains a question, why then the why? Why and to what extent the mere necessity of the horizon of such a questioning, even if we entirely disregard whether this question refers to beings or not? The answer is, for the sake of being so that its truth, that which belongs to being, may find in descend the ground and sight. Inquiringly thinking ahead, we do not reach further than being because being, more originarily than Hegel thought, is nothingness. The consequence is that mindfulness of the sway of being must unmask that why question which lies in the foreground as a superficial question, and demonstrate how the origin of nothingness unveils itself from out of the sway of being, and that the ground, of that which is to be inquired into in terms of the why, resonates within the abground dimension of being. But being, never qualifiable as an object because never a being, can never be encountered, according to metaphysical thinking, as the ultimate and the highest in the sphere of nu omicron mu epsilon nu alpha, a sphere through which an ascending and a mere transcending extends itself beyond G268, a being, as the conditioned, to being, as the unconditioned. On account of the co-occurrence of all thinking saying with the familiar statements, although the impression always persists that even with the saying of being through a pure demonstration an assertion is made about something that happens to be there vorfind likes, being still sways differently than what the familiar thinking of explanatory and objectifying representation unawares wants us to believe. However, the actually thinking, not scientific, meaning of phenomenological inquiry that can be grasped only after prolonged mindfulness does not consist in transferring the representing demonstration of the explanatory grasping of beings onto the end thinking of being. This inevitably leads either to a misinterpretation of this thinking or to the corresponding escape routes where all thinking of being is taken as a play with signs whereby being is meant as the beings in the whole and their transcendental ground. The meaning of phenomenological inquiry, the will to things themselves, obtains its own most necessity only when being is interpreted to such an extent as to determine the fundamental character of the thinking that belongs to being and to make this thinking recognizable not merely as an accidental and additional manner of grasping being, but rather as its enownement that belongs to the swaying of being itself and accords with being. Notwithstanding the contrary impression, ineradicable from the quotidian representation and communication, the saying of being is not a statement made about something that happens to be there, but is an ennowned end saying of being swaying out of being itself as enowning. Here the call to things themselves is solely a leap, here decisions are made only between ventures which do not need to make themselves understandable on a neutral level, because each decision, each time, knows what is unique about the other one and expresses it in itself in its own way. Within the metaphysical styles of thinking which, with increasing shallowness, fall victim to scientific calculation and analysis, the emergence of a leap is obviously something indiscernible or still disconcerting G269 and immediately disparaged by the tribunal of research as arbitrary. Why are there beings and why are there all the things that want to be chased after and suffered for the sake of representing and producing beings? Why? For the sake of being. But metaphysical thinking too could claim this response for itself. Certainly, but only so that when metaphysical thinking faces the why, being continues to be unquestioned, whereas here the response to the originary inquiry can be given with the most question-worthy, that is, the response can be given so that for this inquiry being only now becomes what is most question-worthy. Beings as well as the why, itself are for the sake of being, which tells us that being sways in the truth, in the clearing, which is always sustained only in a knowing and in a mindfulness that are ennowned by being. But what is this for the sake of being? It is that lighted up and swaying between that belongs to the creative mutual beholding wherein gods and man do not merely meet but beforehand first behold each other, initiating a glancing of the heart that awakens each to find the sway and the ownmost, and blocking the flight of gods from their sway and the flight of man from his ownmost. So that being obtains the preservation of the truth of its swaying, beings are in the contentiousness and unpredictability of their discordance and confusion, in the unexplainability of their upswing and luminance, in the usualness of their balanced flux and their occurrences which lack decision. For beings are beings only as being's preservation. Just as nothingness encompasses being and thus owns it gainet, the nothingness against which being sets up its uniqueness, so not being interpenetrates beings and predominantly passes itself off as the actual. Why? This interrogative word names the clearing, advancing through which man fares through the dignity of the guardianship of the truth of being. Why? The actual response to the ownmost of this question and, that means, to what is fundamental to all questioning, can only be an inquiry into the most question-worthy. Only thus will there be clearing in beings, G270 only thus will being itself be guarded against the pull of the dullness and blindness of the mere animal. Except that man can, with the remaining, ravaged, remnant of that clearing and mindfulness, still deliberately submit to the blindness of a drive, and thus definitively cast into miscognition the fundamental dignity of his own self. Wherever everything is claimed as possible and achievable, hence anywhere where explainability is already accorded to everything, there the sway of the why is definitively abandoned, that is, the sway as that which has sealed within itself the blessing of the dignity of the most question-worthy. The blind and gazeless belief in the complete prepossession of all responses, the belief in the sheer rationality and in the possibility within man's domain to be the absolute master of rationality, takes the place of the why, and of the fundamental inquiry. But with the help of the rational appeal to the rationally conceived and pursued beings, the utmost estrangement from being is achieved. This is the end of man in total dishumanization. Does why mean on what ground and towards which ground? But the sway of ground is being itself, the announcing of that between which is lighted up and which holds onto the of ground, the between unto which man, as does sen, is shifted, unto which as the openness, gods are necessitated for countering a counter beholding of them, so that they should find to themselves.